Chapter 9:25. Chu Yang now really felt that, as Zi Sheqing said, it was too easy to kill such a scumbag. He should really let such a person suffer the cruelest torture in the world before he died. Only then would he be considered to have deserved it. Even so, it would only relieve a little of his hatred. Lan Ruoyun's mind was controlled by Chu Yang. Whatever he said under such circumstances was definitely the truth, and it was definitely the most straightforward reaction in his heart. So obscene, so shameless. Looking at this obscene smile, Chu Yang's heart was filled with fury. He slashed down with his sword. Starting from his feet, Lan Ruoyun rolled around on the ground and screamed miserably incessantly. I will kill your father, your mother, your ancestors, and everyone who is protecting you. I will kill them one by one. Chu Yang roared, your whole family is scum. Scum, scum. What kind of clan was a big clan? What kind of people were in it? They were all experts with powerful divine senses. How could Lan Ruoyun's family not know that he had done such a heinous thing? How could his parents not know? How could his old ancestors not know? Chu Yang would never believe it. Even if he said that the other higher-ups of the Lan clan didn't know about this, no one in the entire heavens would believe him. It was too ridiculous. Since they knew about it, they didn't stop it and even let such an obscene person be the seventh duke. It was obvious what kind of attitude the Lan clan had. At this moment, Chu Yang had already made a vow in his heart. No matter what other clans do, I will definitely exterminate the Lan clan. When he made this decision, he didn't even consider that Lan Macian of the Lan clan was his mother's teacher. Lan Ruoyun's moans gradually weakened. Chu Yang raised his sword and was about to end his life. Wait. Zi Sheqing stopped him. What? Chu Yang turned back and asked. You can't kill him. Zi Sheqing frowned and looked at the black line that gradually appeared between Lan Ruoyun's eyebrows. She said seriously, if you kill him, you will be in big trouble and your identity will be exposed. Why? Chu Yang asked curiously, there's no one around here, so what if I kill him? No one will know. Look at his forehead. That black line is very strange. As far as I know, this black line is a kind of supreme divine sense. The person who cares about this person the most has spent a lot of effort to plant a root in his body using the power of his divine sense. If he dies, this black line will appear on the face of the person who killed him at the same place between the eyebrows. Moreover, the supreme martial artist who left behind this will know immediately. Zi Sheqing said, this is the secret technique of the heavens. Double soul connection, one heart for 10,000 miles. Looks like this, little ones. Identity isn't simple. Chu Yang snorted coldly, so what if it's troublesome? Could it be that he spared this bastard's life because he was afraid of trouble? This is impossible. Zi Sheqing blinked her eyes. Carry him and follow me. Don't let him die. Let's find Wei Wuyan while we're at it. Chu Yang didn't know what he was up to. He could only grab Lan Ruoyun and follow him. Zi Sheqing carried Chu Luer on her back and led the way in front. Chu Yang followed all the way. When they came to the outside of a forest, Zi Sheqing let out a strange long howl. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the forest. Not long after, a large pack of greenback wolves swarmed in. Throw him in. Zi Sheqing twisted her mouth. Haha, I see. This is a good idea. Let that supreme martial artist come and find trouble with these wolves. Chu Yang laughed loudly. He grabbed Lan Ruoyun and threw him out into the pack of wolves. When the pack of wolves smelled the blood, they howled and rushed up. Lan Ruoyun only had time to let out a scream before he was dismembered by the pack of wolves. A black line rose from Lan Ruoyun's corpse and wedged itself into the head of the wolf at lightning speed. That wolf seemed to be very uncomfortable. It actually turned around dizzily and ran away with the pack of wolves with its tail between its legs. Chu Yang said with some regret, it's a pity that there are no powerful 10th or 11th grade spirit beasts nearby. Otherwise, after throwing them in, they can create some trouble for the Lan clan. Zi Sheqing said, powerful spirit beasts. Originally, there was a human-faced spider here, but it was too disgusting for me to take, so I chased it away. Chu Yang laughed dryly. Now, the inner core and poisonous pill of that human-faced spider are with me. Killed by you. Zi Xueqing's gaze was very strange. No, it's Wei Wuyan. As Chu Yang said, he explained the situation at that time. Zi Xueqing actually laughed. Your luck is really not bad. The two of them walked quickly. This time, they carefully avoided the people who were searching the mountain and went straight to the place where Wei Wuyan and his disciple were hiding. Because the people who were searching the mountain were getting closer and closer to that place. If they were delayed any longer, Wei Wuyan and his disciple might really die. After walking a few hundred feet forward, there was a cliff in front of them. Zi Xueqing stopped, pointed to the opposite side of the cliff, and said, Wei Wuyan and his disciple are over there. That side is full of vines, and the entire cave entrance is blocked. It's hard to see with the naked eye here. Chu Yang sighed. Old Wei's generation is really not having it easy. Zi Xueqing was silent for a while and said, his master is indeed irresponsible, but Wei Wuyan is a rare good man. But he's too pedantic. Such a person will suffer a lot in the martial world. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. The two of them were about to go down when they suddenly heard rapid sounds coming from afar. It seemed that many people were rushing towards this place. The two of them bent down at the same time and quickly moved sideways. They flashed out of the path and the cliff and hid in the grass that was more than 10 feet high. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. People were constantly flying towards this place. Not long after, there were already close to 30 people. With a few swoosh sounds, four figures leaped onto a big tree and stood at the top of the tree to be on guard. A clanging sound was heard, followed by the fragrance of tea. The two of them were talking and laughing as they walked towards this place. These two people really knew how to enjoy themselves. They were actually making tea in this wilderness. A smiling voice asked very softly, Brother Yi, did you discover anything on your side? Once this person spoke, his voice, tone, and the confidence and magnanimity of everything being under his control reminded Chu Yang of Diwu Qingru. Then, another, flirtatious voice sounded. Oh, how annoying. Hee hee hee. Brother Zhuge, if you didn't discover anything on your side, how would I discover anything on my side? Hee hee hee. The hair on Chu Yang's body stood on end as this voice resounded. Then, an image of a laughing woman appeared in his mind. The third duke of the Yi clan, the Duke of Rochong, Yi Shiyu. So it was this transvestite who had come. The person from the Yi clan was actually the Duke of Rochong, one of the three dukes. What conditions did that Lang Ilong promise to make the Yi clan send out such an important person? Seeing Chu Yang's strange expression, Zi Xueqing asked via telepathy, You know this person? This is the third duke of the Yi clan, the Duke of Rochong, Yi Shiyu. Chu Yang replied via telepathy. This is really going to kill me. Zi Xueqing silently rolled up half of her sleeves. She said via telepathy, Look. Chu Yang looked over and saw a dense layer of goosebumps on Zi Xueqing's snow-white arms. For a moment, he almost laughed out loud. This is too disgusting. This should be a man, right? Zi Xueqing frowned. Chu Yang could even clearly see that the hair on Zi Xueqing's neck had stood up. This was enough to show how much of a shock this Duke Yi Shiyu had given her. Chu Yang laughed secretly in his heart. For Yi Shiyu to be able to scare someone of Zi Xueqing's cultivation to such an extent, it was enough to show how powerful his charm was. No one in the heavenly layer could compare to him. If Yi Shiyu knew about this, he would definitely be very proud. That Duke Zhuge, on the other hand, was very calm. He smiled lightly and said, I really didn't expect that this search for supreme martial artist Icy Snow would actually be so troublesome even though we had already obtained accurate information. Brother Yi, these days, you've been eating and sleeping in the open. Your beautiful face has now become somewhat haggard. Boo-hoo-hoo. I'm so annoying. You're so annoying. Annoying Zhuge. I hate it when people bring up this issue, but you just have to keep talking about it. I hate you so much. Humph. Yi Shiyu pouted. He twisted his waist, tilted his buttocks, and sat facing the outside. Then, he took out a small mirror from his bosom and looked at his haggard face in the mirror. He sighed bitterly. What should I do? What should I do? I'm really haggard. My pitiful countenance. Boo-hoo, I really shouldn't have come out this time. Those guys just had to send me, humph. Next time, I won't listen to them. Whoever wants to come out can come out. Sigh, my pitiful countenance. As he said, he took out a box of flour from his bosom. There was even a comb, face powder, eyebrow pencil, and meticulously touched up his makeup. Zhuge smiled faintly. Brother Yi, you're really vain. This guy's voice was calm and elegant. He was not surprised by Yi Shiyu's unusual actions. It could be seen that his composure and self-cultivation were outstanding. Yi Shiyu twisted his waist like a snake and said shyly, Ayaya, us girls are different from you guys. Humph, how can we not be vain? As he said, he sighed faintly. I'm so tired, so tired. Humph, Zhuge, can you help me massage my shoulders? Can you? Zhuge smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, please spare me. You know that I'm a clean freak. Yi Shiyu instantly pouted and stomped his feet. What do you mean you're a clean freak? Am I very dirty? Am I very dirty? Zhuge, tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me. If you don't tell me clearly today, I'll crawl into your bed tonight. He stomped his feet, twisted his waist, and shook his buttocks. He was very active. Zhuge could still face him calmly, but Chu Yong, who was in the bushes, was about to faint. What a monster! What a monster! How can there be such a weirdo in the world? It's really unbearable. Chu Yong really did not know how Zhuge could hold himself back. Chu Yong praised in his heart. People from the Zhuge clan are indeed different from others. He's so small and calm. He's almost as good as Diwu Qingru. Chapter 9:26. I can't take it anymore. Zi Xieching secretly transmitted her voice. Her beautiful face actually turned pale. Every time I hear this voice, my whole body trembles. My scalp tightens, wrinkles, and goes numb. This powerful person who had traversed tens of planes had a look of lingering fear. I've been wandering for tens of thousands of years. I've never been afraid of anyone. But this Duke Ro Chang really makes me feel fearful from the bottom of my heart. He can kill a supreme martial artist with just his mouth. Disgusting. Zhuge smiled gently and said, Brother Yi, let's talk about serious matters. Yi Shiyu twisted his waist and pouted. Zhuge finally shuddered and his lips turned green. Brother Yi, if you continue to be like this, I won't say anything. Yi Shiyu obviously didn't care. He raised his face and said with a hidden bitterness, But are you really going to turn a blind eye to my feelings for you? Zhuge gritted his teeth and finally couldn't take it anymore. He used a voice that was so gentle that it could kill people to say, Brother Yi, how can I not know your feelings for me? It's just that I'm in the secular world. How can I not care about what others think of me? And you and I are both brothers of big clans. But, since you've said so, I'll also express my opinion. How about this? If you can convince the Yi clan, I'll marry you. As the saying goes, 3 flat pieces are not as round as 1 round, haha. This time, it was Yi Shiyu who couldn't take it anymore. All the hair on his body stood up and he jumped up. He gritted his teeth and said, Scram! You pervert! This was a loud scolding, but it was a man's voice. Zhuge laughed out loud, almost to the point of tears. You pervert! You use such means to make fun of others every day. Today, I'll let you have a taste of it. Yi Shiyu looked at him angrily for a long time. Finally, he burst out laughing. He sat back down. Zi Xieching, Chu Yong, and Chu Luer, who were in the grass, were completely speechless. If not for the fact that the two of them finally started to talk about serious matters, the 3 of them would have fainted. At the same time, Chu Yong was also full of admiration in his heart. Zhuge Jun is indeed worthy of being a person from a clan of wise men. This move of giving others a taste of their own medicine is extremely beautiful. Even a thick-skinned person like Yi Shiyu felt his hair stand on end, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. It seemed like a joke, but it was actually a confrontation between the 2 dukes of the 2 great clans. Yi Shiyu was currently in a disadvantageous position. This was because his best disgusting method had been countered by an even more disgusting method. Chu Yong thought to himself, I wonder what rank this Zhuge is in the Zhuge clan? If such a person was not ranked first in the Zhuge clan, then how scheming was the first duke of the Zhuge clan? How terrifying was that? Chu Yong thought again. How is this Zhuge Liang compared to Diwu Qingru? After thinking about it, he still felt that Zhuge was slightly inferior. This was because Diwu Qingrou's expression would never change no matter what. As for Zhuge Liang, no matter if it was because of his method or because he couldn't control it, his expression would always change. Zhuge said, "Brother Yi, law enforcement master Lang has been chasing after Hong Wuliang for hundreds of years. This time, he obviously received accurate news that Hong Wuliang is here. But why didn't he do it himself? Or let the people from the interrogation hall do it? Instead, he wants to borrow the power of the three great clans. What do you think?" Yi Shiyu's eyebrows twitched. He said faintly, "It must be because the law enforcement master of the interrogation hall has something on those old fellows in the clans. That's why they have no choice but to do things for him." "Of course." Zhuge rolled his eyes and said, "Of course it's because he has something on them. But everyone knows about the feud between Lang Yilong and Hong Wuliang. This time, he didn't do it himself. This matter is too suspicious. I'm talking about Lang Yilong's motive, not the reason why he instigated us." A rare frown appeared on Yi Shiyu's face. He pondered deeply and said, "There are indeed many things that the law enforcement masters can use against us big clans. But it's always been like this for generations. Although the law enforcement masters are powerful, they may not be able to completely suppress the big clans. But this time, the elders immediately agreed to Lang Yilong's suggestion. This in itself is very suspicious." Zhuge nodded. "That's right. As for Lang Yilong not doing it himself, it's definitely not because he's embarrassed." Yi Shiyu analyzed calmly. Of course. Zhuge didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lang Yilong caused a huge commotion at Hong Wuliang's wife's funeral back then. The two of them are enemies. Zhuge analyzed calmly. Later on, Lang Yilong killed Hong Wuliang's friends wantonly. The two of them met on the battlefield and became sworn enemies. Regardless of whether it's Lang Yilong or Hong Wuliang, as long as they received news of the other party, they would immediately rush over. Their lifelong ambition is to kill the other party personally. But this time, even though Hong Wuliang's whereabouts are known, Lang Yilong didn't do it. Zhuge said, "There must be a conspiracy behind this." Yi Shiyu was stunned. "It can't be that sinister, right? Your Zhuge clan always likes to associate everything with conspiracies. I really can't stand you guys." Zhuge said, "I think there are two possibilities why Lang Yilong didn't do it. The first possibility is that after so many years of disappearance, Hong Wuliang's cultivation is no longer what it used to be. Lang Yilong had already come to look for Hong Wuliang, but left after suffering a huge loss. That's why we were mobilized." Frowning, Yi Shiyu didn't speak. After a long while, he said, "That can't be." Zhuge was also silent for a moment before he said, "The first possibility is also the most unlikely. As for the second possibility, it's that Lang Yilong is at a critical juncture now. He can't split himself." Yi Shiyu put away his feminine demeanor. His eyes lit up and he lowered his voice. "You're saying he's about to advance to third-grade supreme martial artist? And he's currently breaking through the bottleneck?" Zhuge looked at him strangely and smiled. "Brother Yi, are you testing me?" Yi Shiyu blinked his eyes and laughed. Zhuge snorted and said, "Lang Yilong was already a third-grade supreme martial artist 270 years ago. Although this is top secret, I know what you mean the moment you ask. Brother Yi, you actually dare to speak like this in front of the Zhuge clan. I really admire your narrow-mindedness." Having his thoughts exposed, Yi Shiyu instantly reverted to his old ways. He stomped his feet in embarrassment, twisted his waist, and winked at Zhuge. "You're so annoying," Zhuge snickered. Both dukes had their own thoughts. Even though it was a conversation like this, they were both scheming. They were both digging holes for each other. Yi Shiyu deliberately said third grade. If the Zhuge clan didn't know, Zhuge would naturally report this news back. In that case, the Zhuge clan's analysis of Lang Yilong would be greatly discounted. If there were any changes in the future, the Zhuge clan would suffer heavy losses because of this misjudgment. At the very least, it would affect one party's plan. And Zhuge's subsequent pointing out was equivalent to spoiling another one of Yi Shiyu's schemes. The one who was truly at a loss now was Yi Shiyu. Because according to Zhuge's analysis, Lang Yilong might be breaking through to fourth-grade supreme martial artist. This piece of news was of utmost importance to the big clans. But was this piece of news true or false? Should they report it or not? If they reported it, what if it was false? If they didn't report it, what if it was true? If they took it seriously and adjusted their plans to deal with Lang along, then they might end up doing something like shooting a stone at a mosquito. It would be a waste of energy, and this would lead to the weakening of their strength in other areas. Fourth grade supreme martial artist. How could those who paid attention to him be mediocre? The two dukes each had their own schemes. On the surface, they appeared to be harmonious, but deep down, they were at loggerheads and plotting against each other. Because everyone knew that the 10,000-year cycle of reincarnation was coming. Once the Tribulation Sword Master appeared, the law enforcement officers would still be biased towards him even though they appeared to be fair on the surface. Once the Tribulation Sword Master appeared, it meant that the honeymoon period between the big clans and the law enforcement officers had come to an end. Even if there was a huge battle, it wasn't impossible. Every 10,000-year cycle of reincarnation, there would be a huge battle between the big clans and the law enforcement officers. How could they not guard against such a thing? Moreover, it had already been more than 1,000 years. Where's that bastard? Yi Shiyu couldn't figure out what was going on, so he could only change the topic. As he spoke, he revealed an undisguised look of disgust. That bastard is flirting with women. Zhuge snorted and said, Then, when I used the heaven and earth magical hearing to detect the movements within a radius of a few hundred miles, I happened to hear that bastard talking. What was he talking about? Yi Shiyu asked with great interest. Zhuge took out a strange-shaped metal ear-like thing and said, Activating the heaven and earth magical hearing once consumes too much energy. I only heard a few sentences, and then I heard Lan Ruoyan say, Miss, why don't we fight? Let them all leave? Do you want to fight on the bed? Or should we fight here? Or in the water? Or on the tree? Zhuge actually imitated Lan Ruoyan's voice to perfection. Even the lust in his voice was imitated in its original way. Now, that bastard is probably doing that fighting, Zhuge said disdainfully. Yi Shiyu was furious. That bastard is flirting with our weak women again. What else did he say? Do you know how much energy it consumes for me to activate the heaven and earth magical hearing? Just hearing a few sentences already disgusted me. Zhuge said angrily, Do you think that I'm using the heaven and earth magical hearing to listen to the bed? Yi Shiyu was also furious. That bastard is flirting with beautiful women, and you actually didn't do anything when you heard it? You let him do whatever he wants and cause great physical and mental harm to us weak women? Zhuge snorted. I want to do something, but didn't your clan warn you this time? Don't offend Lan Ruoyan. Don't you know who's behind him? Yi Shiyu was still angry. But I feel angry when I hear such words, as if he's raping me. Raping you? He's raping you. Zhuge finally spat out a mouthful of tea and coughed continuously. Chapter 9:27. After scolding for a while, Yi Shiyu also became dejected. I feel disgusted when I see that bastard Lan Ruoyan. But the old monster behind that bastard is indeed not easy to deal with. He sighed and said, Didn't this bastard's legs get broken by Meng Se previously? How did he recover so quickly? How depressing. Zhuge smiled and said, The last time this fellow tried to kidnap a girl, Meng Se encountered him. After learning of his identity, he still broke his legs. However, because of these two legs, the family paid a price of 10,000 purple crystals. Meng Se was also grounded by the family and is not allowed to leave. Yi Shiyu said with a face full of reverie, Meng Se, he's a real man. Such a man is a good match for us girls. The corner of Zhuge's mouth twitched. Chu Yang and Zi Sheqing exchanged glances. It turned out that this Lan Ruoyan had a big backer behind him. No wonder he could be the 7th Duke of the Lan clan. Yi Shiyu said with great interest, Brother Zhuge, that old monster is already 1,000 years old. Why does he treasure this bastard Lan Ruoyan so much? Zhuge looked at him strangely. You don't know? Yi Shiyu was startled. What do I know? Zhuge smiled strangely and looked left and right. Then, he moved his mouth closer and said in a low voice, I heard. Remember, it's only hearsay. That old monster's yin and yang were disrupted more than 20 years ago, and he almost went mad. He rushed out from his seclusion and raped Lan Ruoyun's mother. Who would have thought that with one shot, Lan Ruoyun was born? Say, this old thing has never been married his whole life, and he actually has a child at 1,000 years old. How much does he treasure this child? Yi Shiyu opened his mouth wide and his eyes were full of shock. His voice trembled as he said, He's already 1,000 years old and his spear skills are still so accurate. Keep quiet. Zhuge shouted. Too shocking. I'm so shocked. Yi Shiyu patted his chest with one hand and looked as if he was still in shock. Damn it. He's too strong. He's so old and he's still so good. This kind of person is definitely a good match for us girls. Not only was he too shocked, Chu Yang and Zi Sheching in the bushes were also too shocked. The two of them were so shocked that they almost lost their ability to speak. There was actually such a thing. No wonder this Lan Ruoyun was so unbridled. It turned out that he had a father who was 7,000 years old then. Chu Yang thought of the twin soul connection, one heart for 10,000 miles on Lan Ruoyun. He knew how much his supreme martial artist father treasured him. No wonder. Fortunately, he didn't kill him. If that was the case, he would let his 7,000-year-old father go and settle the score with that pack of wolves. Thinking of this, Chu Yang immediately took pleasure in his misfortune. Right at this moment, someone hurriedly came over to report. Third young master, we found the cave where Hong Wuliang is hiding. It's just below this cliff, close to the middle. Yi Shiyu and Zhuge were both stunned. Neither of them moved. Zhuge chuckled and said, Brother Yi, this is a good opportunity for your Yi clan to befriend law enforcement Master Lang. Brother Yi, please give the order. I'll support you. Yi Shiyu laughed. How would I dare to steal Brother Zhuge's limelight? Brother Zhuge, it's better if you give the order. The sooner we understand this matter, the sooner we can return. This is the perfect opportunity for me to witness the Zhuge clan's ingenuity. Both of them knew that this battle was extremely dangerous. The other party was only one person, but he had the cultivation of a supreme martial artist. Although there were quite a number of people from their clans, and their strength was far greater than the other parties, it was absolutely impossible for them to take down the other party without paying a heavy price. At such a time, the price was usually a huge loss. Such a loss, of course, should be pushed away as much as possible. No, you should do it. No, you should do it. Both of them had a cordial smile on their faces, as if they were confiding in each other wholeheartedly. Both of them insisted on giving this great credit to the other party. After a long while, both of them sighed at the same time. It's a pity that Lan Ruoyun, that lecherous hothead, isn't here. Otherwise, we would have saved a lot of effort, Yi Shiyu said sadly. I don't know where that bastard has gone to. Zhuge agreed. Although the two of them were disgusted by Lan Ruoyun leading the team here, they also felt that it was actually not bad to have such a straightforward person in front of them, who would rush forward excitedly after being instigated a little. At least, they could avoid their own losses. They didn't expect that at such a critical juncture, the people from the Lan clan actually went missing altogether. The two of them argued for a long time, and finally reached an agreement. Zhuge would be in command, and Yi Shiyu would be on the sidelines to assist. The people from the Yi clan and Zhuge clan would be under Zhuge's command, and they would be paired according to their strength. Such a battle was simply torture, but the two of them were very calculative. They weren't calculative about who would do the work, but they were calculative about how much strength they could preserve in the future battle. After making up their minds, Zhuge Yun immediately started to give out orders. This is a cliff, and we don't know how long it is on both sides, so there's definitely no exits on both sides. This cave is at the bottom of the cliff, and it's too high to go up a few thousand feet. So, there's definitely no way out. If there's a way out, it must be at the back of the mountain. Third Elder, you bring a few people to the back of the mountain first. You must block all possible exits. Once you discover someone escaping from there, stop him immediately and send out a signal immediately. Even if you have to risk your life, you can't let him escape. Zhuge Yun blocked the escape route of Wei Wuyan and his disciple. Yes, a man in blue cupped his hands and accepted the order. With a wave of his hand, he brought a few people with him and left like a whirlwind. When you reach there, report back immediately when you're ready, Zhuge instructed.
Yes.
This third elder had already left without a trace. Brother Yi, send a few people. When I give the order, cut down all the vines on the mountain wall. Zhuge said, if there's such a thing, there's definitely a mechanism. We don't know the secret behind it, but Hong Wuliang definitely knows, and he can use it flexibly. Even if there's no mechanism, with these vines as stepping stones, he'll definitely be faster than us in this place where he's lived for a long time. Cut it down first. Okay. Yi Shiyu agreed readily this time. He immediately arranged the manpower. The other party is in the cave, and we're not familiar with the terrain. It's easy to defend and hard to attack, and we don't know if there's a water source and how much food there is. So, when the entrance of the cave is exposed, we'll first light a fire, roll up the thick smoke, mix it with poison, and pour it into the cave. Okay. Chu Yang, who was in the bushes, secretly praised. Brilliant plan. Once we're sure that the thick smoke can fill the cave to the point that nothing can be seen, the few supreme martial artists elders will immediately rush into the cave. Now, you can use a black cloth to cover your eyes and adapt to the darkness in a dark place, Zhuge ordered decisively. Yes. Now, when we've confirmed that the third elder is in position, we'll immediately take action. Zhuge finished the arrangement and turned to look at Yi Shiyu. Brother Yi, do you have anything else to add? Yi Shiyu said with some admiration, Brother Zhuge, you're very capable. I admire you very much. This was his heartfelt words. Zhuge had really thought of all aspects, blocking the escape route, assisting the enemy, using the thick smoke, poison together, knowing that the other party wouldn't be poisoned to the point of fainting. But he had successfully created a situation where both parties were on equal footing. Because of the smoke, both parties couldn't see anything. Although it was more dangerous to rush in and fight in such a situation, it had successfully offset part of the other party's geographical advantage. Because the other party couldn't see anything, using a black cloth to cover one's eyes to adapt to the darkness was even more ingenious. If it wasn't for this small thing, one would definitely feel uncomfortable rushing into the dark fog from a bright place. Although this uncomfortable feeling only lasted for a short moment, it was enough for a supreme martial artist to attack 1,000 times. What would it feel like to be attacked by 1,000 times at the same time? Chu Yang dared not underestimate this Zhuge more and more. If he were to have a conflict with the Zhuge clan in the future, he might become enemies with this person. When that time came, he had to deal with him carefully. Zi Xiecheng also cautiously transmitted a message to Chu Yang. This small thing, you have to be careful of his schemes. Chu Yang nodded silently. A strange bird's chirping sound came from afar, and it reverberated for a long time. Zhuge listened carefully and smiled. The third elder has already found the exit of the back mountain and has sealed it. Let's take action immediately. Yi Shiyu nodded. With a twist of his buttocks, he waved his hand. Chop down those vines for me. Their figures soared up like big birds. Their black clothes seemed to cover the sunlight. With a neat flip in midair, the four figures transformed into 4 long rainbows that connected the heavens and the earth. These 4 people actually performed the supreme sword technique of body and sword at the same time and dashed towards the stone wall. Chu Yang didn't know what the vines were made of, but he still had to be careful. If the vines were extremely hard and couldn't be chopped off with a sword, it would be a big problem. The people from the Zhuge clan also jumped down. As they flew, they wielded their swords and sabers. Countless big trees were chopped down. Then, each of them carried a big tree as big as a hill and jumped down. When the vines fell, they would immediately set them on fire. The 3 supreme martial artists stood beside the 2 dukes with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were covered with black cloth, and they were ready to attack at any time. The situation was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Yi Shiyu laughed tenderly and said, Brother Zhuge, let's go down too. It's too far away from here. I really want to see how Hong Wuliang, who defeated Lang Ilong in love 2,000 years ago, looks like. Zhuge smiled and nodded. With a whoosh, the 2 of them also jumped down the cliff. The 3 supreme martial artists followed closely. Finally, there was no one on this mountain wall. We should go down now. From what these people said, they don't know that Wei Wuyan's teacher has already practiced the purple crystal hand for hundreds of years. Once these people attack, They will definitely attack with all their might. I'm afraid it's too late. Chuyang transmitted his voice. It's okay. Zixing listened attentively to the movements below. She said lightly, since you want to show kindness, you should do it at the most important moment. How to show kindness to others and let them remember it for life is also a kind of knowledge. You have to learn this. You acted when his life wasn't in danger. At most, you could only make him feel grateful to you because he hadn't had the time to feel the horror of death. Therefore, his gratitude towards you wasn't very deep. However, you acted when his life was at stake. At that time, he would have died, and you would have become his second parent. Chapter 9:28. That's right, it's the three of us. The elder from the Zhuge clan said indifferently, Hong Wuliang, you've been holed up here for so many years that you've become dumb. Do you want to go out with us, or do you want us to carry you out? Hong Wuliang chuckled and said, although I've been living in seclusion here and haven't gone out for many years, I'm not someone the three of you can handle. However, I really didn't expect that the three of you would also become Lang Elong's lackeys. He suddenly said in a low voice, what benefits did Lang Elong promise you? Have both the Yi clan and the Zhuge clan been caught by Lang Elong? This isn't a good feeling, right? Ha 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 ha. Yi Anren said indifferently, it's better to be caught by someone than to lose your life. Attack. With a loud roar, he charged forward with his body stretched out. The three of them attacked at the same time, forming a triangle and sandwiching Hong Wuliang. Hong Wuliang let out a loud shout and stretched out his hands. A pile of purple crystals at the side of the cave suddenly flew into his hands. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. His skinny body suddenly swelled up and a thick purple aura was swallowed into his stomach. There were more than 1,000 purple crystals in this pile, but they were all sucked clean by him in an instant. Hong Wuliang's face turned red at once. He shouted, let's fight. He rushed forward and actually took the initiative to attack. The four of them attacked together. A figure flew over from the sky and jumped into the battle. It was Wei Wuyan. If you want to kill my teacher, you'll have to kill me first. Wei Wuyan let out a loud shout and rushed over with all his might. Yi Anren snorted and shouted, you actually dare to interfere in a battle between third-grade supreme martial artists. With a slap of his palm, a sharp whistling sound was heard. A thick fog was accurately aimed at Wei Wuyan's Wuyan sword. With a loud bang, the palm and Wuyan's sword faced each other. With a loud bang, Yi Anren didn't retreat at all. There wasn't even a red spot on his palm, but Wei Wuyan flew back with his sword and crashed heavily into the stone wall. Stones from the top of the cave fell down. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wei Wuyan was a half-step supreme martial artist, but compared to a third-grade supreme martial artist, he was as weak as a baby. The difference between the ranks of supreme martial artists was so clear-cut. Hong Wuliang and the other two people had already started fighting. The three of them were holding back their strength so as not to cause the mountain peak to collapse. However, the howling wind was like a hurricane in the cave. In an instant, there was no sound in their ears. Hong Wuliang's expression was calm, and he fought steadily. It was as if he didn't see his brother being sent flying. He was already seriously injured. Although his cultivation had increased a lot over the years, it was all thanks to the purple crystal's power. If he lost the purple crystal, he would not be able to escape the torture of the purple crystal hand even if his cultivation improved by another fold. Yi Anren watched the battle with his hands behind his back. Seeing that he was not needed for the time being, he slowly walked to Wei Wuyan's side and asked, Shao, your teacher has the purple crystal hand? Who did it? Wei Wuyan snorted and laughed. Who is my master's biggest enemy? Yi Anren's expression changed. Lang Elong. Wei Wuyan sneered. It's good that you know. He didn't want to answer the other party's question at first, but upon hearing that the other party didn't seem to know the truth of this matter and didn't even know that Lang Elong had the purple crystal hand, therefore, he was naturally happy to tell him. The purple crystal hand was one of the most insidious martial arts techniques in the world, even more insidious than the hand of severing descendants. The hand of severing descendants was only targeted at young people. Generally, when one reached the supreme martial artist level, They were all old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. How would they have any thoughts of continuing their lineage? Therefore, the experts weren't afraid of it. As for the purple crystal hand, it was used against experts. Unless you exceeded the supreme martial artist level and crossed the celestial realm, you could avoid it. Otherwise, even if you were a 5th-grade supreme martial artist, if you were ambushed by the purple crystal hand, you wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being accompanied by the purple crystal all day long. There would be a day when he would be bankrupt, losing both his wealth and his life. The most insidious thing about the purple crystal hand was that it wouldn't kill you on the spot. Moreover, the lifespan of an expert was very long. The purple crystal hand would accompany you for your entire life, causing you to be tortured by the purple crystal hand all the way until you died. It was one of the most insidious martial arts techniques that experts of the heavenly layer were most afraid of. As long as the Yi clan and the Zhuge clan knew about this, they would naturally be on guard against Lang Yilong. In fact, they might even secretly kill him. Although Wei Wuyan didn't understand why Lang Yilong actually didn't show up personally this time and instead asked someone from a big clan to do it, it could be considered a bad move. As for what exactly his intentions were, he definitely wouldn't hide it for Lang Yilong. So Lang Yilong has practiced the purple crystal hand. No wonder, no wonder. Yi Anren's expression was grave as he nodded slowly. He didn't know what he was thinking about. He turned to look at the battlefield and said dispassionately, "How many years has it been since your master practiced the purple crystal hand?" Wei Wuyan replied, "He has been missing for as many years as he has. If it wasn't for the purple crystal hand, who would be willing to hide? Would you?" You have a sharp tongue." Yi Anren smiled. "In that case, all these years, it has been you who has been providing purple crystals to your master?" "That's right. As his younger brother, this is what I should do," Wei Wuyan said proudly. "What a loyal and devoted disciple." Yi Anren laughed sarcastically. "Your master must have told you that he needs a large amount of purple crystals after practicing the purple crystal hand. Every day, he needs purple crystals to maintain the lowest consumption, right?" Wei Wuyan said furiously. "Which one of those who has practiced the purple crystal hand isn't like this? Do I need you to tell me that?" Yi Anren smiled strangely. "Which one isn't like this? Then which one have you seen? Other than your master, who else have you seen who has practiced the purple crystal hand?" Wei Wuyan snorted. "Even if I haven't, only purple crystals can treat the purple crystal hand. There is no doubt about this." "That's right. You must have suffered a lot in order to get purple crystals for your master all these years, right?" Yi Anren's expression was strange. Wei Wuyan snorted and didn't say anything else. Thinking of the suffering he had gone through all these years, how could it be described as a lot of suffering? Back then, his wife had just given birth and was taking care of the child at home. His master urgently needed him to deliver the purple crystals, so he had no choice but to leave his wife alone at home and deliver the purple crystals to his master first. But who would have thought that it would be an eternal farewell? When he hurried back after delivering the purple crystals to his master, his beloved wife had already become a cold corpse. Even his own son had died an unnatural death. Till now, he still didn't know who his enemy was. How could it be just a lot of suffering? For his master, he had sacrificed his family, his youth, and all his life's efforts. But Wei Wuyan had hidden all these in his heart and never told anyone. At one side, Hong Wuliang shouted loudly, "Yi Anren, what nonsense are you talking about? Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Don't harm my brother." As he shouted, he wanted to rush over, but the two supreme martial artists were firmly restraining him. Hong Wuliang couldn't rush over and could only shout continuously. Yi Anren smiled mockingly and said, "What a righteous master and a loyal brother. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that your loyal brother has been cheated and sold by your most respected and righteous master." Bullshit. Wei Wuyan was furious. His master's concern just now made Wei Wuyan tremble all over. In an instant, he only felt that all the suffering in his life was worth it. Seeing that Yi Anren actually wanted to slander his master, Wei Wuyan was instantly furious. "Bullshit? Haha. Ask your master. He's right here." After getting the purple crystal hand, You can only maintain the minimum requirements, and your cultivation won't improve at all. But if you want your cultivation to continue to improve after getting the purple crystal hand, you must start to use double the amount of purple crystals from the first day you get the purple crystal hand. Do you understand? Double the amount of purple crystals. Yanran laughed loudly and said, "Your master got the purple crystal hand all these years, but we were of the same generation back then. We've reached such a realm now, but he, a person who got the purple crystal hand, has also reached such a realm. He's really damn fast. If he didn't use double the amount of purple crystals, how could he have improved?" Wei Wuyan was shouting angrily, but when he heard this, he was suddenly dumbfounded. After a long time, he shouted crazily, "Bullshit! Bullshit! Bullshit!" Yanran smiled and said, "Your master is right here. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask him directly?" Wei Wuyan didn't believe him, but he couldn't help but look at his master. Hong Wuliang was fighting. His face was red and he said deeply, "Wuyan, don't believe him. Don't you understand what kind of person I am?" Wei Wuyan said blankly, "Yes, master." He had been with Hong Wuliang for more than 1,000 years. How could he not understand his master? As soon as Hong Wuliang said this, Wei Wuyan immediately knew that Yi Anren was telling the truth. If it wasn't true, Hong Wuliang would have already stomped his feet and roared angrily. But now, Hong Wuliang was explaining to him in such a heavy and serious tone. Explanation. Wei Wuyan only felt that his mind was buzzing. He suddenly remembered Chu Yang's words. With the purple crystal hand, one's cultivation can't improve. Of course, if Chu Yang didn't finish his sentence. However, Wei Wuyan finally understood why Chu Yang wanted to say something but hesitated at that time. Chu Yang was worried that if his master improved instead and told him the truth, he would be very sad. Wei Wuyan only felt that the world was spinning. He muttered, Then my wife. Didn't she die too unjustly? If that was really the case, wouldn't the purple crystals that he had earned all these years be enough to support his master for another 700 years? If that was really the case, why would he have to rush over to deliver the purple crystals and cause his beloved wife to die? You have a wife? Son? Dead? Yi Anren looked at him pitifully. Yes, Wei Wuyan said muddle-headedly. Then, your wife and son didn't die unjustly at all. They deserve to die. Yi Anren laughed mockingly and said, Their existence will greatly slow down the speed at which you earn purple crystals for your master. If they don't deserve to die, who should? As if a bolt from the blue had struck his head, Wei Wuyan suddenly felt that the world had changed colors. Chapter 929. Wei Wuyan suddenly recalled that during that period of time, he indeed went out on fewer missions. How could he not be attached to his family when he had just gotten a wife? Moreover, it was after half a lifetime of hardships. When he was nearly 100 years old, he unintentionally saved a family. That was how he got his wife's favor and committed herself to him. Although he looked like he was in his prime at that time, he was indeed a white-haired and beautiful woman in terms of age. For his master, he had never thought of having a family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until he was more than 100 years old. He only wanted to be an ox or a horse for the rest of his life to repay his master's kindness in nurturing him. When he was old and took care of his master, he would be lonely. At that time, he was moved by true love and got married. However, he only dared to tell his wife's family that he was in his 40s. After marriage, the couple was in love. During that period of time, he was as happy as a fairy. After he had a wife and a family, he felt that he was no longer a rootless duckweed. He finally had a root, a concern, and a goal. After 3 years of marriage, he found love again. It was really like a pearl or a treasure. He only felt that there was no other person in the world who was happier than him at that time. He remembered that at that time, he almost rushed over to tell his master that he was going to get married. He was already more than 100 years old, but he was like a child showing off in front of his father, telling his master about his happiness. He had already forgotten what his master's expression was like at that time. However, it wasn't as happy as he expected. He only remembered that he was a little disappointed at that time, but then he was immersed in happiness. On the day of the wedding, He begged his master shamelessly for a long time before his master went down the mountain to preside over his wedding. After that, he hurried back. He still remembered that after he had a son, he rushed over to tell his master the good news. His master's face was a little ugly at that time. After marriage, he was happy, but he never dared to forget his master. Whenever he was free, he would do missions to earn purple crystals and send them to his master. However, because he was a newlywed, there were still a few times when he was almost delayed. But he didn't. That time, he received a notice from his master that there were no more purple crystals. So, he threw everything aside and sent the purple crystals first. Although his wife and son had died an unnatural death after he came back, he never doubted his master in his heart. He also never resented his master. What kind of person was his master? His master was the person who nurtured him. Without his master, how could he have today's achievements? His master would never do anything to harm him. Although master was strict and sometimes unreasonable, he was always alone here. It was normal for him to be in a bad mood. No one could stand being alone for so many years. Therefore, after he had nothing to worry about, he decided to stay here as well. Other than earning purple crystals from missions, he would accompany his master here. And now, he had actually heard such a terrifying truth. At the side, the battle between the three of them was getting more and more intense. Hong Wuoyang's face was like iron. He attacked left and right, and his eyes were calm and cold. The icy aura that belonged to the supreme of ice and snow lingered around his body. Although the entire cave was filled with smoke, it was also very cold. Wei Wuyan felt as if he was in a dream. Looking at his master who was moving around like lightning, he only felt that he had fallen into a nightmare that he could not wake up from. Everything he saw and heard seemed so unreal. Wei Wuyan's tears finally fell. At such a close distance, and Yi Anren had deliberately raised his voice. How could Hong Wuoyang not hear him? Just a moment ago, he was still explaining, but now, he didn't even bother to explain. Master! Wei Wuyan cried out with heart-wrenching pain. The battle over there stopped abruptly. The two supreme martial artists of the Zhuge clan leaped back at the same time, and the three of them stood in a triangle formation. Hong Wuoyang stood there in a daze. When he heard his disciple's heartbreaking cry, his body trembled, but he didn't turn back. He sighed and said, Wuyan, remember that I once told you that you must not have any thoughts of family. That's the taboo of the inner demons of martial arts cultivation. If you want to climb to the peak of martial arts, don't think about those things. Wei Wuyan's mind was buzzing, and he saw stars. He said weakly, that was before my marriage. After I got married, Master, you know how much I cherish and depend on my family. I like the feeling of having a family. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Gentle and virtuous wife, lively and cute son. He still remembered that as long as he went out, his wife would always stand at the door to send him off. His return date was never fixed, but every time he returned, his wife would already be at the door to welcome him. You're going out? You must be more careful. With me at home, you can rest assured. Come back safe and sound. You're back? You must be tired from the journey. I'll go get some water for you to wash up. Take a nap and rest first. He still remembered when that little life was just born, lying in his arms, biting his finger and looking at him with a pair of clear eyes, that soft touch, that innocent gaze, that feeling of being connected by flesh and blood, conquered him in an instant. When he squealed and used his soft and chubby little hands that were full of fat pits to touch his face and smiled happily, he felt so satisfied and happy in his heart. He once swore that he would use his life and everything to protect his wife and his son. The oath was still beside his ears, but his lovely wife turned into a vengeful spirit. His wife lay stiffly on the ground, her face full of disbelief. She was already dead, but her eyes were still wide open in shock. Although her eyes were lifeless, he could see the shock in her eyes. His wife's eyes didn't even have time to show resentment and reluctance. Why? His lively and cute son had already turned into a pile of bright red meat paste. Who was so cruel? Even a baby was not spared? He remembered that he fainted on the spot. After a long time, He woke up and roared at the sky in extreme madness. From then on, besides carrying out missions to earn purple crystals, he went to the ends of the earth to look for his enemy. Ha ha ha. Looking for my enemy. Wei Wuyan suddenly laughed sadly. The four supreme martial artists looked at him. Wei Wuyan supported himself against the stone wall and stood up shakily. With his cultivation, even if he was seriously injured and his limbs were all broken, it wouldn't be so difficult for him to stand up. But now, Wei Wuyan was like an extremely weak ordinary person who had one foot in the grave. He only felt that his limbs didn't have any strength and his heart was empty. His heartbeat was obviously so fierce and wild, but when he listened to the sound of his own heartbeat, it was as if it came from another time and space. He finally stood up and supported himself against the stone wall. With blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, he staggered 2 steps forward, looked at Hong Wuliang and asked, "Teacher, I only want to ask you one thing." Hong Wuliang let out a long sigh. Looking up, he closed his eyes and said indifferently, "Ask away." Wei Wuyan's voice was very calm. Even he himself found it strange that his voice could actually be so calm at this moment. "Teacher, Er and Xiaozhan, were you killed by you?" Wei Wuyan repeated the last few words several times before he finally completed his sentence. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing, but his eyes stared fiercely at his teacher without blinking. Hong Wuliang chuckled and said indifferently, "Brother Yi, my whereabouts have already been exposed because of the encirclement today. I originally thought that it was Lang Along, that bastard, so I didn't move and waited here for him to come in so that I could have a battle to the death with him." He smiled indifferently. "I didn't expect it to be the 3 of you who came in. There must be other people outside, right?" His younger brother Wei Wuyan was waiting for him to answer, but he was trying to change the topic. Yi Anren nodded. "That's right. In order to capture you, the Yi clan, Zhuge clan, and Long clan have mobilized a total of 3 supreme martial artists. The 3 of us are here, but there are 3 more outside." Hong Wuliang chuckled. "Looks like I won't be able to escape this calamity today." Yi Anren said indifferently, "Now, you indeed have nowhere to go." "Nowhere to go," Hong Wuliang murmured in an extremely low voice. He raised his head and thought silently for a while. Then, he didn't speak anymore. Wei Wuyan's body trembled even more violently. He roared, "Teacher, I'm asking you a question." This sentence had already sounded like a roar. His voice had already lost its usual reverence and admiration. Hong Wuliang looked up at the sky and said softly, "I already have nowhere to go. Only death awaits me. There's no harm in telling you the truth." As he spoke, he looked at Wei Wuyan. His voice was actually very calm as he said softly, "Since you've already guessed it, what else do you want me to say?" "Guessed it? Guessed it?" Wei Wuyan murmured. His eyes were empty. Suddenly, he laughed wildly. He laughed so hard that his whole body trembled. He laughed so hard that he used his hand to support himself against the wall again. He laughed so hard that big drops of tears gushed out from his eyes continuously. His laughter continued and reverberated. However, the 4 supreme martial artists present all felt an extreme misery. This laughter was indeed 100 times more miserable than crying. Wei Wuyan laughed and asked, "Just for purple crystals? Just for the purple crystals that you have to not only maintain your injuries but also improve? You want to rely on me to earn them? You think I'm earning them too slowly? Is that right? Is that right?" Hong Wuliang said lightly, "You shouldn't have slowed down the speed of earning purple crystals after you got married." He looked at his younger brother with some pity and said, "Actually, back then, I was also in a very difficult position. Wuyan, you're my only younger brother. I placed all my hopes on you. My heart ached for you. I thought very highly of you." "You were in a very difficult position? You placed all your hopes on me? You were heartless to me? You thought very highly of me?" Wei Wuyan laughed wildly. "You killed my beloved wife just because you felt heartache for me? You killed my only child just because you thought very highly of me?" Wei Wuyan's eyes widened. "Teacher, is this something you should say? Damn it, is this something a human should say?" Chapter 930. Hong Wuliang's thin face became a little distorted as he looked at his brother's joyful expression. He finally turned his head away. But then he suddenly turned back. Wu Yin, very good. You're going to fall out with me because of a woman? And at this moment of life and death? Wei Wuyin gritted his teeth and said, just a woman? Just a person? That's my wife. My child. In your mouth, she's just a woman? Hong Wuliang said coldly, Wei Wuyin. When you were at your wits' end back then, I took you in as my disciple and nurtured you carefully. I taught you all the unique skills that shocked the martial world. Have I ever asked for anything in return? I trained you from a little kid who knew nothing to the cultivation you have today. I let you shake the world with your might and make your name known to all. Have I ever asked for anything in return? Back then, I traveled all over the world to find elixirs for you, to cleanse your body and lay your foundation. I traveled thousands of miles through wind, frost, and snow. Have I ever asked for anything in return? I was injured and needed purple crystals to treat my illness. And you were filial. I was comforted and thought that I didn't recognize the wrong person. But what about you? As Hong Wuliang spoke, he felt that he had sacrificed a lot. Suddenly, he became self-righteous. What did you do? After you got married, you actually left me behind. There were a few times when the supply of purple crystals was almost cut off. You, on the other hand, only cared about your own happiness and left me alone in this desolate place. If I let them live, wouldn't I be killed by them? Hong Wuliang said hatefully, if I didn't kill them, should I have waited for myself to die from my injuries? Wei Wuyin looked at his master in a daze. At this moment, he felt that this person was so unfamiliar and so disgusting. He murmured, Master, do you know? On the day of the child's 1-month birthday, I told that when the child is 1 year old, I would send the mother and daughter here so that you can teach another grand disciple. Our whole family will be with you and serve you so that you can enjoy your old age. With here, I'm also relieved. I'll work hard outside to earn purple crystals and come back occasionally. Our whole family will be reunited. Wei Wuyin's tears fell like rain. I have fantasized countless times about us 3 generations gathering together happily and harmoniously. I even saw you lovingly protecting the naughty child and not letting me beat him. I've thought of everything and has agreed. In the future, this will be our root and our home. With the 2 of them by your side, I'm relieved. You won't be lonely. At that time, the child had just turned 1 month old. And I were worried that the child would not be able to bear the pain in the cave. So we temporarily stayed outside and waited for the child to turn 1 year old. I didn't tell you because I wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't expect this surprise to become a bolt from the blue. Ha ha ha. I regret it so much. I regret it so much. Wei Wuyin's tears flowed down. He was so heartbroken. Hong Wuliang suddenly opened his mouth wide and took 3 steps back. Are you telling the truth? Wei Wuyin finally exploded and roared. I've never lied to you in my whole life. Why should I lie to you now? Do you know? After was killed by you, she died with grievances. Do you know that she didn't even have time to be resentful until she died? There was only disbelief. Only disbelief. Why didn't she dare to believe it? Because she didn't expect you to kill her. She didn't even dream that the person who killed her would be the master that her husband respected the most and wanted to be filial to the most. You killed her so cruelly. Are you still a human? Are you still a human? Wei Wuyin roared. Hong Wuliang took 2 steps back helplessly and said dejectedly, Is that so? Wei Wuyin laughed miserably and muttered to himself, Funny, funny, really funny. Ha ha ha. This world is really funny. Ha ha ha. As he laughed crazily, blood spurted out from his mouth. He was seriously injured and his mind was in a mess. But he didn't care at all and let the blood that represented the vital energy spurt out from his mouth drop by drop. After laughing for a long time, Wei Wuyin finally knelt on the ground weakly. He pressed his forehead against the ground and cried loudly. He cried and laughed as if he had already gone crazy. Little Jean, my beloved wife, my son. The enemy who killed you. I found him. I found him. Ha ha ha. Isn't it funny? Don't you think it's funny? Wei Wuyin smashed his forehead on the ground fiercely. He was so sad that his heart was about to break. On one hand, I vowed in front of your graves that I would avenge you. On the other hand, I came to the enemy who killed you to ask about your well-being and fulfill my filial piety. On the other hand, I risked my life to earn purple crystals for the enemy who killed you. You just looked at me like this from below. You looked at me being stupid. You looked at me being ordered around like a fool. You looked at me dying countless times. Didn't you feel sad down there? Didn't you feel helpless? Didn't you feel angry? Isn't this the greatest sorrow? You all died in his hands. He killed my beloved wife and my only son. He killed my happiness, cut off my hope, and let my Wei family have no descendants. But after that, I actually risked my life to serve him for more than 100 years. My beloved wife died with grievances. My child was crushed into meat paste by him. Did you see it? Did you see it? That pool of bright red meat paste. Who dares to recognize that it's my child? That's actually my child. That child was actually killed by my master. And I actually lived like this for more than 100 years. Am I still human? Am I still human? Wei Wuyan suddenly raised his head. He looked horrifying and roared towards the sky. His forehead was already dripping with blood. The corners of his eyes were already cracked, and blood kept flowing out. Yanran and the other two looked at Wei Wuliang with some disdain. None of them were good people, but it was really the first time they saw someone who wanted to kill his brother's wife and child, and cut off all his distracting thoughts to make him work for him. Not to mention, all of this was caused by him. For example, you only need 1 purple crystal a day, but you insist on having 2. He forced his own disciple to risk his life to earn purple crystals, and he actually complained that his disciple's wife was a hindrance to him. What kind of logic was this? At this moment, outside the cave, Zixieqing was also recounting to Chu Yang what had happened in the cave. Her cultivation was powerful. It was easy for her to eavesdrop on the movements here from such a long distance. Chu Yang was filled with righteous indignation. He was dumbfounded. It's actually like this? Zixieqing snorted coldly. I've already said that Wei Wuyan's master is not a good person. But you didn't believe me. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I also have a master. I know how sacred my master is. The person I respect the most in my life is my master. So, I can completely understand Wei Wuyan's loyalty to his master. I never thought that there would be such a master in this world. Chu Yang sighed and thought of Meng Chaoran. He believed that if he and his master had really reached the level of Wei Wuyan's master, his master would have already killed himself. He wouldn't want to be a burden to him and Wei Wuyan. Meng Chaoran was such a person, but Wei Wuyan's master was the other extreme. In this world, the most terrible things are nothing but greed. Zixieqing said lightly, when there's no danger to life and death, any bad person can look like a saint. But when it's a critical moment, when he's out of control, he'll surprise people. Wei Wuyan's master, Hong Wuliang, is such a person. Zixieqing suddenly paused and said, no. It turns out that his master's wife was the lover of Lang Ailong, but she was raped by Hong Wuliang. She had no choice but to give herself to him. There's such a thing. The veins on Chu Yang's forehead almost popped out. Shameless villain. He's indeed a shameless villain. Zixieqing nodded. I'm going to take action. Wei Wuyan is in a very bad situation now. Chu Yang said, okay. In such a situation, if he were to take action, he would only be a burden to Zixieqing. He might as well hide at one side and wait. Just at the moment when Zixieqing was about to appear, there was a sudden loud bang. The entire cliff on the opposite side suddenly broke into pieces and collapsed. In the midst of the smoke, 4 figures shot up into the air at lightning speed. Just now, the atmosphere in the cave was also close to exploding. Yanran sneered and said, Little one, do you really think that your master is a good person? It's hard for you to be so loyal to him. But this guy has always been good at disguising himself. Lang Along, like you, was also tricked into working for him, risking his life to enter the martial world. Ha ha ha. Wei Wuyan muttered, it's thorns. Yanran said, do you know why Lang Along is so irreconcilable with him? Ha ha ha. Hong Wuliang shouted furiously, stop. Yanran said, why should I stop? Don't tell me that you're not allowed to talk about what you've done? Humph. Back then, Lang Along saved a woman, and the two of them fell in love with each other. When your master saw that the woman was beautiful, he actually used despicable means to rape her. She had no choice but to leave Lang Along heartbroken. From then on, she disappeared without a trace. You're talking nonsense. Hong Wooyong roared furiously. I'm talking nonsense? Tell me yourself, how did your wife die? Yi Anren sneered. Wasn't she still tortured to death by you? You were jealous and angry that your wife couldn't forget Lang Along and actually killed him. Lang Along traveled thousands of miles to mourn for her but was rejected by you. It was only after Lang Along secretly checked the corpse that he found out the reason. That was why he fought with you. Hong Wooyong, tell me yourself, am I speaking the truth? Yi Anren sneered. I'm talking nonsense? In the big clans, every clan has records of supreme martial artists. All the big clans have records of this matter. Hong Wooyong, you despicable little one. Chapter 931. Yi Anren's words directly poked at Hong Wooyong's sore spot, causing Hong Wooyong to retaliate strongly. At the moment when his wife was mentioned, Hong Wooyong suddenly exploded. What do you know? Yi Anren, what right do you have to criticize my family matters? Hong Wooyong roared. His lotus-like features twisted and his whole body trembled. Suddenly, he retreated with a shout. Everyone thought that he was going to attack, but they didn't expect him to retreat in such a situation. They were all stunned for a moment before they attacked at the same time. Hong Wooyong had already flown more than 100 feet away. He opened his hand and sucked. On the ground, thousands of purple crystals were sucked into the air. In an instant, they turned into a round purple gas and were sucked into his mouth like a whale sucking in water. Only then did he turn around abruptly. With a hideous smile, extremely strong cold air suddenly emitted from his body and exploded violently. His palms crazily struck out hundreds of times without any restraint. The three of them cursed in their hearts at the same time. They had to deal with such a violent attack with all their might. They had forgotten about this point. As a person with the purple crystal hand, after a period of time, the speed of absorbing the power of the purple crystals would become faster and faster. They could even suddenly release all the power of the purple crystals. Although the injuries of the purple crystal hand in their bodies would be aggravated by 5 times after this attack was still unstoppable. Left with no choice, the three of them exploded with all their might to resist. At the same time, Yi Anren sent out a telepathic message. Pay attention to the top. The power of the 4 supreme martial artists suddenly exploded in the cave. With a boom, the space around the cave expanded and split open at the same time. The huge mountain above also disintegrated abruptly. The whole mountain suddenly burst open and collapsed. Hong Wooyong roared and flew upwards towards the collapsed mountain like lightning. His palms were like huge axes that split open the sky, striking all the way up. Facing the collapsing mountain, he actually dashed upwards through every gap that was left by a hair's breadth. Moreover, his body was nimble. He dodged and moved. When the huge rocks came down, he smashed them with his palms and continuously created a path for him to dash outwards. Below, Yi Anren and the other two shouted at the same time. They followed behind him and dashed upwards with the same movements. What kind of power was the sudden collapse of the mountain? It could be said that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. However, these 4 supreme martial artists were charging straight up towards the mountain that was crashing down on them. It was as if there was nothing there. Wei Wuyan roared sorrowfully, I can't die. I want revenge. He stood up and was about to rush out, but he was seriously injured and couldn't rush out. Suddenly, a huge rock came crashing down and smashed him into the ground. The people waiting outside were wondering why there wasn't any movement inside. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion and the entire mountain collapsed. Countless boulders fell from above. They couldn't help being shocked and quickly dodged. Zhuge shouted, Don't panic. Seal the sky. Seal the sky. Hong Wooyong wants to escape from above. He suddenly regretted it. He had calculated everything, but how could he have overlooked this point? This was the battle prowess of a supreme being. In the blink of an eye, as the mountain collapsed, for silhouettes shot up into the sky like lightning. One of them was in the front, emitting a chilling aura. The other three were behind, emitting a towering rage. Hong Wooyong laughed loudly. Yanran, I'll take my leave. Everyone was a third-grade supreme martial artist. He had the upper hand and was already leading by quite a distance. As long as he changed his movement technique, he would be able to escape quickly, and under such circumstances, no one present could catch up with him. Yanran was angry and anxious. Hong Wooyong, you shameless villain. Your disciple is buried below. Are you not going to care about him? Hong Wooyong laughed loudly. He already doesn't recognize me as his master. Why should I care about him? He extended his body and flew away like a meteor. His body actually made a swoosh sound. Yanran sighed dejectedly, knowing that he couldn't stop him no matter what. Right at this moment, a faint voice said, "Who allowed you to leave?" Along with this faint voice, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Hong Wooyong. He stretched out a hand gently and pinched Hong Wooyong's skull as if he was pinching a snail with 3 fingers. Under this person's hands, Hong Wooyong actually didn't have any strength to struggle at all. He was just carried like a dead fish. His body swayed and swayed in the air, but he couldn't even say a word. Yanran and the other two involuntarily stopped and gasped at the same time. Who was this person? The 3 of them looked at each other in shock. He didn't even see how he came out, nor did he see when he flew up. It was as if he had been there all along. He only stretched out his hand lightly and caught Hong Wooyong as easily as catching a mosquito that was slowly flying over. What was Hong Wooyong's cultivation? What was Hong Wooyong's speed when he hurriedly ran for his life just now? Not to mention other things. How could Hong Wooyong be slow when he could make a sonic boom when he just started? But under this person's hands, he was just like a puppet that couldn't move on its own. Then, this person flew down with Hong Wooyong in his hand and gently kicked him. He kicked towards the void. With a whoosh, a hurricane was formed. An invincible force suddenly came out horizontally. The entire upper half of the mountain that had just collapsed was kicked a few thousand feet away strangely. Then, it landed on the other side with a loud rumble. The ground here was also shaking, but the sound was much softer than before. This person waved his sleeves, and the remaining big rocks at the bottom flew out like straw. In an instant, only a cave with its ceiling opened was left. The gravel made a sound, and a bloody figure stood up from the pile of gravel. His face was full of blood, and his body was ragged. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly, and only a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen. Then, this person staggered out, step by step. He seemed to be weak all over, but there was an aura of destruction around him. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 supreme martial artists were so shocked that they couldn't even stand steadily in the air. They landed on the ground one by one, protecting Yi Shiyu and Zhuge behind them. They looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Everyone looked up and saw this white figure holding Hong Wooyong standing a few hundred feet in front of them. This was an ostensibly safe distance. Although everyone knew that with this white figure's cultivation, he could kill them with just a raise of his hand, but seeing that he was standing so far away, everyone still felt a little relieved. They couldn't see what this figure looked like, and couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. It seemed to be completely covered by a layer of hazy white light. Everyone could only feel a cold gaze sweeping over them. I'll deal with this person. How about you all deal with him? The white figure finally opened his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, he actually spoke in a negotiating tone. It was a woman's voice. Everyone's hearts shook, and then they relaxed. Women were always soft-hearted. It seemed that there wasn't much danger today. At the same time, everyone became suspicious again. A woman? Where did such a powerful woman come from? I've never heard of such a powerful female expert in the heavenly layer. Feng Euro could be counted as one, but this person in white clearly wasn't Feng Euro. Yi Shiyu's mouth trembled, and he said with a pale face, "If this senior wants to deal with this person personally, I have no objections." Yi Shiyu naturally had his reasons for speaking before Zhuge. Although he was afraid, he also knew that this was a great opportunity. He had never seen such a peerless expert in his life. If he could leave a good impression on her, it would be very beneficial. Moreover, in Yi Shiyu's heart, there was another thought. We're all women, sisters. It should be easier to talk to, therefore, he spoke before her. And a wise man submits to circumstances. He immediately agreed to the white-robed person's request. Once Yishiyu spoke, the white-robed person suddenly became quiet. Everyone clearly saw that the white-robed person actually trembled as she grabbed Hong Wuliang's arm. Then, the white-robed person took in a breath of cold air. A strange emotion suddenly spread in his heart. Yishiyu instantly felt that something was wrong. His scalp inexplicably felt numb, and he was confused. He thought to himself, I didn't say anything wrong. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the white-robed person threw Hong Wuliang onto the ground, stepped on him with one foot, and opened her other hand. Yishiyu involuntarily flew up into the air. He exclaimed in shock, Elder. I. The man in white grabbed Yishiyu, and without any explanation, he slapped Yishiyu's face like a torrential downpour. She slapped him in the front, slapped him in the back, slapped him in the front, and slapped him repeatedly. Yishiyu couldn't move. His face was slapped to the left by one slap, then slapped to the right by another slap, and so on. In the blink of an eye, this third master Yi was beaten into a pig's head. His face was swollen. His eyes were filled with confusion. How did I offend you? Why did you hit me without any explanation? I'll let you. I'll let you. The white-robed person said angrily, You've disgusted me along the way, and now you actually dare to do so in front of me. Yishiyu widened his eyes miserably. So it's because of this. What a blunder. Go back. The white-robed person kicked Third Master Ye's stomach, and Yishiyu slipped back like he was on a slide. He actually happened to be standing at his original position again. After calming himself down, he hurriedly cupped his fists and laughed heartily. Elder, thank you for your teachings. Elder, thank you for your mercy. This sentence was already spoken in an authentic manly tone. After being beaten up, he actually started to thank the white-robed person immediately. The white-robed person snorted and said, Shut up. Yishiyu smiled apologetically and said flatteringly, Elder, if you ask me to shut up, I'll definitely not say a word. As he said, he indeed shut his mouth, looking like an obedient child. He turned around and walked behind Zhuge, but as he walked, he couldn't help but shake his butt twice, as if he had suddenly realized something. Then, he walked with a majestic gait, and only after 5 steps did he turn around and stand valiantly and proudly. Chapter 932. Zhuge wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. He took a few big steps forward and bowed respectfully. He said, Since Elder has said so, we'll naturally obey. I sincerely hope that you can come to the Zhuge clan to give us some pointers when you are free. The entire Zhuge clan will definitely be grateful to you. The white-robed man nodded lightly. Oh. Zhuge pretended to be hesitant and said, Elder, please bestow us with your name. We're after all juniors. We'll be able to answer to our clans when we return. Senior, please be magnanimous and forgive this junior's rudeness. Zhuge's every word and action displayed the classic elegance and respect of a textbook example. His voice was gentle, and his words were reasonable. Every word he said seemed to be sincere from the bottom of his heart. The white-robed man nodded. You can go. I can't tell you my name. Zhuge was startled and said, Yes? He bowed again and said, Since that's the case, we'll be waiting for Elder to come to the Zhuge clan anytime. We'll definitely open our doors and welcome you. The white-robed man said lightly, Go. Zhuge said, Yes. He didn't hesitate anymore. He bowed and walked backward for 8 steps. Then, he straightened his back, turned around and waved his hand. Let's go. Everyone immediately left in a single file. They didn't even look back. They acted as if they didn't see Wei Wuyan, who was getting closer and closer. Everyone knew clearly that the white-robed man flattened the mountain to save this person. Who dared to say a word? After walking for 1,000 feet, Zhuge looked up to the sky and roared. The few people who were hiding behind the mountain came over like shooting stars. They said a few words and left together. Chuyang faintly heard someone say, They're leaving just like that? Then, he didn't say anything. He must have been glared at by Zhuge. Yishiyu walked valiantly for 1,000 feet. When he turned around the foot of the mountain, his waist finally went limp and and he started to twist his butt again. As he twisted his butt, he broke out in cold sweat. But he didn't dare to complain. He knew that although he had walked far away, the white-robed man would definitely be able to hear him if he spoke now. Zhuge then smiled. "Brother Yi, how does it feel?" "Humph." Yi Shiyu turned his head away. I ignored him angrily. "This guy is digging a hole for me to jump into again." Zhuge laughed out loud. After a long while, he said with some lingering fear, "We were lucky enough to be able to escape alive after encountering such an expert." He looked back and said with a strange expression, "But why does this voice sound so familiar? I haven't seen Lan Ruoyun and the others yet. I don't know where they went even though such a big commotion happened." Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air and stamped his feet. "So that's how it is." "I see." Yi Shiyu asked curiously, "What are you up to again?" Zhuge sucked in a cold breath, his face pale. "I finally remember why this voice is so familiar. So it's her." Sigh. "Looks like Lan Ruoyun and the others are all dead now." "What do you mean?" Yi Shiyu asked curiously. "Do you still remember? I heard Lan Ruoyun flirting with a girl when I used Heaven and Earth God to listen." Zhuge Shun was puzzled. "Yes, you're saying?" Yi Shiyu suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth wide in shock. "You guessed it too?" "Yes, the girl he was flirting with is the one who was talking to us just now. Her voice is the same." Zhuge smiled bitterly. "Damn." Yi Shiyu couldn't help but say, "She's the one Lan Ruoyun wanted to fight with on the bed, on the water, on the tree?" Zhuge rolled his eyes. "That's her. Lan Ruoyun really has good eyesight. He found such a person to flirt with and even wanted to fight with her. Damn." This time, more than 30 people scolded together in shock. "That Lan Ruoyun is really daring." After scolding, everyone then came back to their senses and looked at each other. Lan Ruoyun was dead. That old monster was definitely going to be angry. As for Lan Ruoyun's death, he died when he was in a team with them. This matter. Let's go home quickly. Report this matter to the clan." Yi Shiyu said decisively. "Okay." Zhuge's face was solemn. The two of them looked at each other and saw each other's solemn face. They couldn't help but be mentally prepared for the upcoming storm. Zi Sheqing grabbed Hong Wuliang and stood there. Wei Wuyan walked in step by step with difficulty. Chu Yang hurriedly appeared with Chu Lu'er. "Brother Wei, are you okay?" Wei Wuyan looked at him with lifeless eyes and smiled bitterly. "What can happen to me?" Zi Sheqing said lightly, "Wei Wuyan, it's my fault for criticizing your teacher in front of you that day. I was wrong then. I hope you don't blame me." Right was right, wrong was wrong. Even though what she said back then had been confirmed, and Hong Wuliang was indeed a despicable person, she still apologized to Wei Wuyan for what she said back then. Wei Wuyan smiled bitterly. "I don't think you're wrong at all now. I only hate myself for being stupid." He raised his head in a daze and was in a daze for a while. Then, he lowered his head again and looked at Hong Wuliang on the ground. "Misty, I want to talk to him for a while." Sheqing lifted her leg and pointed at Hong Wuliang's body. Hong Wuliang's whole body trembled. Extreme pain and grief flashed in his eyes. Zi Sheqing sealed his dantian and meridians. "You don't have to leave." Wei Wuyan said softly, "I also need a witness." Sheqing and Chu Yang agreed at the same time. Wei Wuyan turned to look at Hong Wuliang. His eyes were full of hatred, but his tears couldn't help but flow down. His whole body trembled violently. "Teacher." Wei Wuyan's mouth trembled. "Why? Is it really just like that?" Hong Wuliang looked at him with a complicated look. A hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. He shut his mouth and didn't say anything. "Say something." Wei Wuyan roared in a low voice. Hong Wuliang didn't answer. Wei Wuyan sat down in front of him. He seemed to be saying something to Hong Wuliang, to himself, and to heaven and earth. His expression was sad and his gaze was perplexed. "I, Wei Wuyan, took my teacher as my teacher when I was young. At that time, my teacher was extremely powerful. I was just a small child. My teacher took a fancy to my aptitude and asked my family for permission to take me in as his disciple. From then on, he nurtured me with all his heart. I walked step by step under my teacher's guidance. From nothing, I became a martial artist, martial master, martial great, revered, martial king, martial emperor, martial monarch, martial saint. My teacher has always been very pleased with my hard work. Every time I made progress, my teacher would reward me. Every time I went out to gain experience, if I suffered a loss, my teacher would definitely stand up for me. Later on, my family members grew old one by one and left me one by one. Only my teacher was left by my side. At that time, my teacher was all I could rely on. He was all my hope. He was the most noble person in my heart. That year, I was a martial emperor. Because I concentrated on martial arts, I didn't have any thoughts of having a family. My teacher was also very anxious. He often urged me, saying that he wanted to have a grand disciple. He even went around looking for matchmakers for me. But that year, my teacher came back with serious injuries. It was the vicious purple crystal hand. I was originally persuaded by my teacher and wanted to find a woman to spend my days with. But when I saw my teacher in such a state, I had to take care of him. So, I suppressed that thought. From then on, I roamed the martial world and took on missions with my life on the line. Until I met Er. As Wei Wuyan said till here, he raised his face in disappointment and looked at the void with deep affection. But in the end, he didn't continue saying this part. He just swallowed his saliva. His breathing, which had already calmed down, gradually became like a broken bellows, whistling. Teacher, you're not saying anything. Does that mean you're admitting it? Is it because you can't refute it? Wei Wuyan asked in a low voice. He didn't wait for Hong Wuliang's reply and continued, right? Er was killed by you. My son, Xiao Zhan, was also killed by you. Your kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, but your hatred towards me is as deep as the sea. Wei Wuyan let out a long sigh. There's indeed a reason why I'm called Wei Wuyan. It's because I already have no face. I have no face to face my wife, because she was killed by you. I have no face to face my child, because he died because of me. I have no face to face my ancestors, because I already have no descendants. I have no face to face the heavens, because I acknowledged a thief as my father. I also have no face to face you, teacher, because I will definitely kill you. I'll end you in my hands. I, Wei Wuyan, have let down my wife. I'm heartless. I've let down my children. I'm unkind. I've let down my parents. I'm unfilial. I've let down my teacher. I'm unrighteous. Indeed, I have no face. Wei Wuyan stood up and asked Chu Yang, do you have water? Let me wash my face. He took the water from Chu Yang's water bag and washed his face carefully. He tidied up his hair and asked again, do you have clothes? I'll change them. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Finally, he took out a set of clothes. He didn't know what Wei Wuyan wanted to do, but he felt that Wei Wuyan was already dead at this moment. His heart was dead. Wei Wuyan took the clothes and put them on. He looked himself up and down and nodded. Then, he helped Hong Wuliang to sit up and let him lean against a rock. Then, Wei Wuyan took 3 steps back, tidied up his clothes, and turned to face Hong Wuliang. He knelt down in a very pious manner and kowtowed solemnly. Teacher, I'll call you teacher for the last time. After this kowtow, we'll cut off all ties. You've helped me and destroyed me, but you shouldn't have killed my wife and child. You've done me a great favor. I don't want to do anything to you today, and I'm not willing to do it. I'm going to pay respects to my wife and child first and tell them about this matter. From today onwards, Wei Wuyan and you, Hong Wuliang, are absolutely irreconcilable. Wei Wuyan stood up. His eyes were cold and cold. Hong Wuliang, you old thief. The next time I see you, I'll take your life with my own hands. I'll take revenge for my wife and child. After saying this, he turned around resolutely and strode away. He didn't look back. Chapter 933. Hong Wuliang sat there and watched Wei Wuyan leave without looking back. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Chu Yang and Zi Sheqing stood at one side and watched everything quietly. Chu Yang was deep in thought. He looked at the direction where Wei Wuyan left with a complicated look in his eyes. He was asking himself, if he was in Wei Wuyan's position, would he kill him today? After thinking for a long time and weighing between killing and not killing, he finally decided, don't kill him. Don't kill him today. If he were to kill him today, he would be ungrateful. If he were to kill him tomorrow, he would be seeking justice. After all, humans had feelings. From good to bad, there was also a process of acceptance. Today's matter was too sudden for Wei Wuyan. Zi Xueqing's face was full of murderous intent. Let him go, Chu Yang said lightly. Don't kill him. Now, Wei Wuyan only has one goal left in his life, which is to kill Hong Wuliang personally. If you kill Hong Wuliang now, Wei Wuyan won't be able to live on. Zi Xueqing gritted her teeth and said, This old dog is letting him off too easily. She said hatefully, Why did Wei Wuyan let him off? He's simply a bastard. Chu Yang was silent for a long time and said, I understand Wei Wuyan's thoughts. Hong Wuliang has always been a great benefactor to him. Wei Wuyan didn't kill him now and let him live. This is equivalent to returning all that Hong Wuliang had given him. Only by killing him in the future can he take revenge with a clear conscience. Zi Xueqing sneered. The feelings of you humans are really incomprehensible. Chu Yang suddenly turned his head. You humans? Zi Xueqing's eyes flashed and she said lightly, I mean you humans. Chu Yang laughed. You humans? What you said is very strange. But he thought, you humans? You humans? Could it be that Zi Xueqing is actually not a human? Although I let him go, I can't just let him go like this. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Hong Wuliang. Suddenly, he strode towards him. Hong Wuliang asked in panic, what do you want to do? Chu Yang raised his hand and gave him a slap. It was a loud and heavy sound. You've never been slapped in the face before, have you? He gave him another slap with the back of his hand. You're worse than a dog or a pig. He stretched out his leg and kicked him to the ground. You only need to keep your life. Chu Yang ruthlessly kicked his crotch and coldly said, This kick is for your wife. That pitiful woman has been trapped by you for a lifetime. Hong Wuliang screamed miserably. His whole body twitched and his eyes turned white. His cultivation had been sealed, and he was like an ordinary person at this moment. Chu Yang's foot had crushed his crotch. Furthermore, it carried the power of the Calamity Sword. Even if a supreme being had the power to regenerate, there was nothing he could do. You're so vicious. Hong Wuliang screamed and glared at Chu Yang fiercely. Compared to you, I am ashamed. Chu Yang smiled coldly and lifted his leg. Take care of yourself. Don't die before Wei Wuyan finds you. Hong Wuliang's face was twisted, and he looked at Chu Yang with hatred. If you look at me again, I'll dig out your eyeballs and stuff them into your *SS. Do you believe me? Chu Yang asked coldly. Hong Wuliang hurriedly closed his eyes. The extreme sense of humiliation made the muscles at the corners of his eyes tremble. Let him get lost. Chu Yang lifted his leg and sighed. How vexing. Get lost. Zi Xueqing ruthlessly kicked Hong Wuliang's body. At the same time that she released the restriction on his body, she also broke dozens of bones in his body. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. This woman is much more ferocious than me. Hong Wuliang flew out for hundreds of feet before he fell onto the mountain rocks. He climbed up with difficulty and endured the pain of broken bones all over his body. He looked back and staggered forward. Why did such a person accept Wei Wuyan as his younger brother and even nurture him with all his heart? Chu Yang looked at Hong Wuliang walking away and asked puzzledly. Zi Xueqing looked at him in surprise. You can't tell? Chu Yang was stunned. What? Zi Xueqing said lightly. You can't tell, but the guy in your body can definitely tell. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Please enlighten me. Zi Xueqing said, There's a very small amount of Purple Flame's bloodline in Wei Wuyan's body. I was originally very surprised that I could tell even though there's so little Purple Flame's bloodline. Now I finally understand. It must have been taken away by Hong Wuliang. Purple Flame's bloodline? Chu Yang searched his mind and finally understood. It turns out that it's the kind of Purple Flame's bloodline that can complement with the icy cold energy to double the effect. Yes, this is also the reason why Wei Wuyan, as his only younger brother, didn't learn the icy cold energy that Hong Wuliang is best at. Zi Xueqing said lightly, What a bastard. Chu Yang scolded angrily. He couldn't wait to chase after Hong Wuliang and beat him up again. Purple Flame's bloodline was a special bloodline. It was the best cauldron for cultivating cold attribute martial arts. Every once in a while, some purple flame's bloodline could be extracted and integrated into one's meridians. This way, one would be able to cultivate cold attribute martial arts without any worries. And this was the reason why Hong Wuliang took Wei Wuyin in as his younger brother. Because the higher the cultivation of the purple flame's bloodline, the more purple flame's bloodline was released, and the better the effect. This was also the important reason why Hong Wuliang's cultivation improved so quickly in these hundreds of years. This was also the reason why Hong Wuliang took good care of Wei Wuyin and taught him wholeheartedly, allowing his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Humans, can they really be so vicious? Chu Yang took a deep breath. In this case, Wei Wuyin's life was really tragic. From the beginning to the end, he lived in a dark environment and in a trap. First, he was used as a cauldron to cultivate evil martial arts. Then he was used as a tool to collect purple crystals. Later on, his wife and son were killed by such a person. And the most tragic thing was, for more than 1,000 years, Wei Wuyin had been living in a trap for the other party. How sad was this? The two of them sighed in unison. Carrying Chu Lu'er on his back, Zi Sheqing led the way in front, and the three of them followed the trail. The whole way was stained with blood. Wei Wuyin didn't stop the blood from flowing. Just like that, the bloody trail extended into the distance. After walking for dozens of miles, they turned a corner again. It extended all the way to a mountain before Wei Wuyin's figure could be seen. This tragic person was standing in front of a grave like a statue. The grave of his beloved wife, Yi and Xiaozhan. A tombstone stood alone and desolately. Wei Wuyin stood there for a long time. No one knew how long he had been standing there. He didn't say a word. His eyes were fixed on this tombstone with deep affection. She felt guilty and ashamed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wei Wuyin strode forward and hugged the tombstone in his arms, rubbing his face gently against it. Just like back then, when he came back from a mission, he hugged his wife and son in his arms. Tears flowed down the tombstone. On the small tombstone, the weeds swayed with the wind and shook gently. It was as if he had returned home. The child struggled to pounce into his arms, but his wife hugged him gently and looked at him gently. Ear, I'm so silly. Wei Wuyin hugged the tombstone. He unbuttoned his clothes and stuck the tombstone on his bare chest. Although he was facing a cold tombstone, he was full of love. It was as if he was using his chest to warm his wife's cold body. I found my enemy. It's him. It's my master. It's Hong Wuliang. Wei Wuyin said painfully, Xiaozhan, I'm so useless. I'm so pure. All of you died in his hands, but I still worked hard for him for more than 100 years. In these 100 years, all of you watched me work hard for him. Do you feel sad? Helpless? I don't have the face to meet all of you, but I miss all of you. Now I know that the best days of my life were those 3 years when I had you. I regret it so much. I hate it so much. I miss you so much. I miss all of you so much. I miss all of you so much. Wei Wuyin hugged the tombstone and suddenly burst into tears. Such a man was crying hoarsely and roaring silently. He hugged the cold tombstone, but it was as if he was hugging the only warmth he had in this world. The autumn wind blew. In an instant, reed flower-like things floated all over the mountains and plains. They danced in the air, swaying and drifting. It was as if his beloved wife was gently comforting her man underground. Wei Wuyin cried crazily, not caring about his image at all. He looked up to the sky and roared, Heavens, why are you doing this to us? Why are you doing this to our whole family? The wind was mournful, as if he was crying and complaining. After a long time, Wei Wuyin finally stopped. He pressed his face against the tombstone and whispered softly, saying something. The sky gradually darkened. Wei Wuyin finally stood up. He pulled out the Wuyin sword and looked at the sword carefully. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Wuyin's sword. I have no face to see all of you. I have no face to see all of you. He knelt down. Let me reunite with all of you. I beg you. The Wuyin sword suddenly shone. Quick, do it. Chu Yang shouted. Zi Sheqing raised her hand and slapped. A withered branch shot out like lightning and deflected Wei Wuyan's sword. It scratched his shoulder, leaving a deep wound. Wei Wuyan turned his head calmly and shook his head lightly. It's useless. You can stop me today, but you can't stop me tomorrow. Chu Yang flew over and said angrily, Don't you want to take revenge? Wei Wuyan smiled bitterly. Revenge? I didn't kill him today, so I don't want to kill him anymore. After all, he's my teacher. His kindness to me was as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea. Kindness as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea? Chu Yang sneered. Do you know why he took you in as his disciple? What? Wei Wuyan frowned. Did he take a bowl of blood from you every once in a while? Zi Sheqing asked. Wei Wuyan said, Yes, that's to expel the cold. How did you know? Haha, you have the bloodline of the purple flames. He took you in as his disciple so that he could drink your blood continuously and treat you as a cauldron. Kindness as heavy as a mountain? Zi Sheqing said, He can't bear to let you die. Even if you're injured and bleed, he'll still be heartbroken. Chapter 934. Purple Flame's Bloodline. Wei Wuyan had been in the martial world for so many years. How could he not know what the Purple Flame's bloodline was? In an instant, he only felt his blood rushing to his head. His blood surged and he saw stars. He spat out a mouthful of blood and groaned. I see, I see. He just sat on the ground and kept murmuring, so that's how it is. At first, they were confused and puzzled. Then, they were in pain and disbelief. Then, they were suddenly enlightened. Then, they were at a loss. Then, they were disheartened. Slowly, their voices became sonorous and filled with hatred. In the end, their hatred was monstrous. In this short moment, Wei Wuyan had gone through a lifetime. All his puzzles had been answered at this moment. I see, Wei Wuyan said quietly and fiercely. After saying this, he suddenly felt a burst of sadness, a burst of heartache. He repeated word by word, so, is, like, that, is, how. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he spoke. It's all fake. All the love, all the nurturing, all the love, everything, is all fake. I used to think that although my home, parents, and sister are gone, I still have relatives. Now I know that I'm wrong. I've been living in a conspiracy since I was young. I'm just a tool. I've grown up so that others can drink my blood. I see. No wonder he killed my wife and child so easily. I see. Wei Wuyan sat quietly. He chuckled and shook his head gently. As he shook his head, his tears slowly fell to the sides. Then he stood up. His face was very calm and his eyes didn't even have the slightest fluctuation. He let out a long sigh. He said quietly, Since I have no face, what's the use of having a face? Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, grabbed his face, and tore it off. His face was instantly badly mutilated. Chu Yang took a step forward. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. Since he tore off his face, it meant that he didn't want to die anymore. He regained the desire to live on. He tore off his original face so that he could have a better future. Such a past was unbearable for anyone. Chu Yang understood Wei Wuyan's feelings very well. Chu Yang, thank you. Wei Wuyan took out the golden sore ointment from his bosom and carefully applied the ointment on his face. With the help of his internal energy, the wound on his face became a scar. Only then did he speak to Chu Yang. I'm not thanking you for saving my life. I'm thanking you for helping me understand things. I cannot die. Wei Wuyan turned around and stroked the tombstone with his fingers. His eyes revealed infinite gentleness. My wife and children are still waiting for me. They are waiting for me to avenge them, to seek justice for them. Chu Yang said deeply, That's right. If you die, they won't be able to see their own justice. Moreover, they won't have any attachment to this world. Brother Wei, you should experience more. Your son hasn't experienced everything in this world. You should experience more and do more things. When you finally reunite with them one day, you can tell your son about your experiences. These are all things that he doesn't know. Wei Wuyan smiled bitterly, but there was hope in his eyes. He asked, Is there really such a thing in that world? Chu Yang said in a low voice, As long as you believe it exists, then it exists. If you don't believe in the existence of that world, then it doesn't exist. I believe it. Wei Wuyan said seriously. I believe it. His eyes were gentle and loving, as if he was looking forward to telling stories to his son in the future. The little life that hadn't had the time to see more of this mortal world. The mountain wind blew and whistled across the mountain peak. The sky gradually darkened. The boundless forest was dark and gloomy, emitting ghost-like cries and wolf-like howls. Chu Yang, I can't go with you anymore. Wei Wuyan looked at Chu Yang apologetically. When the flowers bloom next spring, I'll go to the Zhuge clan's territory in the south to look for you. I'll accompany you to the medicine banquet and watch you soar into the sky. Chu Yang nodded understandingly. Okay. I'll definitely repay what I owe you, Wei Wuyan said. Brother Wei, please remember one thing, Chu Yang said seriously. Wei Wuyan said, what? Chu Yang said word by word. If you treat me as a friend, then you don't owe me. But if you treat me as a benefactor, then you owe me. Wei Wuyan's eyes finally revealed a trace of warmth, like a glimmer of light that was rekindled from the ashes. He stretched out his hands and held Chu Yang's shoulders tightly. He said deeply, yes, yes, I don't owe you. I don't owe you. He suddenly found a spiritual support. It turned out that in this world, he didn't have nothing after all. At the very least, he still had a friend. Chu Yang smiled slightly. I'll stay here to accompany them. The wind is strong here, the mountain is high and the night is dark. They will be scared. Back then, in order to take care of Hong Wuliang, I buried them here nearby. I have let them down a lot. Wei Wuyan said softly. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he said, then, when you go down the mountain, bring them to the Wei clan's ancestral grave. Your Wei clan should have an ancestral grave, right? Wei Wuyan's eyes lit up and he said, yes, they won't be lonely there. My parents are there. Speaking till here, he was in a daze. Chu Yang and Zi Sheqing had already walked far away. Looking back, they could only see a lonely figure standing in front of the tombstone in the twilight. After a long time, Wei Wuyan sat down again. He stretched out his arms and hugged the tombstone, hugging the lonely grave. Night fell on the earth, and the last light in the world was also hidden. Wei Wuyan and the lonely grave were both melted in the darkness. The three of them walked in silence along the way. Until they walked out of the black blood forest, the three of them almost didn't speak. Only when they walked out of the forest at dawn and saw wisps of smoke rising in the distance did Zi Sheqing let out a long breath and said, Chu Yang, I only realized today that you're actually a good person. Chu Yang said, why do you say this? Zi Sheqing smiled lightly. Because you gave Wei Wuyan something to worry about. I was very touched at that time. She sighed. Although Wei Wuyan was temporarily persuaded to come back by us, his only goal left is revenge. Because he has nothing to worry about in this world. Just like what you said, when Hong Wuliang died, Wei Wuyan would definitely commit suicide. Because to him, this world of mortals has no meaning or joy at all. But at this time, you made use of his character of never owing anyone and gave him a brother, a friend. Zi Sheqing said lightly, when a person is in despair and suddenly sees a little light, he will grasp it tightly. His whole soul will also be drawn closer to this light. So, not only is Wei Wuyan lucky, you're also lucky. He has a goal and support to live on, and you also have a real friend. Chu Yang said lightly, I just don't want him to die. I don't want to be his support. Instead, I want to wait for him to walk out of this past and lead a good life. Zi Sheqing thought for a while. It's difficult. Chu Yang nodded. Yes, it's difficult. The two of them thought of the lonely figure in front of the lonely grave at the same time. Wei Wuyan was so infatuated with his late wife. If he wanted to lead a new life, it would be very difficult. Don't destroy this relationship, Zi Sheqing said. Actually, it's quite good for him to be like this. The living and the dead both have peace. Although this relationship is sad, it's very beautiful. Chu Yang said, You've finally admitted to the relationship in this world? Zi Sheqing laughed but didn't say anything. After a while, she asked, Where are we going? Directly south. Chu Yang pointed. If we walk a little further, less than 3,000 miles, we should reach the territory of the Zhuge clan. We'll go directly south first. There's the medicine banquet there. I'll use this opportunity to replenish my energy. At the same time, I'll find the last medicine for Lu to cure her illness. Chu Yang paused. Zi Sheqing nodded lightly. She knew that Chu Yang was talking about replenishing the energy of the tribulation sword. Next spring, after the medicine banquet, I'll go straight to the northwest. Chu Yang tilted his head and looked towards the northwest. His expression was extremely complicated. Northwest, wind thunder platform. The fifth fragment of the tribulation sword. It was there that the final destination of his previous life was also the destination of his current life. Now that he thought about it, it was like a dream. Imo Tianji. As Chu Yang thought about it, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And this time, Diwu Qingru was there in the south. Big brother. Your smile is so vicissitude. Chu Lu tilted her head and looked at him. Vicissitude? Chu Yang said with interest. Don't you think that I'm very manly just now? Chu Lu nodded seriously. Yes, I have the charm of an old man. Old man? Chu Yang was stunned. Yes, seeing you like that makes me want to listen to your stories. Chu Lu's eyes sparkled as she said. Chu Yang broke down. Zi Sheqing laughed out loud. Along the way, the autumn wind was already refreshing. The trees along the way were golden yellow. Often, when a gust of wind blew, the whole world would be filled with falling leaves. This kind of scenery made Chu Lu, who had never been on a long journey, dance with joy. Zi Sheqing and Chu Yang practiced along the way. After walking for more than 1,000 miles, Chu Yang's realm had already slowly increased to the level of Sword Emperor. Of course, as the two of them walked, the places behind them were almost filled with crying. Wherever people gathered, there would always be a gap between the rich and the poor, and there would always be big and small forces. And there would always be a few lustful people from rich families, big forces, and small clans. And how could these people hold back after seeing such a stunning beauty like Zi Sheqing? They would come up to flirt in a daze. If they failed to flirt, they would naturally resort to violence. Therefore, Chu Yang, the flower's protector, was the first to bear the brunt. Chu Yang realized that it was completely impossible to reason with these people. No matter what he said, they just wanted to keep the beauty. They even used sneak attacks and traps to frame her. There was even a guy who mobilized his entire clan to snatch the beauty for his son. The king of Hell Chu was furious. Chapter 935. When the king of Hell was angry, millions of corpses would fall. King of Hell Chu single-handedly killed his way into the territory of this clan that dared to slap flies on the tiger's head. Blood flowed like a river. How could such a marginal clan be a match for a sword emperor? While screaming, they were killed by King of Hell Chu 7 times. King of Hell Chu was furious. You guys are still here to snatch beauties. If you guys can really do it, then go ahead. That way, I'll feel bad for you guys. But you guys don't have eyes. It's not as simple as slapping flies on the tiger's head. You guys are here to snatch a tigress. King of Hell Chu scolded as he beat them. This sentence offended them. So, after young Master Chu finished killing, he walked to a secluded place and was beaten up severely. King of Hell Chu was even angrier. It's all your fault. Therefore, in the end, he didn't waste any more words. If one came, he would kill one. If 2 came, he would kill a pair. You guys aren't afraid of death, but do you think I'm afraid of killing people? So, the group of playboys became ghosts under Chu Yang's sword one by one. Wherever King of Hell Chu passed by, the families with playboys wailed. The sound of Swona resounded through half the sky. King of Hell Chu was dressed in black. He leisurely entered the territory of the Zhuge clan in a carefree and unrestrained manner. South. It seemed to be a landmark. When he entered the territory of Zhuge clan, there were blood-red maples along the way for hundreds of miles, red like blood, stretching for hundreds of miles. Such a scene was simply spectacular and shocking. Just as he entered the territory of Zhuge clan, he found that the security here was exceptionally tight. Along the way, there were actually checkpoints after checkpoints. They were only allowed to pass after confirming his identity. It seemed that Zhuge clan was going all out for security during the preparation and start of the medicine banquet. Chu Yang took out the identity token that Han Xiaoran had given him previously to confirm his identity as a doctor. Only then was he allowed to pass. And because of his special status as a doctor in the law enforcement hall, he was also given special treatment. There was a special person who led him all the way to the next checkpoint. Then, he was escorted to the next checkpoint by someone from the next checkpoint. On one hand, this reflected Han Xiaoran's huge power. Even Zhuge clan gave him face. On the other hand, Zhuge clan escorted him all the way without any chaos. South Zhuge clan. Just by looking at this style, it was indeed extravagant to the extreme. Along the way, although Zi Xieching had covered her face with a veil, her graceful figure, bright eyes, and silky hair could not be hidden from anyone. One look and one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. Moreover, with such a tall and slender figure, even if her face was covered, one could still feel that she was a holy, noble, and unapproachable woman. Her entire body involuntarily exuded a frosty aura that kept people 1,000 miles away. This kind of feeling attracted countless burning gazes. However, seeing the Zhuge family's warriors attentively receiving them, the young masters naturally didn't dare to be impudent. However, the news spread very quickly. In just one morning, everyone in this small town that had just entered the south knew that a peerless beauty had arrived. This place belonged to the front line of the Zhuge family. The Zhuge clan only set up a branch here. It belonged to the northern branch. The real local tyrant here was the Zhuge clan's vassal clan, the Sun clan. As the warrior who received Chu Yang walked, he reminded him softly, "Sir, this place is a little far from the Zhuge clan's headquarters. Sir, please be careful. We will only stay here for one night and set off immediately tomorrow. Don't stir up trouble. Otherwise, if law enforcement master Han blames us, we won't be able to bear it." Chu Yang understood that on the surface, he said that on the surface, they wouldn't be able to bear it. In fact, he was reminding him to be careful. It was just that his words were more tactful. Looking at this martial revered warrior, Chu Yang smiled playfully and said, "Big brother, if there's anything inconvenient, can you explain it to us?" The warrior hesitated for a moment before replying, "All right." Then, he sighed and said, "Sir, this woman is a little too eye-catching. Sigh. I hope those two devils from the Sun clan don't come out." "Two devil incarnate?" Chu Yang laughed out loud. This warrior sighed softly and said, "Sir, as a doctor of the law enforcement hall, you have too few people around you." "Yes." Chu Yang saw that he was sincerely considerate and said, "What's your name?" "My surname is Tao. Tao Run is my name," this warrior said. "Tao Run?" Chu Yang snorted. Tao Run smiled embarrassedly and said, "My name always makes people think too much. Sir, if you want to laugh, go ahead. I'm already used to it." When he said this, Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Tao, please don't blame me. I'm not easily amused." Tao Run said cheerfully, "It's okay. Speaking of which, I've received so many people. Sir, you're the first person to apologize to me after laughing." Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's my duty. The name given by my parents isn't for others to laugh at." As he said, "When we reach the inn, I'll have a drink with Brother Tao." Tao Run said, "I'm just about to report to you about what happened here." Not long after, they reached the inn. Chu Yang arranged wine and dishes and drank with Tao Ren. At the same time, he could inquire about the news. "Sir, you came earlier this time. If you came later, the doctors from all over the place would have arrived. With all kinds of people, the Sun clan wouldn't dare to be arrogant. But now, it's hard to predict," Tao Ren said. "Oh, in this place, the Zhuge clan can't protect their guests? Why don't the Sun clan have the final say?" Chu Yang asked in surprise. "No, because this place is more remote. The clans simply let the Sun clan manage this place and let them monopolize it. In this way, it greatly reduces disputes. Although the Sun clan is usually a little overbearing, without competition from other clans, it's much more stable than other places. But the Sun clan's younger brothers are becoming more and more domineering." Tao Ren smiled. "I see," Chu Yang said thoughtfully. "With one family monopolizing it, even if there were disturbances, they would be internal disturbances and could be easily extinguished. Moreover, even if there were one or two unfilial younger brothers, It wouldn't cause big trouble. This was a good idea. At least, it was much better than the Shao clan's 3 clans controlling Flat Mountain Ridge. The Sun clan is Sir Diwu Qingyun's father-in-law's family. The 2 clans are also related by marriage. Taoren lowered his voice. I see. No wonder the Sun clan is so arrogant. They have a backer. Chu Yang drank a cup of wine. Diwu Qingyun's relative? Is there such a coincidence? I'm going to kill Diwu Qingrou's relative the moment I come? What's the relationship between this Diwu Qingyun and Diwu Qingrou? Chu Yang asked. Diwu Qingyun can't be compared to Sir Qingrou in any aspect, but the 2 of them are cousins. Diwu Qingyun is older than Sir Diwu Qingrou by more than 10 years, Taoren said. Yes, Chu Yang nodded lightly. If the Sun clan really comes, you only need to take out the law enforcement token and Doctor's Jade Pendant. The Sun clan wouldn't dare to do anything to you, Taoren said before he left. It seems that you've come early, Chu Yang. Zixueqing turned her eyes and smiled. If I'm late, I won't be able to catch up with the hot ones. Chu Yang frowned and said, if you didn't follow me, I could have made a fortune secretly and swept all the medicinal herbs in the periphery. Now that you've followed me, my plan is ruined. What good medicinal herbs are there in the periphery? Zixueqing laughed and said, the real good medicinal herbs are taken out by the big clans. Those are the real treasures. Chu Yang snorted. Looking at his hands, he said lightly, you've followed me all the way here. I've killed at least 100 people. My hands are stained with blood. Zixueqing said lightly, but the people along the way will feel you. The beautiful ladies won't have their most fearful worries. Isn't this the best thing? Chu Yang frowned and said, I mean, I'm afraid I'll have to kill people again here. Zixueqing said, you're worried about Diwu Qingrou? Chu Yang sighed slightly and said, no one can ignore someone like Diwu Qingrou. Zixueqing nodded and said, if so, I'd like to see what kind of hero this Diwu Qingrou is. You kill these people and lure him here for me to see. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. If Diwu Qingrou could be mobilized for such a small matter, he wouldn't be Diwu Qingrou. Although he didn't know what Diwu Qingrou's status was in the Zhuge clan, Chu Yang believed that with Diwu Qingrou's ability, he would live well no matter where he was. Before he finished speaking, the sound of horse hooves could be heard coming from outside. It stopped abruptly in front of the inn's door. The group of people rolled off their saddles, and immediately after, a light voice sounded, Kenjong, how beautiful do you think this so-called peerless beauty is? Is she worthy of such praise from those guys? Another voice laughed and said, since they say she's a peerless beauty, she must be good. Otherwise, this group of lechers wouldn't praise her so much. Everyone agreed with him. Yes, yes. Young master, she's too beautiful. My eyes were fixed on her. Yes, when I saw her, I couldn't walk. Too beautiful. Such a girl and so cold. She's really hot. Hearing the noise outside, Chu Yang frowned slightly. Looking at this girl was really a source of trouble. She had only been here for less than 2 hours and had already attracted a large group of playboys. Haha, since she's so beautiful, Kenjong, this girl is mine, said the previous voice. Sun Duanma, don't go too far. I've already given you the chance to have the red dwarf last time. Sun Kenjong said in exasperation, this time, I won't give you the chance again. Finger guessing game. 1 punch to decide the winner. 1, 2, 3, start. It seemed that these 2 brothers wanted to gamble for this matter. The men at the side couldn't help but shout in excitement. Then, Sun Sanzhong's triumphant voice sounded, brothers, follow me in. Let this so-called ice beauty do a striptease for everyone. Wahahaha. There was a burst of strange laughter that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The men swarmed in and asked loudly, Beauty, where is the beauty? Come out quickly. Haha. Another man said evilly, if the beauty hears us, she can just walk out naked. Ha ha ha. Zixueqing was so angry that her face turned green. Chapter 936. Trouble had finally arrived. Zixueqing was very depressed and angry. This was because she knew that Chu Yang's matter was very important. So, she covered her face. This was the only time she covered her face along the way. She didn't want to cause any trouble. but trouble came looking for her. She was actually chased all the way to the inn with her face covered. This showed how desperate this bunch of playboys were in their pursuit of beauty. Big brother, is it really a crime for a woman to be beautiful? Chu-le asked puzzledly. Will there be so much trouble just because she's beautiful? In that case, are beautiful women destined to be unhappy in their lives? Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. He didn't know how to answer his sister's question. Beauty. This kind of situation was not common in the lower three heavens. Even if there was, it was rarely so blatant. In the upper three heavens, although the situation had worsened, it wasn't very chaotic. But in the upper three heavens, everyone was so unscrupulous. He had only walked 1,800 miles and he had already killed more than 100 of such people, including their followers. And this was in a place where there weren't many people. This showed how bad the moral situation in the upper three heavens had become. Beauty is not a crime, but it's also a crime. Chu Yang sighed. Born in a peaceful era, beauty is a fortune bestowed by the heavens. Born in a chaotic era, beauty is a punishment bestowed by the heavens. No matter how good a person's character is, he can't protect his beautiful wife in this heavens. That's why it's said that beautiful women are ill-fated. Actually, it's not that beautiful women are ill-fated, but playboys who deserve to die. After Chu Yang finished, he looked at the door. The three of them were staying in the heavenly room number 1 and room number 2. Generally, those who could stay here were people of status. The Zhuge clan had arranged for them to stay here, which was tantamount to saying, "These three people have a strong background, don't provoke them." Such an obvious hint, but these playboys didn't take it seriously at all. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open. A group of young men appeared at the door. They were all dressed in rich and dignified clothes, but their eyes were full of eagerness and lust as they looked at the room. The moment they saw Zixieqing, they were all stunned. Zixieqing was in the room and was not wearing a mask. She was barefaced at this moment, but her peerless beauty was fully displayed. Even though he was looking at them coldly at this moment, it still made these young men's hearts itch. Ice beauty, ha ha ha. I love climbing ice mountains the most. Sun Sanjiang's right cheek had a big mole, and he was laughing weirdly at the moment. Looking at Zixieqing, he almost drooled. The other person looked similar to Sun Kenjiang, but he had a big mole on the left side of his face. He must be the Grand Gonggong, Sun Duanma. Beauty, what's your name? Ioyo. Don't glare at me. Once you glare at me, your lover, feel weak all over. Sun Kenjiang leaned against the door frame and acted like a rascal. The group of playboys behind him jeered. Second young master, have you gone soft? If even the bottom part is soft, that would be bad. Let us enjoy the beauty. That's right, that's right. Second young master, quickly reach out and touch it. Can you still use it? Wahahaha. After a burst of weird laughter, Sun Kenjiang actually reached out and touched it. He turned his head and laughed. The other parts of my body are all soft. Only this part is harder. Instantly, the evil laughter shook the sky. Everyone looked at Chu Yang and the other two in the room as if they were looking at delicious food. It seemed that the people inside could not resist at all. Everything was in the bag and destined. Second young master, why don't you let the beauty touch you? A playboy laughed loudly. Second brother, why don't I do it? Sun Duanma was a little anxious. I've never seen such a fairy-like beauty in my whole life. That won't do. She's mine, so she's mine. Even if you're my elder brother, I won't let you. Sun Kenjiang was very determined. Chu Yang coughed and said slowly, people from the Sun clan? Ah, this gigolo can even talk. Sun Duanma chuckled and swaggered in. He clicked his tongue and said, a big beauty and a little beauty. This time, we're really lucky. Kenjiang, how about this? You want the big one and I want the little one? Sun Kenjiang looked at Chu-le with some reluctance and said painfully, okay. Black gas loomed between Chu Yang's eyebrows. His murderous intent could no longer be contained. He forcibly suppressed it and said, will the Sun clan allow you to do this? Don't the elders in your clan know that this is not good? When he said this, Zixieqing immediately knew that Chu Yang already had the intention of exterminating the clan, and the answer of these two brothers would be the answer. It would determine the fate of their clan. Clan? Stop us? Sun Duanma laughed loudly. It's not the first time we've done such things. Gigolo, do you think that if the clan had stopped us, we would be standing here today? Sun Duanma laughed strangely. Little one, do you think this world is so peaceful? You actually swaggered into our Sun Clan's territory. You shouldn't have brought along a beauty. Haha, but it's good too. It's good too. I'll take it that you've brought me a beauty. If you know what's good for you, I'll spare your life. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Yes, the Sun Clan was confirmed. Seeing that the Sun brothers were about to make a move, Chu Yang shouted, Wait, wait. Sun Kinjong stopped and looked at Chu Yang. Little one, your voice is not soft. How dare you be so loud? I just want to know how we got into such bad luck. Chu Yang put on a dejected look and said, When we came here, we immediately checked into the inn and didn't meet you. But now, you've come to find trouble with us directly. Could it be that you've seen it? All the more he couldn't let go of the person who tipped them off. These people clearly knew that he couldn't afford to offend them, but they went to inform the young ruffians. Even if he didn't do it himself, he still wanted to defile them. What kind of mentality was this? Such people were even more abominable than the Sun brothers. Chu Yang didn't intend to let any of them off. To cut the weeds, he had to dig up the roots. Today, the king of Hell Chu intended to really start a massacre. Sun Duanma laughed loudly. We didn't see it, but they saw it, which is equivalent to us seeing it. As he said, he waved his hand arrogantly. Did you see it? A few of them saw it. So that you can know that we have a big clan and 4 small clans here. They are like stars surrounding the moon. Do you know which big clan is that? Sun Clan? Chu Yang frowned and asked. Smart. Sun Kinjong snapped his fingers, and the few of them are Eunuch Li, Eunuch Zhao, Eunuch Qian, and Eunuch Zheng. We brothers have always enjoyed blessings and will together. When they found the beauty, it was equivalent to me finding it immediately. It's that simple, understand? Ha ha ha. Do you think that I won't dare to touch you just because the warriors of the Zhuge clan brought you to stay in the inn and arranged for you to stay in the first room? What a joke. I see. Chu Yang stood up and said righteously, So it's the 5 big clans that connive with the young ruffians of each clan to do whatever they want and wreak havoc in the village. I have to remove such a malignant tumor. Yeah. What an arrogant tone. You actually said, I stand up? Sun Duanma sneered and said, So, you also have some background? Sun Kinjong laughed and said, We didn't do anything when we came up because we were trying to find out the background of this little guy. After being interrogated by him for such a long time, it's time for us to find out more about him. Haha, I'd like to see which clan's young master is actually so awesome. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He threw a token on the table and said lightly, I'm the chief doctor of the Southeast Law Enforcement Officers. You dare to touch me? He only took it out now because he was sure that these people were already in a difficult position. No matter who he was, they had to touch him. And if they touched him now, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of the law enforcement officers. He had to put on a big hat first. After all, this was the territory of the Zhuge clan, and he was alone. Not only did he have to stand on the right side of things, he also had to find a way out and a backer first. Otherwise, if the Zhuge clan made things difficult for him, although he wasn't afraid, it would also hinder his plan to participate in the medicine banquet. But something that Chu Yang didn't expect happened. Seeing an exquisite jade pendant on the table, Sun Duanma went forward and grabbed it. He looked closely at it and muttered, Cold heaven and earth in the southeast. I'm Mo Shaoran, the law enforcement officer of the human world. I'm righteous and fearless. I can face the heavens with this heart. After he finished reciting, Sun Duanma actually swayed his neck and clicked his tongue. Good poem. Good poem. This poem is really well written. When I recite it, I also feel a little passionate and heroic. I didn't expect you to have such talent. Even though Chu Yang was furious, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this world, as the son and daughter of an aristocratic clan, there was actually such a fool. There was only one such law enforcement jade pendant in the entire heavens. It was the symbol of the law enforcement master who was in charge of the general direction. The cultivation of this law enforcement master wasn't necessarily the highest, but his reputation was awe-inspiring. because he represented all the law enforcement officers in the world. As for the law enforcement officers' interrogation hall, secret hall, dragon hall, tiger hall, and so on, they all existed as a mobile force. Under normal circumstances, this law enforcement master would rule this heavens in an orderly manner. The identity cards of ordinary law enforcement officers were divided into iron, copper, silver, and gold. When the law enforcement officers reached a certain level, they would be divided into white, blue, black, and purple crystal identity cards. The purple crystal identity card was the most honorable, but in this world, there was only one real identity card made of white jade. On it, there was the name of the law enforcement master, the location of the law enforcement, and so on. And this identity card was known by everyone in the world. Once it was taken out, it represented the arrival of Han Shaoran himself. What kind of status was this? Now, in the mouth of this Grand Duke's son, it actually became a passionate little poem and didn't represent anything else? Chapter 937. Chu Yang looked at Archduke Sun with a complicated expression. He thought to himself, if Brother Han were to face such a situation, would he vomit blood? This guy, even if he's not dozens of years old, he should be at least dozens of kilograms. Even if he doesn't have any knowledge, he should at least have some common sense, right? Such common sense that even ordinary people in the heavens could recite. This guy actually doesn't know. And no one would dare to imitate such an identity jade token. It was said that there was once an expert who acted like a tyrant. In just 2 days, he was exposed and all law enforcement officers saw him as a public enemy. The Dharma Supreme personally gave an order. If any big clan dares to cover up for him, they will all be eliminated. Such an order could directly shake the heavens. As expected, the big clans didn't want to offend the Dharma Supreme over this matter. So, within 3 days, that person's head was chopped off, soaked in lime and preserved, and paraded around the heavens. Since then, no one dared to do so. But this Archduke's son actually didn't recognize it. Even though King of Hell Chu had lived 2 lives, it was his first time seeing such a super idiot. It's just a poem? Chu Yang asked with a strange expression. Yes, Sun Duanma looked at him in astonishment and then realized, could it be an acrostic poem? As he said, he lowered his head to study it and said, acrostic poem. Song, Ji, here? Suddenly, he flew into a rage. Little brother, are you kidding me? What does this song, Ji, here mean? Sun Kenjang reminded him, big brother, maybe it's not an acrostic poem, but an acrostic poem. Sun Duanma was suddenly enlightened. He hurriedly took a look and recited, cold, fearful of heaven, cold, fearful of heaven? He raised his head to look at his brother and asked in confusion, what does it mean? Sun Kenjang scratched his head and thought hard. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and said, who cares what it means? Let's do this first. Damn it, pretending to be mysterious. I thought it was some big shot. Wait, eldest young master. This matter can't be. Finally, there was someone who understood and said with trembling lips, this is the identity jade token of the Southeast Law Enforcement Officer, Han Shaoran. Master Han? Sun Duanma frowned. Which Master Han? What Master Han? At this time, the innkeeper was trembling with fear and wanted to mediate. But when he heard this, his face turned pale and he ran out. He untied a horse and galloped towards the Sun family's residence. My God, this is a disaster as big as the heavens. Eunuch Sun recited a poem on the identity jade plate of the law enforcement master of the Southeast region. My God, how could this happen in my store? These 2 eunuchs have really caused a lot of trouble for me. I can only hope that I can deliver the news quickly so that I can still make it in time. This shopkeeper was also a smart person. He knew that if he went forward to mediate, not only would the 2 men who did not know who Master Han was not by it, they would also beat him up. The only ones who could stop them were the Sun family members. At this moment, Sun Duanma and his brother in the inn finally knew who Sir Han was. Looking at the pale faces of the other dukes, the 2 of them laughed out loud. Law enforcement officer. So it's the law enforcement officer. Look at you guys, don't you know? The thing that I'm least afraid of is the law enforcement officer. The local law enforcement hall's hall master, Zhou, is my uncle. Sun Duanma said proudly, my biological uncle. The other dukes looked at him with pity and thought to themselves, your uncle? Even your biological father can't do it. This is the identity jade plate of the Southeast law enforcement master, Han Xiaoran. What kind of person was Han Xiaoran? He was famous for being impartial. They looked at each other and had the intention to retreat. No wonder you're so awesome. It turns out that you have a law enforcement hall master as your backer. Chu Yang sneered and said, what a powerful official. Looking at the few cowering teenagers, Chu Yang's body flashed and blocked the door. He said mercilessly, since you're here, then stay here. Sun Duanma's eyes flashed fiercely. They're only 3 people. No one will know if we kill them. I know a lot about the rules of the law enforcement officers. Won't it be fine if we cover them from top to bottom? The foppish young masters were originally perturbed. Now that they saw that Chu Yang actually didn't care about them leaving, they immediately became excited. Go. Kill him. With a shout, 7 to 8 people rushed up at the same time. The guards who had been waiting outside attacked at the same time. Chu Yang sneered, you don't know what's good for you. His hands shook and sword aura shot out in all directions. With a clang, the power of the Sword Emperor was released. The swords of these people flew up into the air. Zixing watched quietly from inside and said, there's no need to comprehend any Tao state. Kill. Kill as quickly as possible. Chu Yang said lightly, kill. Kill to your heart's content. It's not satisfying to kill like this. The swords were like the wind, striking out like a storm. With a few claps, all kinds of swords flew out from the hands of these people and were inserted into the door frame in a neat row. The foppish young masters' faces turned pale. They shouted and turned to escape. How could Chu Yang let them escape? With a point of his sword, the few dukes and their attendants screamed and fell to the ground. Chu Yang shouted, waiter. The waiter of the inn came forward in fear and trepidation. With his teeth chattering, he said, guest, do you have any orders? Prepare a long rope, it must be sturdier. Prepare a few horses. Go quickly. If you don't find me in half an hour, I'll slaughter your entire inn. Chu Yang said fiercely. Chu Yang was also very angry about this inn. Just now, when a group of foppish young masters came to snatch people, no one in the inn, including the shopkeeper and the waiter, said a word. This was the inn that the Zhuge clan chose to welcome guests. How could they behave like this? At this moment, the king of Hell Chu almost had an impulse to burn this inn to the ground. But after thinking for a while, he finally suppressed this thought. Yes. The waiter was so scared that he wet his pants and ran out in a hurry. Today, I'll parade the streets for the Zhuge clan in the south. Chu Yang said lightly, while I'm at it, I'll start a massacre here. I'd like to see how many people there are for me to kill in this small place. Murderous aura surged out in an overwhelming manner. The few dukes' faces turned pale. Looking at this killing god, they were already regretting so much that their intestines turned green. They didn't expect that the person beside the beauty was actually such a ferocious person. Not only could they not afford to offend his background, they also couldn't afford to offend him personally, the Sun Clan. In the living room, the clan master of the Sun Clan, Sun Chenkai, was drinking tea with 2 people. These 2 people were the chief and deputy chief of the local law enforcement hall. The 2 of you have graced us with your presence. Please stay for a while longer. I'll do my part as a host. Later, we won't rest until we're drunk. My cellar has a collection of fine wine. Sun Chenkai was a skinny man. At this moment, he was laughing heartily and serving tea attentively. The huge Zhou Yade laughed and said with a serious expression, Brother Sun, brother-in-law, I'm naturally here to drink today, but I also have something to tell you. Seeing that he was serious, Sun Chenkai couldn't help but ask with interest, what is it? This year's medicine banquet is held once in 1,000 years in the heavens. It's hosted by the Zhuge clan and is extremely important. In the past, this place was close to the border of no man's land. You can do whatever you want. But now, it's become the gateway of the Zhuge clan. Brother Sun, you have to be careful. During this period of time, I haven't seen any movements from you. You must not be careless. Zhou Yade said. Sun Chengkai laughed and said, It's okay. Although this place has become a gateway, it's just a passing route. Ordinary people wouldn't stay here at all and would just leave directly. I've already made careful arrangements. I don't think there'll be any problems. Zhou Yade nodded and said, In the past, I've done everything I could to help. After all, we're relatives and those things aren't considered a big deal. But during this period of time, as long as people come, we can't afford to offend them. You have to know this in your heart. Sun Chengkai nodded and said, Of course, I know this. Zhou Yade pondered and said, There's another thing that I'm sure you've heard about. A person came from the southeast with a beautiful girl. Along the way, he killed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The Shen clan, which is 1,000 miles away, isn't as powerful as your clan, but it's not too far off. Because the entire clan mobilized to snatch the beauty for their son, this lecherous killer directly killed his way into the clan. There were more than 300 people in the clan, and not a single one was spared. Sun Chengkai shuddered and said, Yes, there's such a thing. Now, that person is coming this way. I reckon that he'll enter this place within 1 or 2 days. Zhou Yade looked at Sun Chengkai meaningfully. Sun Chengkai's face turned pale, and he nodded repeatedly. I understand. I'll definitely discipline those 2 little bastards strictly to prevent them from causing trouble. It's not as simple as trouble, Zhou Yade said indifferently. I heard that although this person is young, his cultivation is close to that of a sword saint. Even if your Sun clan goes all out, you may not be his match. His female companion is an outstanding beauty. Hee, if my 2 nephews take a fancy to her. Sun Chengkai's hair stood on end and he said, I'll make arrangements immediately. Just be careful in everything. Zhou Yade smiled slightly. At this moment, a servant suddenly came in hurriedly and reporting to the clan head, the head shopkeeper of the Heavenly Fortune Inn is here. He said that he has something important to report to the clan head regarding the young master. Heavenly Fortune Inn? Zhou Yade frowned. Isn't that the place where the pharmacists of the medicine banquet are staying? Cold sweat appeared on Sun Chengkai's face and he hurriedly said, Ask him to come in quickly. He muttered, Could it be that those 2 little bastards have caused some trouble? As he said that, the cold sweat on his face became the size of soybeans and dripped down profusely. I'm afraid that the trouble this time isn't small. Zhou Yade frowned. As long as there are guests staying there, they would be the pharmacists of the big clans or law enforcement officers, and then there would be the pharmacists of the Medicine Valley. No matter which aspect it is, it's very difficult to provoke. Even some idle pharmacists would have experts guarding them. Chapter 938. Hearing Zhou Yade's words, Sun Chengkai became even more perturbed. He begged Brother Zhou, brother-in-law, If something happens this time and I can't hold on, you have to help me. Zhou Yade sighed. As long as it's not a big matter, I think my law enforcement hall still has some weight. Everyone will more or less give me some face for the sake of the law enforcement officers. Don't worry. Sun Chengkai was slightly relieved. At this time, the fat shopkeeper of the Heavenly Fortune Inn finally rolled in like a rubber ball. He shouted with a face full of excitement, Old Master Sun, it's really bad this time. If you dare to go there quickly, there might still be hope. Sun Chengkai shouted. Shut up. Speak slowly. What big matter is it? Is it worth being so flustered? Howling like this in the hall of my Sun family. Where is your decency? The fat shopkeeper's fat face was full of sweat. It's the 2 sirs. The 2 sirs had a conflict with someone in the inn. A conflict? Hearing this, Sun Chengkai was actually relieved. If it was just a conflict, then it would be easy to handle. Just a conflict? What's the background of the other party? Sun Chengkai picked up the teacup and drank slowly. He was extremely calm. Tell me the details of the matter. The fat shopkeeper was so anxious that he kept patting his butt. He said, Today, a warrior from the Zhuge clan sent a guest to the inn. This guest was extremely young and handsome. He was dressed in black and looked very handsome. He also seemed to have a good temper. Get to the point. Sun Chengkai was even more relieved. He seemed to have a good temper. Those who were being bullied now were all good-tempered people. Looks like my son didn't suffer any losses. It's good that he didn't suffer any losses. This guest brought two women with him. One was an adult girl, and the other was a little girl. The adult girl covered her face and looked very charming. I don't know how the two sirs knew. The fat shopkeeper stammered. He really wanted to slap his own mouth. He was usually quite talkative. Why was he stammering today? Brought a girl. Sun Chunkai was stunned. The teacup stopped at the edge of his mouth. I don't think so, Zhou Yade said. I heard that the girl next to the foppish guy didn't cover her face. Sun Chunksai's expression softened again as he blew on the tea. What happened next? Later, the two lords, Lord Qian, Lord Zhao, Lord Li, and Lord Zheng rushed over. They took a fancy to that woman and wanted to make a move. The fat shopkeeper stammered. Well, what happened after that? Sun Chunkai said faintly, You didn't kill those people, did you? The fat shopkeeper looked at the master of the Sun family in surprise. Do you think I would come to report if your son had the upper hand? Do you think I'll report if it's not too much trouble? No. That customer took out an identity jade token, and there was a poem on it. The fat shopkeeper said, Identity jade tablet? A poem? What poem? At this point, Zhou Yade's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't hold himself back and asked first. He prayed in his heart. Jade pendant? Poetry? God, please don't let it be that. The poem. I still remember it. It's the cold world of the southeast, Emo Shaoran, the law enforcer of the human world. Righteous and fearless, this heart can face the heavens. The fat shopkeeper gestured and said, I feel that something is wrong. It seems to be the waist token of the Southeast Law Enforcement Master Han. Dang. Dang. Two teacups fell to the ground at the same time and broke into pieces. When Sun Chunkai and Zhou Yade heard the first line of the poem, their teacups fell to the ground at the same time. The tea splashed onto their robes, but the two of them didn't seem to notice it. Both of them had the same expression. They stared blankly at the fat shopkeeper with their eyes and mouths wide open. Their four eyeballs almost popped out at the same time and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, both of them almost forgot to breathe. After being stunned for a while, they roared at the same time. What? Both of their hearts turned cold. Master Sun snatched a woman from Han Shaoran. Law Enforcement Master Han? This. What the hell is this? Even if you don't want to live anymore, you can't do this. What happened after that? Sun Chunkai only felt that his heart was beating like a drum. The sweat on his face flowed down like a waterfall. He didn't even notice that it had flowed into his eyes. He just stared blankly at the fat shopkeeper and said with a glimmer of hope, Both of you should have left after seeing this jade token, right? No. The fat shopkeeper answered bitterly. Did they apologize to him? Zhou Yade asked as if he was moaning. No. The fat shopkeeper wiped his sweat. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. What was the reaction of my two sons after seeing this poem? Sun Chunkai almost jumped up and roared angrily. He almost lifted the roof. The Grand Duke said, the Grand Duke praised, good poem, very good poem. The fat shopkeeper said while trembling with fear. Bang, bang, 3 sounds. It turned out that the 3 people present had been shaken to the ground along with their chairs by this sentence of good poem. Their limbs were in the air. Bastard. Sun Chunkai was stunned on the ground for a while. Then he groaned with a twisted face and wanted to cry. The identity jade token of the law enforcement master. He actually praised it for a good poem. It's over. Zhou Yade, who had just patted his chest and promised to deal with the future troubles for his brother-in-law, lay on the ground in exhaustion. He didn't even have the strength to get up. I've been ruined by your Sun clan. Sun Chunkai, you've really raised 2 good sons. Which one of the tens of billions of people in the entire heavens doesn't know about the identity jade token of the law enforcement master? Your son actually didn't know about it. It's fine if he didn't know about it, but he actually praised it for a good poem. It's fine if he praised it for a good poem, but he actually went to snatch other people's women. He suddenly jumped up with red eyes. What the fuck have I done in my previous generation? Why am I related to your family in this generation? What happened after that? Sun Chunkai asked feebly with a glimmer of hope. What happened after that? Then I came to report. the fat shopkeeper said while trembling with fear. The three people in the hall fell to the ground in exhaustion. What should we do? Brother-in-law. Sun Chunkai seemed to be unable to get up. How would I know what to do? Zhou Yade said angrily, this matter has nothing to do with me. From today onwards, our two clans will break off all relations. I don't know you, and you don't know me. Sun Chunkai said furiously, bullshit. You actually want to wash your hands of this matter? Wash your hands of this matter. Zhou Yade, if it wasn't for our Sun clan, would you be able to live so comfortably all these years? Just how many purple crystals have you taken? Just how many girls have you played with? Just how many bribes and perverts have you done? Let me tell you, don't think that you'll have an easy time in this matter. If our Sun clan is finished, I'll risk my life to drag your Zhou clan down with me. Okay. You bastard. Zhou Yade said feebly, you're just dragging me down. Motherfucker. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and invite the old ancestor of your Sun clan to come out, prepare a generous gift, and find all the important figures to apologize to him. Why are you still shouting? Yes. Sun Chunkai was suddenly enlightened. He jumped up with a whoosh and shouted repeatedly, someone, come. Nyo, quickly go and invite the old ancestors. You, tell Madam to prepare a generous gift. The more generous, the better. It's not a problem to take out all our assets. Quick. After a series of urging, the few servants and warriors who had just rushed in were scared witless and rushed out again. After Sun Chunkai finished shouting, he sat down on the ground again and cried, God, what sin has our Sun clan committed? We actually caused such a huge disaster. I hope that the heavens will open their eyes and let our Sun clan get through this. Zhou Yade said angrily, what sin have you committed? Don't you know what sin have you committed? Your two sons are two lecherous ghosts. Whenever they fancy a girl, no matter if she has a husband or not, they want to play with her. How many times have you stopped them? It's also your connivance that caused such a huge disaster. You can't absolve yourself from the blame. Sun Chunkai sighed and murmured, what's the use of saying this now? He lowered his head dejectedly. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the hall. A fat woman rushed out. Sun Chunkai, are you crazy? You actually want to give away all your assets? Are you out of your mind? Sun Chunkai was furious. It was precisely because he had nowhere to vent his anger that he jumped up and slapped his wife's face. Bastard! I asked you to prepare, and you just do it. Do you want to die? If it weren't for the two little beasts that you raised, why would I give away all my assets? Duanma and Kanjong? The fat woman covered her face and was about to get angry when she heard this sentence. She cried out in horror. What happened to them? Hurry up and prepare. Sun Chunkai jumped up and roared, if you're late, not only will you two die, but also our whole family will die. The fat woman panicked and repeatedly agreed and ran back. Figures flashed and three old men came in. Chunkai, what happened? Sun Chunkai was about to answer when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. It seemed that something big had happened in the distance. There was a hubbub of voices that shook the sky. The sound of footsteps was heard. A warrior rushed in with sweat all over his head. He didn't even report and hurriedly said, reporting to the family, something bad has happened. What happened? Sun Chunkai pulled out a strand of his beard. He stomped his feet and roared, speak. The two dukes and their attendants, as well as the dukes of the Zhao, Li, Qian, and Zheng families, have been tied together with ropes. They are going up and down the street and walking towards here. They have already started fighting. The warrior hurriedly said, started fighting? Sun Chingsai's round face suddenly flattened again. His eyeballs bulged out. He shouted in fear and panic, who is fighting with whom? There are also dukes of our family, Li family, Zhao family, Zheng family, Qin family. They all want to save their dukes. So they started fighting. There is only one person on the other side, but he is too powerful. Now there is a river of blood. Chapter 939. Blood has flowed like a river? Sun Chunkai muttered unconsciously. Suddenly, tears fell from his eyes. What else do you want to do to kill me? He suddenly became furious. Blood has flowed like a river. Is there any way to salvage the situation? The warrior's face was full of sweat. What should we do? Clanhead, please make a decision. As long as you give the order, we'll save young master even if we have to die. What to do? What else can I do? Now, other than hanging himself, he couldn't even make a cold dish. Sun Chunkai rolled his eyes and cried, "Mother." Then, he fell down softly. Zhou Yade frowned and hurriedly asked the fat shopkeeper, "Didn't you send the letters to the other clans? Why did they start fighting all of a sudden? Were those families all idiots?" The other party is the special envoy of Law Enforcement Master Han. Do those clans want to go against the entire law enforcement team? Where did they get the guts to do that? The fat shopkeeper said miserably, "I came here the moment I heard that something bad was going to happen. How would I have the time to send letters to those clans? I think they don't know that they're facing the special envoy of Law Enforcement Master Han. They only want to save their son. It's over." Zhou Yade sighed deeply. He said hatefully, "These frogs at the bottom of the well. They've been cooped up here every day. How would they know how big the outside world is? They only have a little hemorrhoid-like strength. There are too many people who can kill them easily. They're actually so arrogant. They're asking for it." He sighed again despondently. "It's a pity that you bastards have implicated me too." The few elders of the Sun Clan were confused. What exactly happened? Is it so serious? Zhou Yade was no longer in the mood to be angry. He explained the matter in a daze. Before he could finish, the few old ancestors were shocked. They stood there dumbfounded. They almost couldn't believe their ears. Our Sun Clan actually has such a talent. You usually abduct women, and everyone just turns a blind eye to it. Anyway, there's no one in the local area who can compete with our Sun Clan. Of course, nothing will happen. So what if you abduct them? But at such a critical moment, you should at least behave yourself. This is the medicine banquet. How important is that? Once something happened, not to mention who you had provoked, once the Zhuge clan was enraged, the Sun Clan would immediately be annihilated. He actually went out to fool around at such a time. It's fine if you go out and fool around, but don't get into trouble. Even if you wanted to stir up trouble, you shouldn't have stirred up too much trouble. But now, you've stirred up a huge trouble that's beyond redemption. Not only did he use Law Enforcement Master Han's identity jade token to praise his poem, but he also wanted to snatch his woman. Just thinking about this made him feel as if thunder was rumbling above his head. How stupid would one have to be to do such a thing? This was not only big trouble, but also a big joke. The three old men looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Let's go and take a look." One of them shouted, "If we can salvage some of it, then so be it. Otherwise, the Sun family is really finished." The three of them finally regained their senses and rushed out anxiously. Sun Chunkai also regained his senses and rushed out together with Zhou Yade as if their butts were on fire. "Oh my God, it's fine if a few of us die, but please don't let anything happen to Law Enforcement Master Han's special envoy. Who doesn't know that Law Enforcement Master Han is the most ruthless person in the heavenly layer?" The two of them prayed in their hearts as they ran. The more they thought, the more they felt that it was impossible. As they ran, their faces were full of tears. "What a sin in the hall." The fat shopkeeper scratched his head. "What the heck? It seems that there's nothing for me to do. Damn it, I've risked my life to inform them, but they didn't even reward me." He scratched his fat head and walked out. "Fine, I'll go and take a look too. Anyway, there's nothing for me to do. Mayan's business might be very popular in the future. By then, everyone would ask, who was the one who said in that Law Enforcement Master Han's identity jade token was a good poem? Such a powerful person really needs to be worshipped. That place is also a place of historical interest. Therefore, word spread from mouth to mouth, and everyone came to stay there. Although the reputation wasn't good, they would still be rich. At this moment, there was already an earth-shattering fight outside. Chu Yang walked out of the inn while holding the hands of a few officials and instantly caused a sensation. Who in North Wind Town didn't know about these few hedonistic young masters? Who didn't know about them? How many people hadn't been bullied by these few hedonistic young masters? How many people's families had been ruined because of them? Especially those who had daughters. As long as their daughters were a little beautiful, they couldn't wait to hide their daughters in their cellars. Once they were discovered, they would definitely not be able to escape from their misfortune. Countless daughters from good families had been ruined by these people. If they resisted slightly, their families would be ruined. The local youths all gnashed their teeth in hatred. 30 to 40% of the young men had been cuckolded after marrying their wives. What kind of humiliation was this? Even if they were ordinary people, how could they be indifferent to this? Although the Sun clan was powerful, and they would be beaten to death if they resisted slightly, they didn't dare to do so. On the surface, they didn't dare to do anything. But who in the mainland didn't hate these bastards to the bone? Now, they actually saw that someone had tied them up like candied haws and paraded them through the streets. Immediately, the crowd was boiling with emotions, and everyone was very happy. At the same time, they were also worried that this person wouldn't be able to withstand the revenge of the Sun clan. Everyone followed along to watch the show, and the crowd grew larger and larger. Everyone wanted to see these bad guys get their retribution. Even if they didn't personally take revenge, they would still feel good just by watching it. Heaven has eyes. Finally, these bad guys were all caught. Hopefully, this time, they could really get rid of all evil. We have already been bullied by these bastards for a long time. Chu Yang held the large group of people's hands and walked out in large strides. After walking for a short distance, he gave them a fierce tug, and then a series of somersaults followed behind. The faces of these hedonistic young masters were filled with despair and defeat, and their bodies were dripping with blood. They looked at Chu Yang with despair and deep hatred. As they walked, the muscles in their bodies spasmed painfully. Perhaps these people had never dreamed that they would one day be tied up and paraded through the streets like dogs. Chu Yang also stuck a wooden token on each of their bodies. On it, their names were written in bold and eye-catching bright red. It was erected high and very conspicuous. This wooden token was inserted into the flesh of their backs, and it was stuck between the bones. Blood and flesh were dripping. Every step they took, they would feel a heart-wrenching pain. This pain was so clear, but it only made them feel incomparably clear-headed and wouldn't make them faint. If they fell down once, that kind of pain was simply like dying once. Dying with a clear mind. These people had always been spoiled and domineering. They didn't even practice martial arts, so how could they bear such pain? As they walked, blood dripped and screamed along the way. In the end, they almost didn't even have the strength to groan. Wherever Chu Yang walked, a path would automatically open up. Looking at the direction of this path, it was directly leading to the Sun clan. On both sides of the path, everyone watched as Chu Yang pulled this group of people along like dogs. The entire path was dripping with blood. The situation was so cruel and bloody, but no one showed fear in their eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy. It was a kind of joy that came from being able to hold one's head high after being bullied for a long time. Although no one spoke, that kind of excitement was like a sudden rainstorm after being extremely stuffy in a hot summer. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism as they looked at Chu Yang. Countless people's eyes were filled with gratitude. No matter what you did it for, as long as you killed these bastards, you're our benefactor. Many people were calculating in their hearts. As long as these bastards died, they would immediately erect a long-life memorial tablet for their benefactor. The widest road in Northwind Town was actually packed with people in an instant. The sound of clothes fluttering in the air quickly sounded, and a few figures flew over. The person in the lead was dressed in black, with the words law enforcement embroidered on his chest. The first to arrive was indeed the law enforcement. That person had already shouted in the air. "Where are you from, friends? Let's talk nicely. I'm from the local law enforcement hall." Before he finished his words, Chu Yang raised his head. His eyes flashed like lightning, and his ferocious intent was revealed. Those few law enforcement hall's eyes met with such a gaze in midair, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They actually didn't finish their words. Chu Yang didn't say anything, and just waved his hand. A ray of light flew over slowly. That person reached out to catch it, and felt that it was warm and soft. He lowered his head and was instantly shocked. He hurriedly landed. "I didn't know that the envoy of the Southeast Law Enforcement Master had come. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." How could a small law enforcement hall be compared with Han Xiaoran's status? Chu Yang had Han Xiaoran's identity jade token, and his status was equivalent to Han Xiaoran's. Although the South wasn't under Han Xiaoran's jurisdiction, the status of the law enforcement master was enough to crush them to death. Even though they weren't under Han Xiaoran's direct command, Han Xiaoran only needed to say one word to destroy this law enforcement hall. How would these people dare to neglect? Chu Yang said indifferently and coldly, "Wait at the side and be my witness." That person said, "Yes." Then he said, "Your Honor, how did these few people offend you?" How did they offend me, and you don't know?" Chu Yang looked at him coldly. "Say it again, and I'll hear it." That person was sweating profusely. "I don't dare." Since they had rushed over immediately, they must have been nearby when the incident happened. How could they not know? Chu Yang sneered and said sarcastically, "I don't need you to uphold justice, and you can't uphold justice. I don't need you to speak. You just need to bring your eyes and ears, and not your mouths. If you dare to reveal my identity, you'll be punished with the same crime as the few behind me." He glared. "After I've settled this matter, I'll settle accounts with you. Do you understand?" Yes. That law enforcement hall was sweating profusely. Under Chu Yang's ferocious aura, he only felt as if he was naked in the wasteland. His whole body was cold, and his lower body was so tight that it almost spurted out at the same time. Chapter 940. This small head of the law enforcement officers trembled all over as he led his subordinates to one side. He didn't dare to get too close, nor did he dare to stay too far away. He didn't even dare to say a single word. He originally wanted to send someone to inform Zhou Yade, but after sensing Chu Yang's awe-inspiring aura, he didn't even dare to think about it. So, he retreated to one side. Looking at the few dukes who had been beaten, frightened, and tortured to the point that they didn't even look human now, he became more and more shocked. This master was truly vicious. This special envoy is really valiant. He actually directly enforced the law in the South with the token of the Southeast Law Enforcement Master. Awesome. I really don't know how much trouble he will make today before he stops. But from the looks of it, it's almost impossible for them to settle this peacefully. It seems that this time, North Windtown is going to have a bloodbath. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. That was the sound of experts from the other four clans rushing over to rescue them. There was a commotion in the crowd. Like waves, they parted to form a path. A few clans came out from the crowd. When they saw their own dukes being chained up and paraded through the streets behind Chu Yang, their pupils suddenly shrank. A tall and sturdy man walked out with large strides. He cupped his fists and saluted. He said loudly, "Friend, please wait. I am from the Qian family. Behind you, the one who is being tortured is my grandfather. May I ask, what did my grandfather do to offend you and cause you to do such evil deeds? No matter what, you've gone too far, right? You must know that in the martial world, nothing can be more reasonable than reason. How could I have led to such evil deeds? Everything can't be justified?" Chu Yang insipidly repeated these words. He then raised his head and said, "You mean to say that I've done something wrong today? I'm unreasonable?" This sentence was very plain, but an aura of an impending storm spread out spontaneously. Murderous intent was faintly discernible. The burly man couldn't help but take a step back. He said unyieldingly, "No matter who's right or wrong, my grandfather can't be humiliated by you. Let my grandfather go first. We'll discuss who's right and who's wrong later." The law enforcement officers who were following in the dark closed their eyes. They're done for. If the Qin clan had come up and apologized, they might have been spared. But now, it was impossible. Chu Yang nodded slowly. He looked around and asked in a deep voice, "The Qin clan's people are here. I wonder if the Li clan's people are here?" The people from the Li clan are here. On the left, the crowd parted to form a path. Dozens of people stood in the middle. A burly man in purple stood upright and unafraid. He looked at Chu Yang fiercely. "Young man, quickly let go of my son." It turned out that the head of the Li family had come in person. Chu Yang's eyes were cold and clear as he looked at him. "You're not asking for the truth, And you're asking for my son's release first? The Lee family's patriarch laughed sinisterly. Little one, you're already at death's door. Why would I bother to discuss right and wrong with you? The few law enforcement officers in the dark looked at the head of the Lee clan with pity in their eyes. They reckoned that the entire Lee clan would be finished after hearing this sentence. Chu Young nodded slowly. Good, very good. Where are the people of the Sun clan? A big man came out from the crowd. I'm from the Sun family. Little one, if you don't let my grandfather go, this place will be your death. Today is the anniversary of your death. The attitudes of the major clans were getting tougher and tougher. Very good. The Sun clan is also here. Chu Yang's face became calmer and calmer. He said, the Qin clan, Sun clan, and Li clan are all here. Where are the people of the Zhao clan and the Zheng clan? Another two groups of people appeared and shouted, let him go first, then we'll talk. All 5 clans are here. Chu Yang laughed and said, I understand what all of you mean. That is to say, no matter who's right or wrong, I have to let him go first, right? Even if your grandfather has committed a heinous crime first, I still have to let him go first, right? Am I right? The people of the 5 clans gathered together. There were a total of 300 to 400 people. They looked at each other and were all emboldened. The big man from the Qin clan laughed and said, you're right. Even if our grandfather is wrong, he's still right. If you don't let him go, you can't escape death either. The 2 women behind you, one big and one small, don't even think about living happily. A loud shout came from outside. Well said. An elder in green walked in slowly. The big man from the Qin clan hurriedly bowed and said, Clan Master, you actually came in person. The green-clothed elder slowly nodded. His hands were behind his back as he slowly walked forward. His hawk-like eyes stared closely at Chu Yang as he said indifferently, Young man, I know that you have some background, but this is Northern Wind Town. Let me give you a piece of advice. Before your strength reaches a certain level, don't do anything impulsive. For today's matter, as long as you're willing to let them go, apologize sincerely, and ask your teacher to come out and talk nicely, I can make the decision to let this matter go. Otherwise, your blood will splatter in front of you. The elder in green looked at Chu Yang indifferently. Young man, what do you think? Chu Yang took a long breath and said, These people want to steal my wife, and they've already stolen the wives of many people. In your eyes, this kind of behavior is right? The big man next to him laughed and said, This is heaven. Do you know? Whether it was resources, women, or crystals, everything belonged to the strong. If someone steals your wife, you can only blame yourself for not having the ability. We don't think this is right, but as long as you have the ability, you can also steal other people's wives. As long as you're strong enough, no one will say anything about you. Do you understand? Chu Yang smiled strangely. Is that so? The big man said affirmatively, yes. Chu Yang looked up at the elder in green and the other clan masters and asked lightly, You guys didn't say anything. It seems that you guys agree with what he said. The elder in green frowned. You let them go first. I order you to let them go first. Order me? Chu Yang laughed and floated forward. With his hands behind his back, he said lightly, Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless and starting a massacre. His eyes slowly swept across the people from the 5 great clans and said, I ask those who are not involved to move away to avoid accidental injury. Needless to say, the crowd had already dispersed far away. Only Chu Yang and the 5 great clans were facing each other. The people from the 5 great clans looked coldly at Chu Yang's words and actions. Their eyes were full of mockery. This little guy was really audacious. Did he want to fight against the 5 great clans with his own strength? Your words have dispelled the last bit of concern in my heart. On the long street, Chu Yang's black clothes fluttered in the autumn wind. He smiled and said, I was originally quite apprehensive about exterminating the entire clan. I thought that it was immoral. But now I understand what it means to be jackals of the same lair. What it means to die for. The 5 great clans present today. Chu Yang looked coldly at the people opposite him and said word by word, I hereby swear to the heavens that the 5 great clans will be removed from the upper 3 heavens from today onwards. I will eliminate the weeds by the roots and leave no one alive." He paused and said word by word, "The 5 great clans, men, women, old and young, will all be killed. No one will escape punishment." At this moment, the crowd was silent. Chu Yang's voice spread out and was heard far and near. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. The old man in green was actually not angry. He looked at Chu Yang with interest. "You actually want to exterminate the 5 great clans with your own strength?" Ha ha ha. The people behind him laughed in unison. Chu Yang looked at them coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. He suddenly recited, "Moving unhindered in the world, what is difficult with a sword in hand? Slaying the world is not finished. Slaughtering people is not idle. Blood surges 1,000 feet under the sword. White bones under the feet like mountains. Slaughtering thousands of people, the first drop of blood is not cold." This was a poem that the sword spirit recited when he attacked in the northern wastelands of the upper 3 heavens. That time, no one was left alive under the sword spirit's attack. This time, Chu Yang recited this poem again at this moment. His determination was already the same as the sword spirit's at that time. Kill. Leave no one alive. "Little guy, it seems that you don't know how to appreciate kindness." The old man in green, the clan master of the Qin clan, narrowed his eyes. Chu Yang smiled and retreated to the side of the young man from the Qin clan. He stretched out his hand and pulled hard. The young man from the Qin clan let out a shrill scream. His left hand, together with the skin and bones and long tendons, was pulled down. After a blood-curdling scream, he completely fainted. Chu Yang's leg flew up and kicked up a piece of soil on the ground. Then, he stepped on the broken bone with the soil. He crushed it hard. He turned back and grinned at the clan master of the Qin clan. He revealed his white teeth, but with a chilling intent. "Clan Master Qin, are you satisfied with this? Are you happy?" As he spoke, he lifted his foot and stomped on the Qin clan's dandy's crotch. With 2 popping sounds, it was as if 2 eggs had been crushed under his foot. Instantly, a bloody mess was formed, and blood gushed out from his lower body like a fountain. "If you were unhappy just now, are you happy now?" Chu Yang sneered and looked at the clan master of the Qin clan. The clan master of the Qin clan, who was originally calm, was completely distorted in an instant. He saw his own son being abused in front of his eyes, and even crushed Sun Jin on the spot. What kind of feeling was this? His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. He roared angrily, and his heart seemed to be torn apart at this moment. "Little Hao," he roared at the top of his lungs, "little guy, you hurt my son. I swear, I will cut you into pieces." He raised his head, and his eyes had already turned blood red. "Your son also treated others like this, and not just one." Chu Yang said indifferently, "Your son is a son, and other people's children are not." "Bullshit. How can those lowly people be compared to my son? How can 100,000 lowly slaves be compared to a strand of my son's hair?" The clan master of the Qin clan roared angrily. Chu Yang smiled coldly. "Can't be compared to your son? I will let your son be incomparable to those people right now. I'll make sure that even if he goes to hell, he'll be an incomplete ghost." He moved like the wind, and with a swoosh, he dug out the 2 eyeballs of this bastard. Chapter 941. My son. Qin clan's clan master howled in agony again. He flew up and said, "Kill." However, he saw a flash in front of his eyes as 2 black objects flew towards him. He didn't even think before he hit them away. Then, he heard Chu Yang say with a smile, "Catch? Oh, your son's eyeballs. You actually smashed them yourself?" He was almost mad with anger. With a command, everyone rushed over from all directions. It was at this moment that he suddenly heard the sound of a sword clang. He couldn't help but be shocked. This soft chime was like a sound that shook one's soul. It was full of killing intent and indifference. It was like the prelude to a massacre from the heavens. Following that, at the same time, Everyone who charged forward with their swords felt their swords emit a clang sound. All the swords pointed straight to the sky at the same time. Worship of 10,000 swords. Qian Clan's clanmaster was shocked. His pupils shrank rapidly. He shouted, "Wait, you're a sword emperor?" Chu Yang smiled coldly. He walked forward with his hands behind his back. There were thousands of sword auras around him. Why? Can't I? Qian Clan's clan master retreated rapidly. He shouted in panic, "Sir Emperor, there might be a misunderstanding." His forehead was already sweating. He was anxious and scared. He didn't expect that this young man whose cultivation couldn't be seen was actually a sword emperor. The strongest in his clan was only a third or fourth stage martial monarch. How could a small clan resist a sword emperor? At this moment, he had already lost all thoughts of revenge. Misunderstanding? Chu Yang smiled. I have a misunderstanding with your mother too. Damn it. You're actually saying that it's a misunderstanding at this moment? Chu Yang was so angry that he almost laughed. He stretched out his palm. With a sword chime, a long sword that shone with cold light appeared in his hand. He raised the sword. A cold light flashed and a head fell to the ground. Blood. Chu Yang's killing intent was blazing. He didn't hold back anymore. He shouted coldly. His black clothes fluttered like clouds. He had already rushed towards the crowd. The people from the 5 big clans rushed up crazily. Their swords and sabers fell together. Chu Yang raised his leg and kicked the headless corpse in front of him away. Then, he rushed forward, facing the rolling crowd. At this moment, he swung the thin and brittle long sword in a circle and actually used it as a large saber. With a raise of his sword, a head was cut off. Then, with a kick, the headless corpse was sent flying. With another swing of his sword, another head was cut off. With another kick, another headless corpse was sent flying. Suddenly, it was as if a watermelon stall had been knocked over. Countless heads rolled around on the ground. As the battle progressed, everyone frantically dodged and dodged. One after another, heads were kicked here and there. However, even if they were kicked away, a new head would immediately fall to the ground. Chu Yang's killing intent was overflowing, but his eyes were becoming calmer and calmer. He was surrounded by densely packed enemies, but he was extremely agile as he dodged and moved around. His sword chopped off one head after another as he dashed left and right. Wherever he went, there would be a wave of miserable cries. A wave of blood. He didn't use any ultimate move. He just chopped off his head so cleanly. Other than chopping off the head, he didn't touch anything else. I've said before that I'll make each and every one of you into an incomplete ghost. His black robe fluttered like a ghost. Sword after sword, sword after sword, sword after sword. Goo 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 goo. Heads on the ground, one after another, one after another. Blood on the ground, puddles after puddles, puddles after puddles. What was called a river of blood? Perhaps this was it. Although this black-clothed figure was surrounded, no one could get within 3 steps of him. Everyone who rushed forward had their heads chopped off and their corpses kicked away in the first moment. Such a horrifying scene. How could an ordinary person see it in their lifetime? The crowd far away on both sides constantly exclaimed. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. However, no one left, and no one closed their eyes. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Although they were so scared that they were about to faint, their faces were filled with joy. Good kill. It was so satisfying to kill them. This bunch of scoundrels, someone should have dealt with them long ago. Many people knelt down in front of the blood and corpses and prayed with tears streaming down their faces. Daughter, you can close your eyes in peace. Your benefactor has taken revenge for you. Your benefactor has avenged your humiliation. You're still my pure and innocent daughter. Daughter, you can be at ease. Those who had humiliated you and killed you are now facing an even more brutal massacre. They don't even have complete corpses. Even if you meet them in the underground, you'll be much more glorious than them. Wife, you can be at ease. Ever since you left, our family has been in a miserable state. Your daughter is only 7 or 8 years old. Before you died, You were still worried that your daughter wouldn't be humiliated by those beasts. Now, you can be at ease. Those bastards are already dead. You'll be alone in the underground. You must remember, if you meet a bunch of headless ghosts, you must hide far away. They are those evil people. Chu Yang had slashed enough with his sword. Suddenly, he flew up and kicked the head of a big man. The head exploded with a bang. Before his body landed on the ground, another kick landed on the other Khan's head. Bang! Another explosion occurred. His feet kept flying in the air, and this head turned into a smashed watermelon. A bunch of bastards. Today, if this young master leaves you with a complete corpse, this young master will never roam the Jianghu again. Chu Yang's cold and cruel voice faintly resounded in the air. Anyone could tell with a single glance that this black-clothed youth was dealing with the hundreds of people in front of him with ease and ease. The pressure in front of him suddenly increased. A few figures flew out like ghosts and mixed in with the crowd, and attacked crazily. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Monarch-level experts. Now, you're finally willing to come out? He brandished his long sword, and sword energy overflowed. He faced them head-on. The 4 or 5 people on the opposite side grinned hideously. Even if you're the Sword Emperor, you're definitely not a match for the 5 of us. This is a clash of strength, and not a clash of sword moves that you're good at. Chu Yang saw the complacency in their eyes. He sneered in his heart and said faintly, "This is not a clash of strength. You're courting death." As he spoke, the 5 long swords quickly collided with each other. To their surprise, the moment their swords came into contact with the cold, gleaming sword, it was as if their swords had suddenly turned into tofu. With a soft sound, their swords were cut into 2 pieces. For a moment, they were terrified, and their souls were scared out of their bodies. An extreme sense of crisis struck their hearts. They screamed and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Chu Yang laughed and suddenly jumped up. His long sword suddenly turned into a big saber, and as fast as lightning, he slashed 5 times in a row. 5 heads fell from their necks in an instant. Blood spurted out of the necks of the 5 monarch-level experts at the same time, and shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. It was like a beautiful martial arts rainbow. At the same time, it was shocking. Chu Yang didn't even look at it. He quickly retreated, and with a slash to the left and a slash to the right, he chopped off 2 heads consecutively. With 2 kicks, 2 heads were kicked up into the air, and fiercely hit the heads of the other 2 who were rushing up. With 2 bangs, 4 heads exploded at the same time. On Chu Yang's side, he slashed with his sword in his right hand, and punched with his left hand. His feet swung back and forth like a whirlwind. There were already more than 10 people whose heads were either chopped off, smashed, or kicked by him. These hard human skulls were like tofu under his hands and feet. They were not hard at all. The clan master of the Qin clan kept retreating, and his face was already pale. Looking at a head not far from him, his face was pale. This was the head of the Li clan master. Just now, it was kicked many times from dozens of feet away before it rolled to his feet. His heart was now full of fear. Even in his dreams, he didn't expect that he had actually provoked such a huge trouble. Seeing the other party's bloody means, he knew that the other party wasn't just talking about exterminating the clan. The other party could do it, because the other party was killing people. Very happily, he was in a good mood. The 5 super clans had gathered a total of 300 people here. Now, there were less than 100 left. The long street, which was hundreds of feet long, was already covered with blood. On the ground, there were very few places where the original color could be seen. The thick smell of blood rushed to the sky and hovered in the air, not dissipating for a long time. The clan master of the Qin clan looked around in fear, hoping to find a life-saving straw. If this went on, he would definitely be finished. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He finally saw hope. That was the 2 women, one big and one small, who were watching this massacre from afar. At this moment, they were escorting a few playboys and standing in the distance. The few playboys were already so scared that they lost control of their bowels. Looking at the puddles of blood spilling out and the heads rolling around on the ground, they were so scared that they couldn't control themselves. Oh heavens, is this a disaster caused by us? Isn't it just playing with a few women? We actually caused such a big disaster. On this side, the clan master of the Qin clan was overjoyed. With one look, he knew that the two women didn't have any cultivation. And this killing god was busy killing people at this moment and didn't notice him. This is great. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as he had those two women in his hands, he would have the initiative. He flew up and dashed over like lightning, with deep excitement in his eyes. He didn't dare to face Chu Yong, the Sword Emperor, but he was facing Zi Xiecheng, who was 10,000 times more terrifying. And now, seeing that Chu Yong didn't seem to notice him, he was even more overjoyed. He opened his mouth and laughed from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 942. Chu Yong clearly noticed the actions of the Qin clan's clan master from the corner of his eye, but the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He simply didn't care, nor did he try to stop him. "You bastard, you will soon know how wrong you are. This young master is at most an executioner, but the one you found is definitely an ancient demon king. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead and hit your head until it bleeds." Clan head Qin's body was as fast as the wind. He arrived in front of Zi Xiecheng smoothly. To be honest, he had never expected things to go so smoothly. The heavens are really helping me. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He was already thinking about what he would do once he got his hands on these two women and threatened them. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw the two women, one big and one small, smiling warmly at him. The small one's eyes curved into lovely crescent moons, squinting. Even the small rabbit teeth at the side of her mouth showed a little. The big one looked at him and smiled gently, like a fox that had seen a chicken. Patriarch Qian was a little confused. "I'm here to capture you. What are you laughing at? Could it be that these two women were idiots?" But in the next moment, he stopped thinking about this problem and shouted, "You two lowly servants." He wanted to say, "Get your ass over here." But just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly felt dizzy. He didn't know how it turned into this sentence. "Two lowly servants. What are you guys laughing at?" Meh. The few law enforcement officers in the dark had already noticed this. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately jumped out to protect the two ladies. If something were to happen to the family of the apothecary envoy right under their noses, then they would no longer be able to survive. Look at how familiar this apothecary envoy was with killing people. But just as everyone was about to make a move, they heard such a sentence. Immediately, those who had already leaped up lost their breath and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Even though their bodies were in pain from the fall, their eyes were still wide open in disbelief. Seeing family head Qian rushing forward with a fierce look, he opened his mouth and cursed loudly, but then he suddenly became gentle and even wagged his tail. Using the most nauseating tone, he said, "What are you guys laughing at?" "Ah." The few law enforcement officers felt as if they were being struck by lightning. For a moment, all the hairs on his body stood on end, and his hair stood on end. Especially since the one who said this was an old man, it was even more inconceivable. Compared to the shock of the law enforcers, Patriarch Qian was so shocked that he almost collapsed. He was clearly thinking about that in his heart, but his mouth clearly said it out loud. He clearly heard these words coming out of his own mouth. He was immediately stunned. He covered his mouth and stopped in horror. What was going on? Chul looked at family head Qian with interest as if she was watching a monkey show. Zi Xiecheng smiled faintly and looked at him. His gaze was as cold as ice and as cold as a knife. Zi Xiecheng, as a woman, hated this shameless family even more than Chu Yang did. Only women could understand the suffering of other women, and only women could understand how abominable and unforgivable the atrocities committed by these people were. What's going on? Family head Qian looked at himself in horror. Once he said that, he suddenly felt that his voice was normal again. Was he possessed just now? He thought for a while, and felt that the most important thing now was to catch these two women. As for whether they were possessed or not, he would think about it later. So, he flew up again. However, he jumped up in a dashing manner. His body, which was originally charging forward, Suddenly did a carp flip in midair. This time, it was a big deal. His lower body was rushing forward, but his upper body didn't listen to his command and flipped backward like a carp. With a crisp sound, Patriarch Qian fell straight to the ground and grimaced in pain. His waist had been twisted. If this matter was spread out, it would definitely be a big joke. Twisting one's waist was something that wouldn't happen even to a martial grandmaster. However, family head Qian, a martial monarch, actually twisted his own waist. The few law enforcement officers nearby were already stunned. All of them stretched out their necks and opened their eyes wide, like startled chickens. They had really seen it today then. Something even more shocking happened. Family head Qian suddenly jumped up from the ground and scolded loudly, "I'm really a bastard." A law enforcement officer swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared blankly. Fuck, is this family head Qian crazy? All the law enforcement officers were stunned. Family head Qian was in tears and snot. His face was filled with extreme fear and disbelief. He raised his hand and slapped himself again and again. As he slapped himself, he scolded, "I'm really a bastard. My ancestors have been cuckolded for generations. I'm not human at all. Do you know that? I'm a beast. My father, my son, and my ancestors are all beasts. Not only am I a beast, but I'm also a bastard. And I'm a bastard mixed with several bastards. Every year, when I go to the ancestral grave to offer sacrifices, others use wine, but my family uses urine. My 8 generations of male ancestors were all eunuchs, and my 10 generations of female ancestors were all prostitutes. Fuck, my family is too bastard." Puff, puff. Several law enforcement officers fell to the ground neatly, and all of them started to tremble. They had seen people who knew how to scold others, but they had never seen someone who scolded others so fiercely. They had never seen someone who scolded himself so fiercely, and he even scolded his ancestors. This family head Qian was really a talent. Family head Qian's cultivation was very high. How loud was his voice? It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Everyone could hear it. Everyone who heard it was stunned. He continued to curse and hit himself fiercely. As he hit and hit, he walked to his son's side and neatly twisted his son's neck off. He tore his son's head with force and twisted it off his son's head. Then, he tossed his son's head up, and with a flying kick, he kicked his son's head up into the air. With a swoosh, Qian Gong's head shot up like a rocket. Family head Qian leaped up, and with a whip kick in the air, his movements were very neat. Swoosh, his son's head flew away without a trace. Then, family head Qian landed on the ground and patted his chest, waving his hands and shouting, "Great! It's really great! It's so great to cut off this bastard's lineage! Ha 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 ha!" Then, he fell to the ground and cried, "Son, I'm possessed." He actually woke up again. After waking up for a short while, he started to grab his own hair, gritting his teeth and scolding, "You bastard!" With a puff, he pulled out his own hair. He stomped his feet and scolded endlessly. He dug out his own eyeballs and threw them into his mouth to chew. Then, with his left hand, he punched his own dantian heavily. At the same time, his right hand grabbed his own crotch. He roared, "Cut off your lineage, bastard!" With a scream, family head Qian fell to the ground, convulsing and spasming. He was in extreme grief. "I can't see. I can't see. What's going on?" When he was doing these things, he knew clearly what he was doing in each of them. But he couldn't control his own hands and feet, and couldn't control his mouth. He killed his own son with his own hands. He blinded himself, castrated himself, and then destroyed his own cultivation. He was conscious throughout the whole process. This kind of fear was simply the culmination of the whole world. Moreover, he didn't understand what was going on from the beginning to the end. At the roadside, a middle-aged man was watching with his blood boiling. He couldn't help but shout, "Great! It's really great! Cutting off this bastard's lineage is simply incomparably great! Ha 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 ha!" This sentence was the same as what family head Qian had said just now, but the meaning was very different. As he spoke, he suddenly picked up a saber from the ground and rushed over without regard for his life. He chopped off family head Qian's head with his saber, and shouted crazily to the sky, "I've taken revenge! I've taken revenge! Boo-hoo! I've taken revenge! Wife, daughter, I've taken revenge! Do you see it? Do you see it?" He burst into tears like a child. After crying for a while, he suddenly lifted his saber and used all his strength to chop and chop Clan Master Qian and his son's bodies. He didn't stop until he had no more strength left. Then, he knelt down in front of Chu Yang's back and repeatedly kowtowed until his forehead was badly mutilated. "Benefactor, thank you. Thank you. It's a pity that I can't repay you in this life. I will repay you in my next life." He didn't care whether Chu Yang could see it or not, and continued to kowtow crazily. Then he stood up and stabbed himself in the heart and shouted, "Wife, take your daughter and walk slowly. I'm here to tell you the good news. I've taken revenge. I've taken revenge, haha." Finally, he fell into a pool of blood silently. Everything was quiet as everyone watched the scene play out. Their eyes were filled with deep sympathy, as well as intense hatred for these clans. This man's two daughters were beautiful, but they were ruined in the hands of family head Qian. Because they resisted violence, they were sold to a brothel after being raped. They were not allowed to redeem their freedom, and the brothel did not charge them. They were like free prostitutes. Unable to bear the abuse, they committed suicide. His wife was filled with grief and indignation. Regardless of the difference in status, she went to seek justice. The next day, she was found hanging naked from a tree, and she was no longer breathing. This man had been doing business for generations, and his family was originally well off. But suddenly, he lost all his fortune, and his family was ruined. At this moment, seeing that family head Qian finally suffered retribution, he was so happy that his heart was about to explode. His heart was like dead ashes, and he had nothing to live for. He lived only to take revenge, to see justice. Now that his wish was fulfilled, he stabbed himself in the heart, and there was a sincere smile of satisfaction on his face. Chapter 943. Chu Yang, who was fighting, let out a long howl. With his divine sense, how could he not see it? Although he did not understand what story this man had, he knew that it must be extremely painful. Otherwise, he would not have committed suicide at this time. For a moment, he did not know what to feel. With a loud howl, his long sword was like the wind, ruthlessly cutting melons and vegetables. Chu Yang's long sword slashed out like a madman. There were less than 50 people left. Heads rolled and fell. They were all killed by him in a breath's time. More than 10 people fled in panic. But under the surveillance of Chu Yang's divine sense, where could they escape to? He killed them one by one with a sword and kicked their heads back with a kick. The heads piled up into a pile. He flew to the front of that man. With one look, he could not help but let out a long sigh. There was no pain on his face. There was only endless joy, relief, and happiness. In fact, there was even longing. Chu Yang stood quietly for a long time. In the voices of the distant crowd, Chu Yang captured the life of this man. Generations of business, wealthy family, virtuous wife, beautiful daughter. Such a family that everyone envied had now reached such a stage. Such an honest man, without any cultivation, had only used a knife to kill a *** in his life, but now he could brazenly grab a big knife and cut off people's heads. An ordinary man could also kill when he was angry, but such anger, such killing, how much hatred did he have to accumulate? How much grievance could not be vented, so that he could suddenly explode at such a juncture? To do such a thing, how much did he have to bear? He could not bear it. Can I let such a person bear it no longer? Chu Yang stood quietly in the midst of this bloody scene, but he felt that his heart was getting more and more angry and depressed. In just a short time today, he had already killed 300 to 400 people like this. But how big was the upper three heavens? How many people like this were there? Could he kill all of them? These were just a few small clans, and they were already like this. So what if they were big clans? How could a dandy be called a dandy if he did not have a clan or powerful strength? The bigger the clan of a dandy, the more powerful he was, and the bigger the area of disaster he could cause. A landlord in a village could occupy a few places, not to mention a big clan like this. If the area of this kind of clan was a town, then the area of the disaster caused by the silk pants would be a town. The bigger it was, the greater the area of disaster. This was a matter of the boat rising with the tide. Could he kill them all? Chu Yang looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. His mouth was tightly closed. He clenched his teeth and said, "Even if I can't kill them all, I still have to kill them. If I see one, I'll kill one." Even if the sin of murder haunted him and he turned into a demon, he still had to kill. "I won't show any mercy." He suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Everyone, these bastards are here now. If anyone has been bullied by them, you can take revenge with your own hands. No matter what, it was fine. Don't worry, no one will dare to take revenge on you." The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with longing. "Really?" one of them asked with a trembling voice. He seemed to want to rush out, but he also seemed to be afraid. "It's true." Chu Yang nodded vigorously. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed. "These people who have died here can testify. I'm not just making empty promises." The man wept tears of joy and suddenly cried out, "Revenge! Kill these bastards!" He rushed out crazily. This shout was like a bugle call for an all-out attack. The crowd that was originally hesitant rushed forward like a tide. Everyone's face was filled with joy. The few fops who were tied up screamed in horror and begged for mercy. However, their pleas were immediately drowned out. Chu Yang realized that among the crowd that rushed forward, the craziest ones were actually women. Countless women with bone-deep hatred pounced forward like female wolves. They even squeezed the men to one side. They bit with their teeth, tore with their hands, and used their sharp nails to cut their flesh. Then, they bit them fiercely and tore them fiercely. The few dukes and their attendants were almost drowned in an instant. In the distance, there were still people shouting crazily, "Revenge! Heaven has opened its eyes. Those bastards from the Qian, Sun, Li, and Zhao clans have finally received their retribution. Someone come quickly. Wang Erniu! Wang Erniu! Go quickly, go quickly. Everyone, run quickly. We won't make it if we're late." Rumble. The crowd rushed in crazily from both sides of the street like a tide. Some of them knew that they wouldn't be able to snatch the goods, so they ran away. They went home to get money and then went to the shops to buy firecrackers. Then, they picked them up and set them off along the way. Smoke filled the air. More and more people went to buy firecrackers. Some even rode horses to buy firecrackers as fast as they could. A boss selling firecrackers simply placed all the firecrackers at the door. "I'm so happy today. I don't want money. Just set them off." In an instant, the crowd in the square surged. Firecrackers sounded from all directions. Everyone was crying and laughing. Their faces were full of tears. Their faces were full of joy. The few fops in the center were besieged like this. They didn't even have time to scream before they were bitten to death. Mouthful after mouthful of flesh was bitten off. It was a horrible sight. It wasn't that good and evil didn't go unpunished. It was just that the time hadn't come yet. When the time came, it would be like this. The more evil you did, the more miserable you were now. Sun Chengkai and the others hurried over. The scene was already like this. "Stop!" Zhou Yade roared. But the crowd ignored him and continued to busy themselves. "Where's the special envoy?" Zhou Yade finally saw a law enforcement officer in black standing at one side. He flew over and asked. At the same time, another voice asked, "Are you from the Sun Clan?" Sun Chengkai looked up and saw a young man in black with a blood-stained sword. He flew up and looked at Sun Chengkai coldly. Sun Chengkai's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Yes, yes. May I know who you are?" The young man in black flew up and said coldly, "Who am I? Ask your son." He flew over like lightning. Sun Chengkai came here to save his son. But the situation in front of him was so chaotic that he couldn't find his son. Just as he was muttering in his heart, he saw that the other party had already come over. Shocked, he hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Special envoy, this is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding," the three elders behind him said at the same time. "Special envoy, please show mercy. Chu Yang's face was cold. How would he show mercy? With a clang, he cut Sun Qingsai's sword into two and slashed at his face. Sun Chengkai panicked and shouted, "Special envoy, for the sake of the Diwu clan and the Zhuge clan." Chu Yang sneered, "Not even for the sake of the heavenly emperor." The long sword fell down fiercely. The three elders stepped forward at the same time. They each drew out their long swords and fought with Chu Yang. Chu Yang laughed loudly, "Kill?" Suddenly, his long sword changed and turned into a sword radiance. With a cold, murderous aura and an ancient desolation, he shouted, "The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness." Clang, clang, clang. The three elders of the Sun Clan, who were 8th stage martial monarchs, retreated continuously. Everyone's body was trembling violently. They looked at each other in disbelief. The long swords in their hands were already full of holes. The light in front of them was dazzling. Chu Yang turned into a shooting star with his sword and rushed over madly. "Don't restrain your sword after killing the whole world." Screams sounded. The three elders tried their best to stop Chu Yang, but they couldn't. The next moment, 3 heads flew up into the sky. Chu Yang had already turned around and rushed towards Sun Chengkai. Sun Chengkai stumbled and his face was full of despair. He originally wanted to plead for mercy today, but he didn't expect that Chu Yang wouldn't even allow him to speak. Chu Yang directly raised his sword and killed. Instantly, his soul left his body. His heart was full of grievances. "You can let me say a few words. If you don't even give face to the Zhuge clan, who are you going to give face to?" Suddenly, his heart brightened. He rushed towards Zhou Ye desperately. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, save me, save me." Seeing him rushing over, Zhou Yade was really like seeing a snake. "Mother, you're still looking for me at such a time." He hurriedly stepped back and shouted, "Stop him! Stop him for me!" Sun Chengkai shouted crazily, "Zhou Yade, you bastard! You've been eating and drinking my food for so many years. Now, you don't care anymore. When did we not give you half of the property that we snatched? Which one of the beautiful women that we snatched didn't let you play with them first? You. Now you actually want to wash your hands of this matter?" Zhou Yade was furious. He was frightened, panicked and furious. "Nonsense. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. I'm a law enforcement officer. When have I ever done such things? Don't make false accusations." Sun Chengkai laughed miserably. "You bastard, you still dare to say. Say it yourself. Where did your 37 concubines come from? They were all snatched by the Sun Clan for you. You motherfucker, your concubines are constantly changing. The previous batch was sold to the brothel after playing with them enough. Our Sun family has done so many outrageous things for you. And now you're actually abandoning me. Do you still have a conscience? Your conscience has been eaten by dogs." Zhou Yade pulled out his long sword and rushed up crazily. "Shut up. Damn it, shut up." Sun Chengkai didn't dodge the sword. He laughed wildly. "Anyway, I'm going to die. I'll drag you down with me. Damn it." The long sword flashed coldly and Sun Qingsai's head fell off. But it wasn't Zhou Yade who did it. It was Chu Yang. Chu Yang stood in front of Zhou Yade with a murderous look. "You're the law enforcement hall master?" Zhou Yade was scared out of his wits. "Sir, I really didn't do those things." Chu Yang looked at him coldly. "I don't care whether you did it or not. I'm only telling you to immediately lead your subordinates and kill all of these 5 clans. If a dog is still alive, I'll take your dog life." Zhou Yade was relieved. Yes, I'll do it right away. Thank you for sparing my life." Chu Yang's eyes secretly flashed a ruthless cold light. He waved his hand. "Do it quickly. You don't have much time. If you don't do it at the fastest speed, it's hard to say whether your head is on the ground or on your neck." Zhou Yade nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes. He turned around and shouted anxiously, "Gather. Go and kill." Chapter 944. The sound of firecrackers filled the air. Immediately, the sound of firecrackers rang out from other places in North Wind Town. Countless people were crying, and countless people were laughing. Countless people knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Yang. Countless people ran to inform those who hadn't received the news yet. Slowly, the whole town boiled over. In the distance, the Li clan was set ablaze and black smoke rose. Immediately, the Qin clan was also set ablaze. After a while, the Zhao clan and the Zheng clan were also set ablaze. In the end, black smoke also rose from the direction of the Sun family. The whole North Wind town was like the end of the world. But the emotions of the people were intense and excited. They shouted at the top of their lungs. They didn't even know what they were shouting for. Chu Yang walked out with Zixieqing. Wherever he went, the people followed. They didn't speak and just looked at Chu Yang with fanatical eyes. This kind of gaze made Chu Yang feel sad. What kind of bullying and oppression did they go through to make these very ordinary people erupt like this at such a moment? Only then would these women be able to use their teeth to tear these young thugs into pieces. Wherever Chu Yang went, the people silently made way for him. Finally, Chu Yang stopped and turned around. He said loudly, "Everyone, don't follow me anymore. I killed these people because firstly, they deserved it. Secondly, they provoked me first. You don't have to be grateful to me. Go home." The crowd was silent. No one spoke. Chu Yang said it twice more. An old man with white eyebrows and beard shakily walked out of the crowd. He walked to Chu Yang and bowed deeply. Then, he straightened his back and said sincerely, "Sir, no matter why you killed them, you're our benefactor. We have been waiting for them to provoke someone they can't afford to provoke so that you can punish them. We are just ordinary people. We only have this kind of hope, and we can't do it ourselves. Now, sir, you have killed them, no matter what the reason is. You have always killed them. This is our common wish. And sir, you have eradicated all evil and directly destroyed the 5 big clans." As the old man spoke, tears flowed out of his eyes. He wiped them with trembling hands. "Thank you. My 2 flower-like granddaughters can finally rest in peace." As he spoke, he could no longer hold back his emotions and burst into tears. The entire street was filled with cries. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He felt as if something was surging in his chest. He raised his head and did not speak for a long time. In the beginning, when Zixieqing suggested this method, he felt that it would kill too many people, and the punishment would be too heavy. Furthermore, with his cultivation level, killing some small fries was beneath him. However, he had forgotten how much harm the small shrimps in his eyes could cause to ordinary people. He could ignore it, but if ordinary people were bullied, they would have nowhere to redress their grievances. At this moment, he agreed with Zixieqing's words. Kill those who should be killed. Evil must be eradicated. Evil must be eradicated. After a long while, the sound of galloping horses' hooves was heard. Zhou Yade came back, covered in blood. He was gone for a total of 5 hours, mobilizing all the local law enforcers, uprooting the 5 great clans. But when he walked back, his heart was still uneasy. He knew that he would definitely be punished, but he could not escape. The other party had the command token of the law enforcement master. As long as the command was given, all the law enforcers in the world would hunt him down. He had to come back, and he also felt that he had atoned for his crime by killing so many people for him. At this moment, Zhou Yade indeed swore in his heart, "I will never be an evil person again. I will never do evil again. If I can escape with my life this time, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person." Special Envoy. I, Zhou Yade, have completed my mission and have specially come back to report. Zhou Yade stood straight in front of Chu Yang. The surrounding crowd looked at him, their eyes full of disdain and hatred. Zhou Yade felt as if there were thorns on his back, and the muscles all over his body were slowly twitching. Chu Yang looked at him lightly and said, "I heard that you are the brother-in-law of the Sun clan, the uncle of those 2 fellows. I heard that you are involved in many of the things that they have done." Zhou Yade knelt down. "I deserve to die, but I dare not do so in the future." He pulled out his knife and chopped off 3 of his fingers. He raised his hand and swore, "I, Zhou Yade, swear to the heavens in the name of the Calamity Sword that I will turn over a new leaf and become a new person. If I go against it, I will be struck to death by lightning. An oath made by the Calamity Sword was the most important oath in the heavens. Chu Yang raised his head and looked at the white clouds floating in the sky. He said sadly, "If you do bad things and kill people, you only need to swear and chop off a few fingers and become a new person. Haha, those people that you have killed will never have the chance to become a new person again." Zhou Yade was sweating profusely. He heard Chu Yang ask, "How many good girls have you persecuted all these years? How many innocent people have you killed?" Zhou Yade's eyes were covered with sweat. He didn't dare to speak. After a long time, he said, 500 women, and 1,700 to 1,800 people. Chu Yang looked at him lightly. "You said that you were repentant. I can see from your eyes that you are indeed repentant. In your heart, you really want to be a good person. But if you want to live, do you think that the 500 women that you have destroyed and the 1,700 to 1,800 people that you have innocently killed will agree?" Zhou Yade knelt on the ground and didn't dare to speak. Chu Yang's voice gradually became louder. "You have been an evil person for a generation. Now, you think that you will be fine just by saying that you are repentant? Then, everyone in the heavens can go and do evil. After you have done it, as long as you can sincerely say that you are wrong, then, won't you no longer need law enforcement officers?" Zhou Yade kowtowed and cried bitterly, "If you are wrong, you have to pay the price." Chu Yang looked at him coldly. "Do you want to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it?" Zhou Yade was disheartened. He stood up and said in a low voice, "I will end it myself." He looked up to the sky and laughed. "After doing something wrong, you want to end it just by saying that you are repentant. How can there be such an easy thing?" He suddenly turned around and pointed at them one by one. You. He pointed at 30 to 40 people and laughed. "Since the special envoy wants me to do it, and all of you have been following me and have done so many bad things, now, you can leave with me." He suddenly pulled out his sword and rushed forward. Chu Yang's gaze shifted to another person. He was looking at the warrior from the Zhuge clan who had led him here previously, Tao Ran. Tao Ran nodded slowly and discreetly. He told Chu Yang that Zhou Ye didn't kill the wrong people and didn't use this opportunity to drag others down with him. Chu Yang smiled. Zhou Ye had already killed all these people. He was covered in blood and said, "If saying that you are sorry can end it, then why do we still need law enforcement officers?" He laughed and suddenly raised his sword. With a fierce slash, he chopped off his own head. Chu Yang's eyes were calm and unmoved. "You have done too many evil things in the past and harmed so many people. Even if I know that you are truly repentant and will become a saint in the future, I will still kill you. I will still kill you. Because there are thousands of wronged souls who can't rest in peace." Looking at the flames that rose into the sky, Chu Yang instructed, "Who is the deputy of the law enforcement hall?" A burly man stepped forward and said with a strange expression, "He was killed by Hall Master Zhou just now." Chu Yang made an "oh" sound and said, "Then, you will be in charge of distributing the wealth of these clans to the common people. The things that have been robbed will be returned to their original owners." That burly man replied loudly, "Yes, special envoy." Chu Yang said lightly, "You know what to do, right? After the medicine banquet ends, I still have to leave from here." The burly man stood at attention. "I know. I definitely won't go against the special envoy's orders." He paused for a while and said, "But you have to be careful too. This Sun clan is related to the Diwu clan by marriage. If Diwu Qingyun knows about this, he might find trouble with you." Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, "Diwu Qingyun, what is his position in the Zhuge clan now?" "He's a warden in the Zhuge clan. He has quite a lot of power." The burly man said, "Diwu Qingyun is in charge of most of the external affairs of the Zhuge clan." "Oh? Then, what about Diwu Qingru?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Lord Qingru. Lord Diwu Qingru is the most important person in the Diwu clan. Even in the Zhuge clan, he's also the core think tank." The burly man actually revealed a solemn expression. "If Lord Diwu Qingru interferes, you will really be in big trouble." Chu Yang laughed and said, "It's okay." He thought, "If Diwu Qingru interferes, will I really be in big trouble?" Thinking of this, he really couldn't make up his mind. "If I meet Diwu Qingru in the upper three heavens, Will we be enemies or friends? The next morning, when Chu Yang left North Wind Town, he realized that the streets were already crowded with people. They watched as Chu Yang left. A few painters were quickly drawing Chu Yang's appearance, and then they distributed it to everyone. Everyone took over the paintings with great care, as if they were receiving priceless treasures. After they went back, they pasted incense on the wall and burned 3 incense sticks in the morning and evening to erect a longevity tablet for their benefactor. They prayed day and night for their benefactor to live a long life. Chu Yang walked for a long distance. When he looked back, there were still quite a number of people kneeling. The sound of sobbing could be heard everywhere. Sometimes, I feel very strange. I don't feel that I've done anything, Chu Yang said somewhat sadly. Zi Xieching said lightly, it's precisely because you don't feel that you've done anything that these people will remember you. Then, they will be grateful to you. If you had the thought of repaying their kindness at the beginning, you definitely wouldn't have received such treatment now. Zi Xieching said somewhat sadly, actually, in this world, most people just want to lead a peaceful life. Chu Yang let out a long breath. The 3 of them walked all the way. When they were 100 miles away, the escorts of the Zhuge clan along the way had already changed twice. At this moment, there was a lot of dust behind them. A group of people caught up from behind. The person in front shouted, "Are the people in front the bane of fops, the killer of perverts?" Chapter 945. Chu Yang was speechless. Since when did he have such a nickname? Foppish Tyrant's nemesis sounds better, but what's with the ghost killer? Am I a ghost or a ghost killer? Chu Yang stopped and took a look. He saw a group of people in snow-white robes and a chilly aura. Hundreds of people walked over silently. Their robes were as white as snow and their swords were like silver. Chu Yang's pupils shrank. These people did not need to speak. Just by looking at them, Chu Yang could feel the chilly aura coming from them. And every one of them was an expert. The weakest among them was a monarch-level expert. There were many martial saints, and the few people walking in the middle of the group looked very young. But with every step they took, it was as if the whole world was moving along with them. This was the realm of Greater Virtual Realm, Supreme Martial Artist, and the 2 people at the front were a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. The man's face seemed to be filled with inexplicable sorrow, and the woman's face also seemed to never smile. Just by looking at her, one could tell that she was unapproachable. And this woman, Chu Yang actually knew her. Ling clan, Ling Han Shui. It seemed that these people were from the Ling clan, one of the dominant clans in the heavens. Zi Xieching was also looking at these few people. She looked at the man who was walking in front and said in admiration, "This man should be less than 50 years old. I didn't expect him to have the cultivation of a 7th-grade martial saint." Although there are traces of him forcefully using medicine to raise his cultivation, it's still very rare for him to have such cultivation at such a young age. He can be said to be an unparalleled genius. Chu Yang was stunned. "So high. I'm definitely not wrong." Zi Xieching said lightly, "This woman is also only 28 years old. But she's already a 1st-stage martial saint. Her aptitude is not inferior to that man's at all. But it's a pity that she's actually trained in Heartless. This kind of martial art is faster than any other martial art. But once you fall in love, you'll be doomed eternally. How did such a beautiful woman at such a young age learn such martial arts?" Chu Yang's heart shook. He remembered Ling Hanshua's indifferent attitude back at the Lake of Despair. She did not care about anything at all. There was also a moment of extreme pain in her eyes. If one's heart isn't as dead as ashes, who would seal their heart? Chu Yang sighed and said. Zi Xieching murmured, "You are right. If one's heart is not dead and there is no more hope, who would seal their heart and be heartless?" As she said that, she could not help but ask herself, "Am I considered heartless?" While they were talking, those people had already arrived. The man in the lead, who was as handsome as Jade, smiled and said, "You must be Duke Chu, the one who has killed and enforced justice on behalf of the heavens." Ling Han Shui, who was standing at the side, looked at Chu Yang's face with an icy gaze. She said with some surprise, "It's you." She had seen Chu Yang at the Three Heavens Lake of Despair before. He didn't expect to see him here again. My surname is indeed Chu. Chu Yang smiled and replied, Miss Ling, we meet again. Ling Han Shui said lightly, I remember that your name is Chu Yang. Aren't you in Three Heavens? Why are we in the upper Three Heavens? After the battle on that day, the heavenly layer was sealed. How did you come up? Why? Although she sounded like she was asking, the feeling that she gave off was still as cold as ice. Although Chu Yang knew her temper, he was still a little unhappy. He said, Miss Ling must have remembered wrongly. After the battle, the upper Three Heavens was sealed for more than half a month. Ling Han Shui replied with an "oh" and said, Then you must have entered within this half a month. I took it for granted. Her words were still cold, but she was apologizing. The man in white beside her smiled bitterly and said, Duke Chu, please don't be offended. This niece of mine is just like this. Sigh, even when she is talking to her father and me, she is still so cold. We can't do anything about it. Ling Han Shui was a little angry. Second uncle. Chu Yang finally understood. This Miss Ling was still cold even when she was angry. And the person she was talking to now was her second uncle. It seemed that it was really caused by the heavens. Suddenly, he remembered something that Seventh Master Shao had said when he was fighting with Yi Wu Bing. At that time, Seventh Master Shao said, Am I wrong? Your sister Yi Chuchen was originally in love with Mengyin, a vassal clan of your Yi clan. But in order to form an alliance with the Ling clan, you forcefully separated the two of them. You wanted your sister to marry Ling Hanwu, the second duke of the Ling clan. Second duke? Second uncle? Wasn't the second duke of that time the current generation? Chu Yang remembered clearly that Seventh Master Shao even said, Yi Chuchen would rather die than submit. Mengyin was deeply in love with her. Ling Hanwu was still a man and took the initiative to withdraw. Could this man be Ling Hanwu? Chu Yang asked tentatively, Elder, you don't have to be so polite. I am indeed Chu Yang. May I know how to address you? The white-robed old man smiled faintly. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of worry between his brows that couldn't be erased. He said calmly, I am Ling Hanwu, Shui-er's second uncle. Chu Yang finally confirmed his conjecture. It's really this person. He couldn't help but be shocked. This person was Teacher's love rival. It was because of this person that Teacher's whole family was killed, and he was left stranded in the lower Three Heavens. However, this Ling Hanwu was also innocent in this matter. Because he was completely unaware of the Yi clan's plans, he also took the initiative to withdraw in the end to allowing Shuran and Yi Chuchen to be together. He could be considered a man of character. Chu Yang's heart suddenly felt a little complicated. He smiled and said, So it's second Master Ling then. He suddenly paused and said, Oh, something's not right. Ling Hanwu chuckled. My niece's name was changed by her teacher, so it became weird. It sounds as if she's of the same generation as us. But she's a girl after all, so it doesn't matter. Actually, my niece's original name was Ling Yurua. Her name wasn't given according to her seniority, haha. Chu Yang said with relief, I see. Ling Hanshua said coldly, Second uncle, you'd better not bring me along when you talk to others. Ling Hanwu didn't take it to heart and laughed. Little Shui, be good. I'm just saying. Ling Hanshua frowned and walked to one side. Ling Hanwu laughed and said, Is Duke Chu also going to participate in the medicine banquet? Why don't we travel together? Chu Yang said, If that's the case, thank you very much. We don't have many people, so there's really a lot of trouble along the way. Ling Hanwu smiled and said, However, you've also killed a lot of people along the way. Do you know, ever since you killed the first debauchee, I've instructed people to pay attention to your movements. After that, every time you killed someone, there would be an eagle message to me. As he said, he took out a piece of paper from his bosom, dipped it in his saliva, and counted it. Then, he laughed and said, Good fellow, you've killed a total of 70 people along the way, and this doesn't include the 5 people you killed yesterday. Chu Yang smiled and said, with a sword in hand, I'll kill all the evildoers in the world. Good. Ling Hanwu shouted and repeated this sentence twice. With a sword in hand, I'll kill all the evildoers in the world. With a sword in hand, I'll kill all the evildoers in the world. Suddenly, he shouted, Bring the wine. Just for this sentence, I'm going to drink 3 cups of wine for you. You and I don't know each other, but for you to say this sentence, I like it. I'm pleasing to the eye. The group had already stopped. A white-robed man came over with a wine bag and 2 wine bowls on a tray. I'll do it personally. Ling Hanwu stopped that person from pouring the wine. He personally poured 2 cups of strong wine from the wine bag and held up a bowl. Chu Yang, come, let's drink this cup of wine. Chu Yang smiled from the bottom of his heart. Good. Without being pretentious, he held up the big bowl and drank all the wine. Ling Hanwu looked at him with shining eyes and laughed. Good. Refreshing. Again. The 2 of them held up the wine bowls and drank 3 bowls in a row. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Refreshing. Ling Hanwu said, You've killed these people well. And the way you killed them is even better. I like it. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He rubbed his nose and looked at Zi Xiecheng. He thought, so this guy actually admires such methods so much. In your generation, there's another person like this. As long as he sees someone who bullies others, he will definitely kill them quickly. That person is also the person I admire the most in the younger generation. He's the flower protector, Ming Hanwu. Chu Yang made an O sound and thought, I can totally guess this. Ling Hanwu held up the wine bowl and said in a reminiscing tone, When I was young, I was also like all of you. Alone and with a sword, I roamed the martial world and killed young ruffians. For 10 years, I killed a total of 1,300 of them. 1,300 of them who bullied others and bullied others, not including their subordinates. Chu Yang calculated in his heart and said, Then you've killed at least 10,000 people. 10,000 ruffians. Ling Hanwu shook his head. No, there were many clans that were wiped out by me. In those 10 years, I killed at least 30,000 people. At that time, as long as I heard about it, I would take the initiative to kill them. If they didn't comply, I would kill their entire families. He smiled bitterly. In those 10 years, I was called the cold-blooded butcher. Sometimes, I would travel 1,000 miles in a day and kill 3 clans in a row. It was only when the clans sent people to capture me that I stopped killing. Chu Yang laughed and probed, Elder, did you suffer any injuries at that time? Ling Hanwu's eyes widened, as if he was about to fly into a rage. Then, he smiled bitterly. Everyone knows that I, Ling Hanwu, suffered no injuries. Why do you have to probe? That's right, I did it for Sister Yi Chuchen of the Yi clan. Chu Yang's heart thumped heavily. After saying that, Ling Hanwu fell into a daze. His face was filled with reminiscence, frustration, and bitterness. He shook his head and said, What's the use of being deeply in love? What's the use of being laughed at by the world? A woman's heart is not with you. No matter how powerful you are, you can't snatch it away. So, those who force women should be killed the most. Killing even their ancestors is the best. Letting them see the regret of not having any descendants is the real punishment. That's what's satisfying. Thank you to AXHHG, Alliance Master for the 4th time. YYYHHY, you've done a lot for me this month. Thank you very much. Thank you to Long Inua, Alliance Master for the tip in the wee hours. Thank you. Thank you to Lu Jinyo, Alliance Master for the tip in the wee hours. When I opened the book review section and saw it, I felt really warm in my heart. Especially that sentence, I'll treat you to a drink. It warmed my heart for a long time. Thank you to Weasel22 for the tip in the wee hours again. Thank you to Wei Ching Cho Bin Fong Lan, Become God or Crazy Demon McDull for the tip. Chapter 946. Chu Yang was full of praise for this sentence. He said, That's right. What can they do when they do evil? It's just that their clans are supporting them. Without the power of their clans, these people's lives are worse than dogs. Every playboy's lust is only lust at first, but because of the indulgence of their clans and the flattery of their subordinates, slowly, it becomes a matter of course. If anyone says that there's actually a group of righteous elders behind these evil people, I'll spit on his face. Ling Hanwu clapped his hands and praised, Well said. So to kill a playboy, we have to destroy his entire nest. Get rid of him from the root. Whoever is the playboy's protective umbrella, kill him. Chu Yang laughed heartily, feeling that these words were simply said to his heart's content. He said, "But why did you do that for those 10 years? Ling Hanwu laughed with a strong sense of self-mockery. He said, "You're not an outsider, so there's no harm in me telling you." The two of them walked forward with the group. Ling Hanwu ordered a white horse to be given to Chu Yang. The two of them rode side by side and talked along the way. On the other side, Zi Xueqing and Ling Hanxue were also talking. Zi Xueqing and Chu Lu'er were together with Ling Hanxue. One had to admit that Zi Xueqing was as cold as ice, unapproachable. Ling Hanxue was even more like an iceberg. When the two of them walked together, they attracted too much attention, but also froze many people. It was too cold. The conversation between the two of them was even more frighteningly cold. No matter whether it was their expressions, eyes, or faces, they were all extremely cold. Although the content was ordinary, the tone was so cold that it could freeze people. "Miss, what's your surname?" Ling Hanxue asked coldly. Zi Xueqing said lightly. The journey was tough?" Ling Hanxue asked. "Not bad," Zi Xueqing said. "Many young ruffians? You made a move?" Ling Hanxue asked. "What do you think?" Zi Xueqing asked coldly. "I can't tell your cultivation," Ling Hanxue said. "It's average," Zi Xueqing said. The two of them were cold in their questions and cold in their replies, but they were never tired of it. It was as if they had found an opponent, or as if they were competing to see who could dispel the other's indifference first. Thus, the two of them chatted along the way. Those who rarely saw the two ice beauties talking were curious and moved closer to listen. However, when they heard it, they shuddered and tried to avoid it. Such cold words sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. They felt the bone-chilling cold of the 12th lunar month. Even the 4 supreme-level experts who had been acting as protectors along the way had also quietly distanced themselves from them. 2 female perverts. Everyone cursed inwardly. The 2 people at the front of the group were talking nonstop. The 2 of them had too many topics in common. "Why am I not an outsider?" Chu Yang was a little surprised. "Isn't this the first time we've met? How was he not an outsider?" Ling Hanwu smiled lightly and said, "After Menguan returned to the upper 3 heavens, the first thing he did was to look for me." Chu Yang's spirit shook. "My master? Where is he now?" "Humph," Ling Hanwu said fiercely, "little brat. If your master didn't tell me that he had a disciple like you, do you think I would treat you to a drink just because we met by chance? Do you think it's so easy to drink my wine?" Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He smiled bitterly and said, "I've been presumptuous. I thought we fell in love at first sight." "Love at first sight?" Ling Hanwu almost fell off his horse. His eyes were as wide as a bull's. "You're just like what your master said. You look simple and honest on the surface, but you're actually very cunning in your heart. I don't know whether to laugh or cry." "No, your master was wrong too. You don't look simple and honest on the surface either." Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "But those who have met me all say that I'm honest, pure and flawless, with a face full of sincerity, full of good fortune." "Stop." Ling Hanwu broke out in cold sweat. "Could it be that I've got the wrong person? Are you Chu Yang or Tan Tan?" Chu Yang was finally sure that Ling Hanwu had really met his master, Meng Chaoran. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so clearly. Knowing that he was Meng Chaoran's younger brother didn't make things difficult for him at all. But even Tan Tan knew about it. "Where's my master now?" Chu Yang asked anxiously. "I killed him." Ling Hanwu rolled his eyes. Chu Yang's face darkened. "You really took it seriously?" Ling Hanwu snorted. "Do you believe that I'll smack your butt on behalf of your master?" Chu Yang said lightly, "I don't like to joke, especially when it comes to my master." The two of them stared at each other without blinking. Ling Hanwu finally sighed. "All right, I'll take it that I'm afraid of you, master and disciple. I won't joke about your master." Seeing Chu Yang's determination now, it was as if he saw Menguan standing in front of him, as stubborn and unyielding as before. Chu Yang broke into a smile and said, "In everyone's life, there are always a few people who can't be violated, who can't be ridiculed, who must be protected even at the cost of his life. And these people are usually called the person's bottom line. As the saying goes, a dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it will make it angry. People with a bottom line. Ling Hanwu said softly, you all have such people in your heart. Then who are the people you can insult the most? Chu Yang said proudly, my master, my parents, my brothers, my woman. He smiled lightly, his eyes revealing a sharp determination. Whoever dares to offend them will die without a doubt. So many. Ling Hanwu laughed bitterly. Apart from my family, there's only one person I can't offend. But that person still doesn't belong to me. When I mention her, I can only use her to describe her. I can't use the word mine. Chu Yang was silent. He knew that he was talking about Yi Chuchen, but Chu Yang didn't want to say anything about this. Because that was his master's beloved. Chu Yang was rather curious. That Yi Chuchen, what kind of woman was she? She actually made these two men go crazy for her. Meng Chaoran was calm and composed. Even if the heavens collapsed, he might not be moved. And Ling Hanwu, as the second duke of a dominant clan, was above everyone else. How revered was his status. And yet, he was so infatuated with Yi Chuchen. Back then, your master, Chuchen, and I grew up together. I was the same age as your master, and Chuchen was younger than both of us. At that time, the Ling clan and the Yi clan were on very good terms, and they were even in-laws. My aunt was the wife of the Yi clan master. I often went over to play, and when I did, I would stay for a few months. Everyone slowly grew up, and I also fell in love with Chuchen. One day, when my family told me that they wanted to arrange a marriage for me, I mentioned Chuchen's name without hesitation. Only then did I know that it was the Yi clan who brought up this matter. I went to the Yi clan ecstatically, found Chuchen, and told her about it. But I saw that she had lost a lot of weight. She told me that the person she liked was not me, but Menguin. At that time, I really wanted to kill Menguin, but Chuchen begged me to let them go. I, Ling Hanwu, am also a proud person. How could I accept a woman who didn't like me to be my wife? The whole world knew that I was deeply in love with Yi Chuchen, but she was in love with Menguin and didn't care about me at all. Even if I forcefully got her, what was the use? So, I gave up. Haha. Ling Hanwu laughed loudly, but his voice was full of desolation. Then, he laughed bitterly and said, but after I gave up that time, I knew that the pain was unbearable. Only then did I know what it meant to be heartbroken. I wandered aimlessly in the martial world, not knowing what I was doing. Then, I heard that the Yi clan was furious because of this matter. The Yi clan master forced his daughter to agree, but Chuchen would rather die than comply. Because of this, she actually committed suicide once. So, I rushed back to tell the Yi clan that I gave up on my own accord, and it had nothing to do with them. But when I arrived, it was already too late. In order to cut off Chuchen's thoughts, the Yi clan actually mobilized an army to besiege the Meng clan. Chuchen knelt in front of me and begged me to save Menguin. So, I went. But with my strength alone, who could I save? By the time I arrived, the entire Meng clan was already dead. Only Menguin was still alive, but the knife immediately fell on his neck. I used my identity as a member of the Ling clan and forcibly took Menguin away, but Menguin was still assassinated by them. I escorted Menguin to escape. Before I left, I let the two of them meet. I kept watch. At this point, Ling Hanwu laughed bitterly. My most beloved woman met her lover, and I, who loved her deeply, kept watch outside. Keep watch. Haha. Chu Yang sighed softly. This kind of feeling was probably what made one wish for death the most, right? As the second duke of the Ling clan, Ling Hanwu put in so much effort to help the person he loved. This was extremely rare. Menguin escaped in the middle of the night and disappeared without a trace. Chuchen washed her face with tears and was heartbroken. At that time, I wanted to kill that old fool from the Yi clan. If he hadn't forced me, would this have happened? If I wanted to kill the person who forced Chuchen, I would have to kill her father. If I killed him, she would be sad, so I couldn't kill him. So, I want to kill others. I specialized in killing those who forced women. Every time I killed someone, I would think in my heart that I had killed that old bastard from the Yi clan again. So, The more I killed, the more energetic I became. Just like that, I killed for 10 years. And because of this, the relationship between the two clans also became awkward. Ling Hanwu laughed bitterly. I practiced with all my might, used all kinds of methods to improve myself, and tried to forget her. But in the end, I couldn't do it. I understand, Chu Yang said deeply. Your master has changed his name to Meng Chaoran, right? Ling Hanwu laughed. The moment he reached the upper three heavens, he came to find me and said bluntly, I want to see Yi Chuchen. Chu Yang didn't expect his master to be so direct and fierce. He was actually so direct in front of his love rival. Do you know what his second sentence was? Ling Hanwu gritted his teeth. What? Chu Yang asked. Chapter 947. But you still want to keep a lookout in the end. Chu Yang smiled and touched his nose. I did it for Chu Chen. Do you think I did it for Mengyin? Ling Hanwu almost jumped up in rage. He glared at Chu Yang. Your mouth is as hateful as your teacher's. In that case, the two of them have already met. Chu Yang was a little relieved. Ling Hanwu said angrily, Of course. What about now? Chu Yang asked tentatively, Are they still together? Still together? Ling Hanwu was furious. It's good enough that they've met once. You still want them to be together? Mengyin has left. I don't know where he went. Yi Chuchen has gone home. Ling Hanwu obviously didn't want to talk about this topic. Every word he said about Meng Chaoran and Yi Chuchen being together was like a knife cutting his heart. In other words, they're fine? They weren't discovered? Chu Yang was relieved and beamed with joy. What nonsense. With me keeping a lookout, what can happen? Ling Hanwu almost vomited blood. No wonder. Chu Yang nodded. That bastard Mengyin's cultivation isn't as good as mine. His family background isn't as good as mine. His looks aren't as good as mine either. But he's more popular with women than me. Ling Hanwu said gloomily. I've thought about this for 20 years and still can't figure it out. Chu Yang said sympathetically. I can't figure it out either. So until now, you've been a bachelor? Ling Hanwu's face twisted. What do you mean by a bachelor? Junior, you should be more polite. I'm keeping my chastity for the sake of my love and never marry. Isn't that still a bachelor? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and muttered softly. Ling Hanwu rolled his eyes and changed the topic. Junior, are you going to the medicine banquet this time? I heard that you're a pharmacist and a candidate chosen by Han Shaoran from the southeast? Chu Yang nodded conceitedly and said, I've promised law enforcement master Han that I'll win first place in this medicine banquet. Ling Hanwu's face turned ugly. Win first place? Chu Yang smiled lightly. It's a small matter. Ling Hanwu looked at Chu Yang with eyes as big as copper bells. It looked like he wanted to swallow Chu Yang whole. Winning first place in one go was actually a small matter? You've got guts. Ling Hanwu nodded fiercely. Your teacher is right. You do have guts. Chu Yang chuckled and said, Uncle, I won't hide it from you. In my eyes, those pharmacists of your big clans are just like trash. This time, against those trash, the chances of winning can't be said to be 100%, but it's still 100% certain. Ling Hanwu's face turned purple. Like a good-for-nothing? Trash? Chu Yang smiled conceitedly and said, It's a little too much to say this, but it's true that I can't go that far. I reckon that my main opponent is the high priest of the Medicine Valley, or rather, speaking till here, Chu Yang sized up the Ling clan's team. Seeing that everyone in the Ling clan was wearing the same clothes, he really couldn't tell which one was the pharmacist. He asked, Uncle, who was the pharmacist of your Ling clan? Ling Hanwu was so angry that he laughed. The pharmacist of our Ling clan? That good-for-nothing guy? A piece of trash? Chu Yang laughed. Uncle, what are you talking about? Although he's definitely not as good as me, he can still handle normal situations. Ling Hanwu closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. Then, he opened his eyes and pointed a finger at his own nose. He said, The useless person of the Ling clan that you're talking about is me. Chu Yang's mouth opened wide and he couldn't close it. I'm that useless person. Ling Hanwu roared. His voice was a little loud and everyone heard it at once. In an instant, there was complete silence. Pairs of bewildered eyes looked over. They really didn't know what was wrong with their second master to call him a useless person so openly. Zixieqing, who was talking to Ling Hanxue, couldn't help but laugh. With her cultivation, she naturally heard it clearly. Chu Yang was extremely embarrassed. He laughed and said, "So it's Uncle. Cough cough, Uncle is really knowledgeable and well-versed in everything." Ling Hanwu glared at him. "How can a useless person like me be considered knowledgeable and well-versed?" Chu Yang laughed again. "Actually, although it's autumn, it's still very hot." "Haha, Uncle, your Ling clan has come really early this time. A whole half a year in advance?" Ling Hanwu took a few breaths and couldn't help but laugh. "Fuck your teacher. You're much more cunning than your teacher." Chu Yang grinned and said, "The student surpasses the master. Everyone says so." Ling Hanwu shook his head and laughed. "A good person can also fall ill from anger after talking to you for a while. All right, let's not talk about this. There's naturally a reason why I'm here early." Chu Yang had a flash of inspiration. "My teacher's wife will be here too?" Ling Hanwu said angrily, "Nonsense. We're not married yet. You can only call her Miss Yi." Chu Yang immediately followed his advice. Miss Yi will be here too?" Ling Hanwu was still angry. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I rush here? Then my teacher will definitely be here secretly." Chu Yang was happy. Thinking that he hadn't seen his teacher for a long time, he couldn't help but miss him. Ling Hanwu, however, was immersed in the past again. He murmured, "When I was young, I often watched the snow with Chuchen. She likes snow. So do I. When I grew up, my biggest wish was to be able to watch the snow with her, just the two of us. Unfortunately, this wish has never been realized. I don't care whether the medicine banquet is a banquet or not. I also don't care about being the #1 doctor. I just want to use this opportunity to fulfill this wish of mine. Even if it's just standing together, not saying a word, and immediately going home after watching the snow. It's also good." Ling Hanwu said sadly. Chu Yang quietened down. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. This guy coveted his teacher's wife. He should really kick him away. But at this moment, Chu Yang only felt sad. This infatuated man only wanted to watch the snow with the person he loved the most in his life. The sound of horse hooves was heard and the road was left behind. "What exactly is this medicine banquet about?" Chu Yang asked. "The medicine banquet is a grand event of the heavens." Ling Hanwu said, "It's held once every 1,000 years. And it's only held once every 10,000 years. The big clans hold it once. During the medicine banquet, all the big clans present all their elixirs to participate in the banquet. They refine 10,000 different elixirs into a special heaven-nourishing jade. The Dharma Supreme and 8 Supreme Martial Artist experts fill this heaven-nourishing jade into the missing parts of the heavens to stabilize the stability of the heavens. This is a rather sacred ceremony. Although it has gradually become a bit of a scramble for fame and fortune over the years, this purpose has never changed." Chu Yang nodded silently. "I see. Then, what are the benefits of being the champion of the medicine banquet?" "There aren't any benefits, just the title of the #1 doctor in the world. Also, there will be a small piece of the heaven-nourishing jade left, and this small piece will belong to the champion. Other than that, he can take any 10 types of elixirs that appear in the medicine banquet. Of course, the most important thing is, the champion will receive a special honor, and that is the status of a law enforcement officer. A law enforcement officer's status is equivalent to that of a law enforcement master. Among the law enforcement officers, he's also extremely respected. With such a status, he can do whatever he wants in the heavens." Ling Hanwu sighed a little bleakly. "But all these are meaningless to me." Chu Yang nodded silently and calculated these things. The effects of the heaven-nourishing jade must be extraordinary. Taking any 10 types of elixirs would also be a great temptation. These things would be a great supplement for Tribulation Sword. As for being a law enforcement officer's guest, that should be Han Shiran's biggest hope for him. If he became a law enforcement officer's guest, then Han Shiran's purge would be much smoother. After all, no one would want to offend the #1 doctor in the world, who hasn't been hurt before. As for being a law enforcement officer's guest, That was an even more noble status. Ling Hanwu muttered to himself, if anyone here can develop a medicine that can make a woman fall in love with a man wholeheartedly, I'll fight for a championship even if I have to risk my life. Sigh, Chu Yang sighed. Infatuation was very pitiful, especially when it was an unintentional infatuation between a man and a woman. Ling Hanwu, as the duke of a dominating clan, was impeccable in terms of appearance, talent, character, cultivation, and family background, but he just had to fall in love with Yi Chuchen, who didn't like him. This was really a tragedy. As a doctor, you have to prepare a stock of elixir for the preliminary round of the medicine banquet. Ling Hanwu woke up from his thoughts and said, "What kind of elixir have you prepared? This round is guarded by the Medicine Valley, and it's extremely strict. I'm afraid ordinary elixirs can't pass." "There's such a thing?" Chu Yang asked humbly. Then, "What kind of elixir have you prepared?" Ling Hanwu said, "I've prepared it casually. It's an 8,000-year-old lotus of will. Although it's not very good, it's more than enough to enter the preliminary round. What about you?" Chu Yang muttered, "I only know about it now. I haven't thought of what to use." Ling Hanwu said angrily, "Han Xiaoran is so irresponsible. He didn't prepare anything for you." As he said, he sighed and said, "It's no wonder. Han Xiaoran has been upright and plain-spoken all these years, and he hasn't profited from anything. Just based on his poor appearance, he may not be able to come up with anything good. Forget it. I'll prepare one for you then." Chu Yang said, "Thank you, uncle. But I have one here. I don't need to trouble you." Ling Hanwu looked at him helplessly and said, "All right, if it doesn't work, I'll change it for you." He thought to himself, young people are thin-skinned. I'll just prepare one more for him. In the Zhuge clan, Diwu Qingru was pruning a stalk of osmanthus, looking carefree. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.